How could you do this to me? I was ready to go, Hugh. I was here.
You were here, and I I was
Where were
here.
you?
Where were you?
Where
And
were
Jamie, we
you?
needed milk. Okay, can't
You needed milk.
you can't keep eating cereal for every meal and then getting upset when your dad goes to get some milk. It's not. It may have happened once.
What the fuck are you talking about right now?
I don't know. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back to another Sunday live stream. You guys been watching the Olympics? I sure have, kind of a bit off and on. Been some good
I
stuff.
haven't seen all that much, but I did. I caught a little bit of it. Heard some good. I've heard
Sometimes,
some stories. Especially
well,
about regarding the opening ceremony. That was a fun
oh
one.
my goodness, the opening ceremony was a mess. It was terrible. It was really bad. Like it was bad, and so it was schizophrenic is the word I keep coming back to, just because there's no better term. It was all over the place, but the competition itself has been pretty entertaining and enjoyable so far. Watched the South Koreans kick China's ass in archery, so that's always fun.
I do love to see that. Yeah, I've also
Hello,
been
John. Oh,
slowly keeping up with whatever the fuck is happening. Whatever. I don't know if it's Comic Con or what has been going on, but
I think
I
it's San Diego Comic Con. I don't know if that's the main one or not. I don't usually keep up
I
with
have
that
no
news.
clue. All I know is that Robert Downey Jr. is officially Doctor Doom, and they've replaced Kang with Doctor Doom, and the Phase Five
Going
is
great. It's
yeah, it's
going
it's
great.
going fantastic. They definitely aren't desperate and showing their hand at all.
Yeah, and the choice to bring him back as a different character is really funny to me
It's
because
a
I
it's a
don't
strange
even
one.
know I don't even know if that's like a big thing for people. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that it's Robert Downey Jr. versus that it's Iron Man coming back, for example. Both seem like bad choices all around. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of good choices that they were even considering, but it's like, oh my gosh, Robert Downey Jr. is back as Doctor Doom. Like, who cares? I
What
I
do we
can't I cannot imagine
what are we
anything that they
doing?
would I can't imagine anything that they could announce that would make me excited about the MCU. I can't imagine it. It's dead for me. It's they're gonna like struggle along and limp along and say we're still here, we're still doing stuff, but like I can't imagine being remotely interested.
No, I was shocked when I heard that my dad said that Deadpool and Wolverine is sold out through next weekend. Like, really? Like, people are actually that excited about that? I mean,
What have you
okay.
heard about it? Because I have not seen it, and I'm not especially in. I might if there's nothing else to see, like go check it out this week. But I haven't heard much of anything about
The best that I've
Deadpool.
heard is that it's sort of like No Way Home in that everything about it is pretty stupid, but because we all like the two characters and the actors playing them, it's kind of fun. Um, that's the best that I've heard so far. Uh, but I haven't really been looking. I haven't really been looking in for anything. I've lurked in the Maulers Discord for a little bit.
I know Metal in that crowd had a little chat about it today. I'll check that out at some point, see if it's worth seeing.
Yeah,
But yeah,
maybe I'll check that out after we're done here. See if
hello,
what they
Donald's
have to
angry.
say.
Morning to you. It's not morning where I am, but good morning wherever you are. Only thing I would be excited for is a Star Lord on Earth movie or short. I
I
can't
can't
even
even say that
imagine.
I'm like all that excited to see that. Really, Like,
And a lot of these things, it's the mere idea could be interesting in the right hands. Anything that they could announce, for example, like I mean, you could get a really good Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom. He's a good actor, and Doctor Doom is an interesting character on paper. So you could have that, but like, who on earth expects them to handle anything well? So like, even if they announce something that on paper would actually get me excited, I would think in my head, oh well, there's no way that they're gonna do it justice at all. So
well, they're
why
bringing
why
back the
be
Russo brothers for the new Avengers movies.
God, I yeah.
they've
Well,
they've decided to go back to the well.
yeah. I mean, I see the logic, but are they
But
writing it or are they
I,
just
I
directing
don't
it?
know. I haven't. All I saw is the headlines: Russo brothers back, Robert Downey Jr. back. Bring back the golden age.
It was not that long ago. When did Endgame come out? 2019?
2018. Yeah,
2018, yeah. Yeah, none of your business. I'd be excited for the whole franchise to be retired for the time being. Yes, that would actually be the best news possible, I
yeah.
think.
I mean, we're gonna press pause for a little bit, guys. We've
Honestly,
we've fucked up.
maybe focus on animated content or something,
Yeah, I've
something.
heard people really like X-Men '97. The
Well,
follow up to the X-Men cartoon. I don't know. That's
I
all.
have heard that people like it. I watched the first episode myself and I was very not impressed. But, maybe it gets really good. I don't know. It wasn't for me. I won't give my, you know, full
I mean,
opinion on
I've
it because I
had
only saw the
I
one
never
episode.
watched the X-Men cartoons as a kid, really. Like not the original ones anyway. I didn't watch the ones from the '80s and the early '90s. But I've tried recently, and we got about halfway through season two, got to the part where Magneto and Professor X are walking around the dinosaur land, and I was like, I think
That's enough.
I think that's enough for me.
Yeah. I'm happy people are happy with it, but it's not my cup of tea. You know what is my cup of tea though is The
This
Silence of the
movie.
Lambs. This movie. Oh, it sure is, Hugh. I'm very excited to talk about this one. If you've been watching our last few streams, you may have noticed that we've had some duds recently, specifically Maxine and Longlegs. Ew, stinky, no good. So especially because Longlegs decided to at least nominally compare itself to The Silence of the Lambs, we thought, you know what? Let's go rewatch The Silence of the Lambs. That's a good movie, right? And it is.
It
It's an
is
incredible
an
movie. I
incredible
love
movie.
it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm very excited to talk about it today. I was very excited to rewatch it last night. Oh man, what a banger. I love it. It's so good.
I mean, it's really it's lightning in a bottle, man. It's hitting on every level. They really got it. They really nailed it.
Yes.
There's some interesting stories behind how it got made, and decisions that people made. Whether it be actors or prop designers, or directors, and who decided to step down and who came in, who they got to fill the shoes. It's a really interesting movie,
I
interesting
didn't
story.
look up a ton about the production, so you'll have to tell me some of what you learned from that before we jump into the story and all that sort of fun stuff.
Oh sure.
Hugh, why don't you tell us a little bit about your history and experience with, I suppose we could call this a franchise,
Yeah,
the
I guess we
Hannibal
could the Hannibal cinematic
franchise.
universe.
More of a franchise than that, yeah. But yeah, tell
Yeah. Well, I mean, for this one, so this was not the first of the books that was written by this author who introduced Hannibal Lecter as a character. This is a sequel to his first novel, which is Red Dragon, but this is the first one they decided to make into a film. And Gene Hackman was actually originally supposed to be the director. He was signed on as the director producer of the project.
Slight correction. Manhunter was a movie that was based
Oh,
on Red Dragon from 1986. I have not seen that one. I know that Brian Cox plays Hannibal Lecter. I've heard that it's
oh,
decent,
interesting.
but no one talks about it like it's the most amazing thing ever. I've yet to see it, but yes. So
Oh,
there
and
was a movie.
Grissom from CSI plays. Is that the same? That's Ed Norton's character, right? Will Graham.
Yep,
Oh, I
yep,
didn't
yep.
know
I have
about that
not.
one.
I have not seen Manhunter. It's been on the list of things to check out, but I keep forgetting about it. But yes, that was made in 1986, an adaptation of Red Dragon, which I believe came out in 81. And then the sequel, like you said, was The Silence of the Lambs in 88, and the movie was made in 1991. Anyway,
Interesting.
continue.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was not aware of that, but yeah, Gene Hackman originally set to direct Silence of the Lambs. He dropped out after reading the first couple drafts of the screenplay because it was just a little too dark for him. Um, which is interesting.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
he's been yeah, because in the 70s he was in a couple pretty dark movies. Like The Conversation and The French Connection.
yeah. Apparently, it was just a little too dark for him. He was not feeling it once the screenplay got written, and he turned it over to Jonathan Demme, who is at this point typically a comedy director. He had done Married to the Mob, which is pretty fun. It's a pretty funny movie. Uh, like casual comedy humanist stuff. This is what Wikipedia calls it. I would call it funny. That would be my description.
I don't think I'm familiar with any of his work other than this movie.
Oh, he
Have you
did
seen?
Philadelphia with Tom Hanks.
Oh, right. Okay, I did know that.
And he did The Manchurian Candidate, and he did Rachel Getting Married, which are
I did
the
not.
program director of our film school was in love with Rachel Getting Married, so he talked that one up a lot.
Oh, I never saw that. I have not seen the Manchurian Candidate remake. Is it good? That is the
That's the
2004
one with
movie.
Denzel, right? Yeah, that one.
Denzel,
Yeah,
yeah.
that one's really good.
Oh, it is? Okay. Let's check that out at some point.
Yeah.
But before The Silence of the Lambs, yeah, Married to the Mob, a couple TV movies, Swimming to Cambodia. I had not heard of any of these. You said you liked Married to the
I've
Mob?
seen Married to the Mob, and it's a funny little movie. It's
Interesting.
yeah, a
Yeah,
little
he's an
crime
unusual
comedy.
pick. He's an unusual pick to direct this movie, you could say. And one of the things that I quite love about this film is some of the unusual directing choices he makes. This movie is still really unique and refreshing in terms of how everything is shot and presented. Not a lot of things doing a great job of imitating it still, despite its legendary status. He made a lot of really interesting choices in this movie, and I'm excited to talk about them.
Indeed, yeah. And Ted Talley, excuse me, the playwright who adapted this into a screenplay, he is also famous for he did Red Dragon as well. He did the god awful adaptation of All the Pretty Horses in 2000. But another one of his big claims to fame is that he served as a story consultant on Shrek 2.
Okay, sure, why not?
Which
I like Shrek
I
2.
like Shrek 2. I like Shrek 2. I think
My
it's pretty
girlfriend
good.
thinks it's better than Shrek 1, and she's
You
dead
know what?
wrong
I
about
agree. I agree with her.
it. No, no,
I
ew,
agree.
no, it is not better. No way.
I like
No
Shrek
way
2.
it's better.
I like it.
It's not better. Get out of here. You're insane. You're ridiculous. Let's just argue about that for the next 3 hours instead. Talking about this. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, no. So again, we've got a lot of people who are comfortable in comedic, working in comedic projects, coming in and turning this one into which what some people consider to be, I would say one of the better horror movies of all time. I don't know if it's got horror devices. I don't know that I would consider it an out and out horror movie. It's more of a detective
It's
story.
horror. It's horror adjacent.
Yeah.
For me, horror movies are anything about like really macabre subject matters. So there are scenes in this that definitely play like a standard horror movie. It's a detective mystery, it's a thriller, it's a suspense movie, it's a horror movie. I'm not real particular about genre boundaries. I'm happy to call it a horror movie. And I'm happy that it was one of the first horror movies, I think the first horror movie to win Best Picture. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Or at the very least,
Well
it's
deserved.
widely accepted that it is the first horror movie to win Best Picture, and yeah, well deserved. I mean, one of my favorite things about this movie, especially rewatching it, I rewatch it every year at Christmas. This is my family's Christmas movie.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, this is a
You
Christmas movie.
rewatch this every year at Christmas?
Yep, we get
Why?
together.
I mean, besides, okay, ignoring that it's a good movie, what does it have to do with Christmas? For
it
one,
has nothing to do with Christmas. I think, and it originally came out in theaters in February, I think. So it came out during the winter. But yeah, no, my mom just for some reason every year has she likes watching it at Christmas, so we watch it at Christmas every year.
Well, all right. You guys are weird, but hey, that's
It's
all
either
right.
this or The Exorcist. We like watching spooky shit at Christmas, Jamie. That's just how we do.
That's fair. That's fair. You could watch. There are more Christmassy spooky movies as well, but that's
Well,
fine.
yeah, but none of them are Silence of the Lambs. So
That's true. That is true. So yes, you watch this every year at Christmas with your family for some reason.
Well, yeah, and I mean, one of the things that it always strikes me whenever I rewatch it, and especially after doing a little bit more of a dive into the director and the writer and the other projects they would go on to do, or this movie is way funnier than it has any right to be. Really, like
There's a lot of really,
there's
yeah,
so
there's a
many
lot of really funny
fucking
moments.
hilarious moments in this movie. Um, it has some of my favorite editing, I think, in any movie ever. It's really efficient and just sharp and witty
Yeah.
with the editing. The cinematography really knows how to creep you out in this one. I think the famous thing about it, right, is that there's a whole lot of medium close-ups, where you could even maybe call them like extreme medium close-ups because they're not quite all the way close-ups, but they are
Well,
very
no, there's a
close.
lot of really close shots. Like, for example, the bottom of someone's chin and the top of their head are cut out of the frame. Like, that's how tight it is. I'm happy to call that
Like
pretty
a
extreme
pretty
close-up. Yeah.
extreme close-up. There are those, and then there's also like in conversation between characters, especially like between Clarice and her friend, when they're finally unraveling the mystery and kind of figuring out what it is that Lecter's pointing them towards. There's a lot of space on either side of them, but it's kind of like you know it's in a shallow depth of field, so that we're really like looking straight at the characters. And there's a lot of looking right down the barrel of the lens shots,
Yes.
which
I can't wait to talk about that. It's probably the boldest, directing, framing, cinematography choice they make in the movie.
yeah,
Um, Basically, anytime Clarice is talking to someone, uh, we get a POV shot from Clarice's perspective where the person she's talking to looks right down the barrel of the lens. So that goes from everyone from Hannibal Lecter to like her friend
uh,
and people at
yeah,
school, everyone she's talking
Crawford.
to. Crawford, was it Chilton? Is that his name?
Oh yeah, Chilton, Doctor Chilton.
Yeah, they all get these really close shots of their face where they're looking right down the barrel of the lens. And then when we cut to her, she's looking right off camera. So it very much centers you in her perspective. We get a ton of POV shots from her in the movie, in dialogue scenes, but also, of like walking through the house at the end of the movie. We're kind of looking in her point of view. There's a lot of that throughout the movie, and I think it's very, very effective.
Yeah, yeah, and a very interesting thing about the movie being that it got a lot of help in getting made from the FBI organization because they viewed it as a potentially valuable recruiting tool for female agents. Since they were actually having a big problem with that around the time the movie came out, they were very willing to help the producers and the director and everybody get things accurately and do as accurately
Yes.
an accurate and strong of a depiction of a female investigator.
Well, not just a female FBI agent and all that sort of stuff, but also what the behavioral science
Yes,
unit does. Um, they worked very closely with a guy named John Douglas. John Douglas wrote the book Mindhunter that the show was adapted from. He is the main guy that Holton, is that his name?
yeah.
From the show? Yeah, that he is based off of. He pioneered along with a few other important people, but a lot of it really was him. He
I think
pioneered serial
Crawford
killer.
in this movie is based off of him too, right?
Yes, Crawford is based on him. You know what? Now is a good time to bring it up. I have the book Mindhunter here. It's a great book. If you're interested in true crime and detective sort of stuff and serial killers, psychoanalyzing violent offenders and all that sort of stuff, Mindhunter, great book. Love it. There's a moment, or there's a brief passage where John Douglas describes working with the people who made the Silence of the Lambs because he gets a thank you credit in the end credits because he was very helpful in terms of showing them what he does for a living, you could say. He writes, when the director and cast of The Silence of the Lambs came to Quantico to prepare for filming, I brought Scott Glenn, who played Jack Crawford, the special agent some say was based on me, into my office. Glenn was a pretty liberal guy who had strong feelings on rehabilitation, redemption, and the fundamental goodness of people. I showed him some of the gruesome crime scene photos we worked with every day. I let him experience recordings made by killers while they were torturing their victims. I made him listen to one of two I made him listen to one of two teenage girls in Los Angeles being tortured to death in the back of a van by two thrill-seeking killers who had recently been let out of prison. Glenn wept as he listened to the tapes. He said to me, I had no idea there were people out there who could do anything like this. An intelligent, compassionate father with two girls of his own, Glenn said that after seeing and hearing what they did in my office, he could no longer oppose the death penalty. Quote, the experience in Quantico changed my mind about that for all time. So,
Well, it does tend to do that. I've mentioned before, I used to transcribe for, 7 years. I was transcribing stuff for just NPR or wherever. And
yeah.
CBS was one of our clients, and I transcribed a lot of tapes of Israel Keys, who, if you're not aware of who he was one of the more recent serial killers.
One of the last in this sort of serial killer era, if you
Yeah,
will.
you could call it that because it's a lot harder to be. It's a lot more difficult to be a serial killer now. At least
Yes.
once you've.
We're a lot better at catching them.
Yes,
Thank God.
and that's stopping them from continuing on their sprees. And so Israel Keys was one of the last, and listening to the hours upon hours of interview tapes with this guy was just it was a harrowing experience of knowing that people like that are out there. They may not be exactly common, but they do exist, and their method of choosing victims is it literally could be random. Like it's a very it's a bit of a eye opener. Yeah, it's kind of a
Yeah.
harrowing thought to know, and knowing what he
Well,
did to his victims.
yeah, he's a
The death penalty. Um, the death
there's a
penalty
whole
works
there's
sometimes.
there's a whole chapter in Mindhunter where he argues for the death penalty, and one of the main arguments he makes is that there are people who just cannot be rehabilitated because they're too manipulative and they're too good at convincing you that they're better when they're not.
Yeah.
Um, it's an interesting case, but setting aside, capital punishment of it all, one of the things you learn when you read Mindhunter is that John Douglas very much has a dark sense of humor, and he's very much willing to, like, so Scott Glenn comes in to play the character based on him, and he's like, oh, he believes in the fundamental goodness of people, and he's like, oh yeah, check this shit out. Yeah, why don't you go to my office and just listen to these tapes for a bit. He has that sort of gallows humor, kind of cynical edge to him. It makes reading the book really funny. The book is way funnier than it has any right to be as well. Highly recommend it. But yes, Jack Crawford is based on
Yeah.
John Douglas, who
One
was
that
one of the pioneers of serial killer profiling at the FBI.
and that dark sense of humor really comes through in this script. I mean, there are some really witty one-liners that happen in this movie that, like, they'll
Well,
get you, man. They'll get you
the one
when
that makes me laugh the most, and I've been quoting it ever since I watched it last night, is the part where Buffalo Bill is talking to Clarice, and she's asking if she knows
if he knew the victim.
Patricia, whatever her name is. I don't remember the character's name, but anyway, she's asking about her, and he goes, "Oh wait, is she a great big fat person?" It's so fun. She's like, yeah, she was a big gal. Is she a great big fat person? It's also kind of funny knowing that Chris from Family Guy was very much,
Inspired by
again,
Buffalo
began
Bill.
as an
Yeah.
impersonation of Buffalo Bill. You can really hear it. Anyway, yeah, it's a surprisingly funny movie for how bleak and violent it is. I quite love it. So before I jump in, what have you seen of any of the other entries in this loosely thrown together franchise? Have you seen Red Dragon and Hannibal, and what have you seen of that stuff?
I've definitely seen them. I don't remember them as well. I've only seen the others like once or twice. And Red Dragon I remember better than the others. That's Ed Norton is in it. Ray Fiennes is trying to become
Yes.
a dragon from a painting, and he gets defeated by Ed Norton bullying him into a mindless rage or something like that. I like that one. I remember that one. I
I like that
remember
one
liking
too.
it. Hannibal. I The main thing I
Hannibal.
remember from Hannibal is the one where the part where he feeds some guy's brain to that guy while he's got his head cut open. Um, I think that's part of that movie. And then they also replaced Jodie Foster with Julianne Moore as Clarice. So I don't
Not
remember
good.
liking
And
Hannibal very much. I think that
it's
one kind
not
of
good.
sucks.
It does kind of suck. I'm quite fond of Red Dragon. It's nowhere near as good as The Silence of the Lambs, but it is a good movie in its own right. One of my favorite scenes is the iconic scene where Ray Fiennes has Philip Seymour Hoffman tied to a chair and he's showing him all the pictures.
Yes, we did borrow that
Do
for our
you
devs.
see? He's like, oh God. I love it. It's like, do you want to see my work? And he's like, "Yeah, more than anything. I thought you'd never ask." It's so good. Yeah, Hannibal's bad. So I watched all but the last season of the show Hannibal as well. And I don't
Yeah.
know if my take on it is controversial or not, but Hannibal started off pretty good and then pretty quickly shit the bed. I was very, very mad at the show by the end of whatever the penultimate season was. I did not like it at all. I think it really went off the rails. I think it did a lot of really stupid stuff and ruined all the good things it had going for it. Not a fan ultimately of that show. I remember Jen and I were watching it and you came to visit us and we threw on an episode and it wasn't a very good
It
one.
was
And
funny
I'd be
because
like,
I came to visit and you had asked if I had seen it. I said no, it looked kind of shitty, and you were like, no, it's actually pretty good. And then you threw the episode on, and it was like, this one's actually, whoa, shit, this one's bad. It's like,
yeah. And that was the first one that was bad because the ones before that were actually pretty good. There's some good stuff in there. Jack Crawford is played by Lawrence Fishburne, and I always like him in basically everything
yeah,
I see him in, so that's fun. And I do enjoy Mads Mikkelsen as Hannibal. One of the things that the show Hannibal does pretty well is all the all the cooking stuff. You know, they really hype up the cannibalism foodie stuff. It's shot very, it's gorgeous the way all the stuff of him cooking with people parts. It's really good. And Mads Mikkelsen is a good actor, but ultimately, yeah, the show kind of shit the bed in my opinion. Not a big fan of it. And I know that since then there was some shitty Hannibal prequel from when he was a kid called Hannibal
oh, I
Rising. That
saw
was
that too.
awful.
I saw that in the theater actually. I think I can't remember what year that was, but that fucking sucked. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it looked terrible, so I didn't bother with it. And I also know that recently-ish, in this wave of just greenlighting everything you could possibly have that's based on an intellectual property, there was some Clarice show. I don't even know what platform it's on. I didn't watch it, and I have no intention of watching it because it looked dumb. But, they're still trying to milk this franchise, and it's not hard to see why, because The Silence of the Lambs is just that good. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Hannibal
But the
Rising is
person...
about Hannibal hunting Nazis.
Oh, cool.
Doesn't that sound great?
No, honestly.
He lives
So
in
let's.
Lecter Castle in Lithuania, man.
Oh wow, very cool. Yes, to more Daka in the chat who asked thoughts on Manhunter. I have not seen it. It's been on the list to check out at some point. I've heard mixed things. I've heard that it's decent, but not quite as good. So I'll check it out at some point, but haven't yet.
Yeah, and to Christian O in the chat, who says he just watched Longlegs since they compared it to Silence of the Lambs. Who the hell made that comparison? The director of
The
Longlegs
director.
made that
Yes.
comparison himself.
I mean, many people have also noticed the obvious surface level similarities, but the script is riddled with similarities that are worse in every conceivable way, I would say, especially when it comes to trying to solve a case using like criminal profiling and psychology, um,
Detectiving.
detectiving in general. Yeah, Long Legs is probably the definition of style over substance.
Yeah.
It's hard to think of a better example. Unlike Silence of the Lambs, which in a stylistic sense is actually rather restrained and mundane. Except there's a couple really bold choices, like I said, in with like the choice to have characters look straight down the barrel of the lens when they're talking to Clarice and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's pretty restrained. The colors are muted, not desaturated, but it's just, there's a lot of grays. It's
Yeah.
shot in like late fall, so all the leaves are off the trees. Everything just looks kind of dead and decaying a little bit. but it's not desaturated. Like this, the skin tones are still really nice. I really like the way this movie is shot. I think it's the perfect example of something that's not supposed to be flashy, that's actually supposed to look kind of what's the word?
Elegant.
I guess I mean in terms of like it's very mundane. It's not supposed to look pretty. This is a very ugly movie in terms of subject matter, and the cinematography is very matter of fact in that way. In terms
Okay.
of
Yeah.
I quite like it. It's I really love the way this is shot. I like the way a lot of movies in the '90s were lit and shot, but this is one of my favorites. Yeah, so I have always loved this movie. This is one of my favorites. I'm a huge fan of detective mysteries. I'm a huge fan of like trying to understand serial killers and killers in general, and like using psychology and patterns and all that sort of stuff to try and catch people. And this movie is one of the best in this regard. I love it. It's basically psychoanalysis the movie, if
Yeah.
you and it's really good. It's very, very compelling. I mean, it's been said a million times, but Anthony Hopkins is giving one of the best performances I've ever seen in a movie. He's incredible. He's
Yeah.
got to be one of the best actors of all time. He's great every time he shows up, but his performance here is just so unbelievably good. Every little detail, every little gesture, his posture in the shot that you're looking at right now, every decision he makes is just perfect. Steals every scene he's in, but everyone else is really good too. Jodie Foster gives an incredible performance. I really love Clarice as a character. One
Yeah.
of the
Me
things
too.
I quite one of the things I quite like about her story in this movie is that the narrative really puts her through hell. You know what I mean? She really has to suffer quite a bit on this journey to like find the killer and all that stuff. And I just think it feels really earned, the victory in the end. Feels like fuck yeah, you did it, Clarice. Good for you. You know, she's clever, she's smart, but she's still she's certainly not a modern girl boss type character. One big difference, I think of Ripley from Aliens too. Like in the finale of Aliens and in the finale of this movie, when they're wandering through the sort of labyrinth where the aliens and or Buffalo Bill could be around any corner, they look like appropriately terrified.
Yeah.
Like they're doing a good job of clearing corners and all that stuff, but she looks really scared. And I just think her performance is incredible. I love her character. I love that the narrative really earns the final payoff by really putting her through hell in this movie. And from the very beginning, like when she first goes to visit Hannibal and fucking Miggs like throws
He
his
throws his jizz at her. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, oh God, that's disgusting. But like the whole movie is just like, yeah, we're gonna put her through hell the whole time, all the way through it. It's great.
Yeah.
Jodie Foster's performance is really solid too.
She also
I
did
love
3 days of she did 3 days of FBI training, in the Quantico, like the Quantico physical training course to get
yeah.
prepared for the movie. So
It shows because like we show her running, we show her doing the sort of obstacle course in the woods, and she's doing it for real. We're not cheating with any cuts. She's doing stuff like clearing corners and all that stuff. Like the attention to detail shows.
yeah,
She looks like she knows what she's doing. And one of the things that I always appreciate about a good detective mystery, because I think it's one of the things that's hardest to quantify, but you know it when you see it, when the actor, the main detective, like you can see the gears turning behind their eyes, like when they're thinking. A lot of actors can't pull that off very well, because they're just saying their lines, they're not actually thinking it through. But like, I really like Daniel Craig and the girl with the dragon tattoo for the same reason. Like when you're watching him, you can really see him piecing things together inside his head.
yeah,
It's hard to quantify, but she's incredibly good. And to Dave L's point in the no, sorry, Paradox's point in the chat, Jodie Foster is underrated in this film, I think, because Hopkins is so good. It's true. Basically, everyone is giving
everybody
a great
else, yeah,
performance.
is a little underrated because of how good Anthony Hopkins is. We
Absolutely.
were talking a little bit about Ted Levine, who Buffalo Bill. He His performance is incredibly underrated, I think, in this movie, and it is. But he is incredible. He's iconic. It's
Oh, he's
fantastic.
so good. He
He's
has a lot of
so
great
good.
moments. One of the ones that struck me the most watching it again is when what's her name is down in the bottom of the well, and she's this is after it puts the lotion on its skin thing.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
pulling the bucket back up, and she starts screaming at him, and he just starts screaming back at her in like a sort of mocking tone. It's like, oh man, this
So
guy's fucking
in the
deranged.
behind the scenes of that, he actually talks about where the idea to do that came from, and he was like, "Oh, I screamed back the way my mother would have if she was
Oh
making
god.
fun of me."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
So like, I
Uh,
mean, like you really couldn't get that much like just
that's
to
perfect. That's
bring that
perfect for
to
the
the
movie.
performance
Yes.
for this movie. I mean, and he really, yeah, his interviews. It's really funny to watch those interviews because you can tell that Anthony Hopkins is a little bit kind of like. I mean, come on, guys. This is like his. There's one answer where they cut in a bit of him going. Well, I mean, it's we made a good movie. Yeah, this isn't brain surgery or anything. None of it's brain surgery, guys. Something like he's
Mhm.
being a little derisive about it, but he's basically just saying like, we all did our best, and the director was pretty solid, and I brought what I had, and this is it. And then you get Ted Levine's responses, and he's just talking about how he devoured the book and thought about it for
Yeah.
days, and brought experiences from his own life and what he would feel, and what he thought the book character in the book would feel. And it's just you really get the sense of how much work everybody put into making these performances as
Oh
strong
yeah.
as they are. And yeah, it's just it's interesting. I think Ted Levine deserves a little bit more credit than he gets generally, but
Yeah.
it's hard when
I
you've got
I
such a
like
great
him.
performance from Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, he kind of he makes everyone else sort of pales in comparison just because he's giving the performance of a lifetime. But everyone is very good in this movie. Chilton, for his part, the actor playing him is playing that part perfectly. I really like the guy playing Jack Crawford. Jack Crawford's a really interesting character. We'll talk more about him,
Play
but
Scott
I,
Glenn.
qu- yeah, Scott Glenn is doing a great job. One of the things I quite like about Jack Crawford's character in this, and I feel like from what I know about John Douglas, this matches pretty perfectly. He's playing people off each other constantly, but like not for malicious ends. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like there's the scene where they go to West Virginia and there's the all the local cops are there and he sort of plays the whole like oh like there's some details with this case that are not a little too dark to discuss in polite company kind of like gestures to Clarice, but he uses that to sort of like cut through the local cops, the sort of dismissive attitude to the FBI coming in, and like he kind of plays up her, like he uses her as a tool essentially, but not in an especially malicious way. There's something interesting there that I feel like is very like clever, but he's willing to lie to people and be a little manipulative himself.
yeah. Well,
Which
it sets him up as a strong, like a strong foil of Hannibal, right? Like there are two
oh
guys
yeah.
on either side of a chessboard, and
Hmm.
they're playing each other and trying to play each other with the pieces around them, and he's trying to do it in a more altruistic way than like he has to adapt some of the serial killer mentality of manipulation, but
Oh yeah.
he does it in a way that he's trying
He's trying
like
to,
he
yeah.
tries to explain it to her later in the car, and then she gives him her gripes about it, and he takes her point, understands.
Yeah. Well, when we're first introduced to him, he said like, "Oh, you were one of my students last year or whatever, and you gave me all sorts of grief about the bureau's history
Civil
on
rights record
its
in
abuse."
the 60s. I gave you an A.
And she said A minus. I'm like, "Oh, it's a great little detail. I like what it says about him that like he's like point taken. He's willing to accept criticism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's a really interesting character, and I like that sort of turn later in the movie when when briefly you're like, oh, Jack Crawford is lying to me from Clarice's point of view. He's like feeding me bad information because he's just trying to play me off Hannibal. So she's kind of caught in the middle and doesn't quite know how to. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like not being on the up and up and knowing everything about it. But he says, well, if I sent you in there with an agenda, he would have sniffed it out right away. It's just so interesting.
Yeah.
There's so much to say about this movie. Paradox in the chat says that Jodie Foster really feels like an actual cop. She's got that Girl Scout earnest character, and she's very easy to like and root for. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You. She's very likable. You definitely want her to win. You get so many little details about her motivation and like with her dad being a police officer who was killed in the line of duty and why she wants to be one as well. And then of course there's the whole story with the lambs on the farm. That's a great scene. There's so much to get into. And to Cristiano in the chat who says the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo remake is so good. I agree. I
Yes.
love that movie. I really like that movie. I will forever be sad that we'll never get the rest of that trilogy. Thanks, David. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Hey, and speaking of never getting the rest of it, thanks for
Don't get
Mindhunter
me
too,
started
you
on
asshole.
Mindhunter.
Thanks for
Yeah,
Mindhunter. Thanks
I
for
liked Mindhunter is so good. I love Mindhunter, and it's funny because Hugh gave me the Mindhunter book as like a birthday or Christmas present or something, and I was like, I'm not going to read it until I know for sure that Mindhunter isn't going to get finished because
I
I
gave it
didn't
to
want
you, I gave it
anything
to you right
spoiled.
after they announced that they were never coming back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll read it, and I'm glad I did. It's a great book. But yeah, they're never going to finish Mindhunter. They're never going to finish the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo
Well,
trilogy,
no,
and
they're
it's a
not going to
shame.
finish they're not going to finish that one. They're just going to give us a bunch of, well, not a bunch. I think it's probably the Elizabeth Salander property is probably dead at this point because Girl in the Spider's Web with Claire Foy was an absolute disaster. So, you know,
Did you see that?
I read it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent with this one, but the Girl with in the Spider's Web was the planned fourth novel in the series that the author himself abandoned because he did not like how it was going. He skipped ahead and started writing the fifth one, died in the middle of that, and then somebody else came along and finished the fifth one, and then went back and finished Girl in the Spider's Web. Girl in the Spider's Web, they essentially turns her into a superhero Lara Croft type. Like a
That's what the
very,
trailer looked like. It looked really cringe.
I think the bad guy in that book, if I'm remembering right, it's called Thanos. That's not like, I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure that's the anagram for the evil hacker group that her
Oh,
father is
cool.
a part of, or
Oh,
something
cool.
like that. It's a little bit of a disappointment that they decided to jump. They were like, oh well, we're not going to follow up Girl with the Dragon Tattoo by making a subpar. We don't have David Fincher, but we got somebody. Let's make, I don't know, Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest, or one of the others. Nah, fuck it. Let's go make the one that even he hated. Sure. Yeah, even the writer couldn't stand. Yeah, let's do that instead. Sure.
More Jacka in the chat says, "Did you hear about the Jack Crawford actor who went to visit the FBI director and got traumatized by the asshole?" Yes, we actually read the quote from the FBI asshole himself
Yes.
earlier in the stream. It's pretty funny. He was just like, "Oh yeah, you think people are inherently good? Check this out. Listen to this." And he like showed him actual like tapes of people being tortured to death. He's insane. He's an insane person. But here's the other thing I quite like about a lot of detective fiction is that there's an acknowledgement that you do kind of have to be a little crazy, or you do have to harden yourself with a sort of cynical sense of humor to even get through a lot of this stuff. I mean, think about all the stuff they have to look at
Yeah.
and watch, man. It's horrific.
Yeah. Oh, and one more thing before we jump too far in. The reception of this movie generally overwhelmingly positive. One notable detractor, you could say, is the famous Betty Friedan of the feminine mystique fame, who Betty Friedan, the famous woman the famous feminist of
I've never
feminism
heard of
fame.
her. Well, yeah, well, I've never heard of her. I don't know who that is, but continue.
She was leading figure in the women's movement with her 1963 book, The Feminine Mystique, which I only know from 10 Things I Hate About You because Heath Ledger uses it to try to get with Julia Childs. Or not Julia, is that her name? I don't remember. Tries to get with the main girl in that movie. But Betty Friedan did not care for this movie. Because she was like, well, it's a well-made movie. It's pretty good. But inherently it's anti-feminist because it's about somebody who chops women up.
Oh, no, she's retarded.
Seeming to completely ignore the fact that it's more about a woman stopping somebody from chopping women up.
Yeah.
Which would be...
That's one of the more brain-dead takes I've ever seen in a while.
Yeah.
It's like...
I was so shocked by that when I read it. I was like, is she actually stupid? Did she watch the fucking movie? Like,
I'm not sure she did. I think there's a certain kind of person who's like, oh, there's a movie that has scenes of blank in it. Oh, well, it's bad because blank is bad. It's like, oh, well, never mind that the whole movie is about how bad it is and how we should stop them from doing it. She shoots the guy who did that and kills him. He's dead. We got him,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen. We
and
got him.
she shoots the guy, and
Yeah,
she stops it. Like, imagine, a movie about a man trying to stop somebody from killing other men being called misogyn or anti-male because it depicts somebody killing men. Just imagine for a
yeah.
second.
Well, it's interesting because some of my favorite movies of all time have like are movies that actually really nail like a sort of not literally strong, but narratively strong female character. Like Ripley is one of my favorite characters of all time, especially in Aliens, where she gets a little more narrative weight. And Clarice in Silence of the Lambs, I love this character. This character's great.
Yeah,
It's just really well written. She's very easy to root for, very easy to like. She's got really strong motivation. She's smart. She puts unlike, for example, the detective in Longlegs, who doesn't really solve anything on her own because the serial killer just wants to be caught, question mark. In this, she puts together a lot of clues for herself, which is very good. Not everything herself. She's, Hannibal definitely is a key to solving this case, but she's very clever in her own right, very resourceful, very brave, and all that sort of stuff. I like it. It's really good. Anyway, I
yep.
think we should just go ahead and jump into the story.
Yeah, let's do it.
So,
Like to begin?
well, I suppose one of us should. So, Clarice Starling, we're introduced to her at the very beginning of the movie. Oh, before we get started, one of the first things you get for the movie is the music because it starts
Ah,
off with just a shot of the trees and everything. Howard Shore does the score for this movie. I had forgotten
me
that.
too.
I'm
Me too.
I'm a big fan of his, not only of course for the Lord of the Rings scores, which are incredible, iconic, some of the best of all time, but he's done so much great work, especially in David Cronenberg movies. He's done the vast majority of his movies. Big fan of Howard Shore. Keep it up, buddy. Doing great work. I love the score in this movie. It's very there's a sort of it's not it doesn't grab your attention too much. It's a lot of strings. It's very orchestral, but it kind of has a sort of almost gothic sound to it. It's very effective. Quite like the score in this movie.
He's also
Very
he's also
good.
done a lot of Scorsese movies. Well, he did Seven.
Oh, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't. That's interesting.
He did The Departed. He did Hugo, The Aviator. I know he
Interesting.
did Gangs of New
Yeah, I like
York
him a
because
lot.
Gangs of New York has a lot of moments that I was like, that sounds almost like it's aping off Lord of the Rings, and then I realized that it was.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Gangs of New York, other than what's his name, Daniel Day Lewis. But yeah, Howard Shore, really talented composer. Really like him. He did a really good score for Crimes of the Future, David Cronenberg's last movie, which I quite enjoyed. Still doing good work, and he does a great job here.
Real quick from Mordaka in the chat, who asks, "Did we hold that the killer wants to get caught against Seven since John Doe turned himself in?" No, it's a much different situation in Seven as it is than it is in Long Legs. In Seven, there is a motivation behind why he turns himself, and what he
That's big.
wants
That's
to
big.
achieve.
Yeah.
In Long Legs, there is no discernible motivation behind his desire to get caught at all. He essentially gives our detective the answers to everything and then kills himself in front of her because
Because Hail
he's
Satan.
crazy and hail Satan. There's not. It's not really. It's nowhere near the same. So yeah, no, we did not hold that. We do not hold that against Seven here. We do.
Oh, he definitely stole that idea, or I shouldn't even say stole, borrowed that idea from Seven, but forgot to borrow everything that made it make sense.
Yeah,
As with all the similarities to The Silence of the Lambs, he borrowed a lot from the movie, but forgot all the things that make it make sense.
exactly. So yeah, we get in.
There's a lot of that going around. So we are introduced to Clarice Starling. She's running around in the woods along the doing the course, running over obstacles and all that sort of stuff. We get the great score. The camera's following her and everything until someone finds her out on the course and said, "Hey, Jack Crawford's looking for you." So she goes in and she's walking through the sort of Quantico building or whatever. We get that great shot of her going into the elevator, and she's way shorter than all the guys there. The movie
That's a
plays
pretty
a lot
iconic
with
shot. Yeah.
yeah, the movie plays a lot into the like she's a woman in a man's world sort of thing because especially the idea of trying to track and hunt serial killers is just not something a lot of women were involved in. Unsurprisingly, you might say. And also because Jodie Foster herself is just tiny. She's a tiny person. She looks especially small compared to people in these sort of scenes. And there's a really interesting sort of dynamic there with how small and vulnerable she is. Um, anyway, so she goes in to meet with Jack Crawford. We have that moment where she's like, "Hey," he's like, "Hey, you were a great student in my class or whatever. You gave me grief over the FBI's record in the civil rights era." I forget exactly how he phrases it, but it's something to that
It's
effect.
basically exactly that. He says, "You grilled me pretty hard about the bureau's track record on civil rights in the '60s. I gave you
Yeah,
an A," and she says, "A minus, sir." And we
and he
get
kind of smiles.
kind
Yeah,
of smile. We get a nice little dynamic between the two of them. You can tell she's confident in herself, but not too confident. Come in and tell her boss, what for or anything like that. She's,
yeah,
she feels like a real person trying to do the job and knowing that she's good. She has the ability to do it. Right? She's
yeah.
confident, but wisely naive. You
Yeah, she's brought in because he has an errand for her. He says that we've been interviewing a lot of serial killers in custodies, trying to form profiles on them so we can help catch other serial killers, which of course is something that they did in real life. That is what all of Mindhunter is about. And so she is tasked with going to interview this fictional serial killer, Hannibal Lecter, who Hannibal the Cannibal. What a great name, by the way. The name to name your cannibal serial killer Hannibal. It's just so fun. Um, so she's going to go interview him. He doesn't like to be interviewed, is not cooperative with other attempts to ask him questions to get him to fill out this questionnaire. And so basically, Jack Crawford's idea is to take a young, competent, but maybe a little bit naive female agent to send her in, thinking that, Hannibal Lecter hasn't seen a woman in years, so he might be more willing to talk to her, which is the first time Jack Crawford is kind of like using her to his advantage in this chess game with Hannibal. And so she mentions that like, does this why the urgency? Like he says something to the effect of like, you're gonna go to Baltimore and you're gonna put a report on my desk by Wednesday. And she's like, why the urgency? But I mean, what's this all about? Is this related to Buffalo Bill, which is an ongoing serial killer case, which we haven't learned too much about yet at this point in the movie? But he says he maintains it has nothing to do with that. That ends up not being true, but we don't
Yeah.
know that yet. So she goes to Baltimore. She meets with Dr. Chilton, who is the head of this mental hospital where Hannibal is being
Held for
incarcerated.
observation. Yeah, incarcerated. It's a study.
You know what? I forgot. I was going to bring this up at some point. We should probably mention the Ed Gein of it all. Do you know much?
Yes.
So, rather famously, Ed Gein was the inspiration for both Norman Bates in Psycho and a little bit of Buffalo Bill in this movie. It was interesting to me to read up about him, and I'll describe him briefly so you can kind of see what they took from him, and you can kind of see how it was split into two with Norman and Buffalo Bill. But Ed Gein was a real life serial killer in the 50s who he robbed graves and used the body parts to fashion like lampshades and bowls and stuff like that out of human remains. He killed at least two people that we know of, but possibly seven more, and he used their skin to make a woman suit. Now, unlike Buffalo Bill, this was more of a Oedipal Norman Bates type thing because he had a weirdly obsessive relationship with his mother. I think there's some quote that said from someone who knew him that said when Ed Gein, when his mother died, said like, "I lost my one true love in the world." So Yikes.
Yeah.
And apparently, he was building a woman's suit so he could build a suit of his mother, so he could literally crawl into her skin. So that's Ed Gein, the real life person who inspired both Norman Bates and Buffalo Bill. Ed Gein was also tried, found guilty of one crime, but simultaneously in a separate trial found not guilty by reason of insanity, and so he was locked up in a mental hospital for a long time, which is part of the inspiration for Hannibal specifically. It's kind of an interesting story to see how all those real life
Yeah, well,
inspirations
another
came
one
together.
was Ted Bundy. I'm sure the author of the book was thinking of that because Ted Bundy used to do this thing where he would put a cast on his arm and wait by the
Yeah,
side of the road
yeah,
and try to trick people into giving him a hand with something to get him into his car, and then he would knock them unconscious. So
yep.
we see
That's what
Buffalo Bill
Buffalo Bill
doing
does.
that.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
Drawing from a lot of real stuff, one of the things that I'm most impressed by in this movie is how real it all feels in terms of their motivations and how they act. They all feel very coherent. The depiction of these, crazed killing individuals. I
Yep.
feel like the movie has a strong grasp of these kind of pathologies, what they
Yeah.
look like, how you can build a profile to help hunt them, all that sort of stuff. It feels very grounded and knowledgeable in the real experiences that a lot of people, detectives, went through.
So my mom actually is listening to the stream right now, and she just texted me that she wanted me to bring up. So she's worked in healthcare her whole life, and her colleague at Clifford T. Perkins Mental Hospital thought this movie was the best depiction of psychotic patients that they'd ever seen, and she worked with them daily. So yeah, it's pretty popular for that reason in the medical
Yeah,
community. Well, um,
it feels so real,
yeah,
the whole thing, and it is, and it's based on like I feel like I watched actually Siskel and Ebert, our icons. They not our literal, not people we look up to necessarily, but our actual PFPs on screen.
and
Siskel and
also
Ebert
that.
both were not actually huge fans of this movie when it came out. Siskel had a really horrific take where he's like, "I feel like I learned nothing about serial killers in this movie." It's like,
What?
oh,
Oh,
what are you talking about?
okay.
Anyway, they were dead wrong in this
Did
one.
you watch it?
Yes. Anyway, getting back to the story. So they go to a criminal hospital for the insane in Baltimore. She meets with Chilton, who is the head of this hospital, who Hannibal considers his nemesis.
Or he
And
says that Hannibal considers him his nemesis. As,
yes,
we get a nice glimpse into his own egotistical regime that he's running at this place.
oh yeah, he's very prideful, egotistical little man. Um, One of the first things he does essentially is look directly into the camera and hit on Jodie Foster.
Yep.
We've had a lot of agents come through here, none as attractive as you. And she's like, Okay.
Okay. Are you in
All right.
Baltimore long? Because this town can be quite fun if you have the right guide.
Yeah, he's being that guy. And she's like, no, thanks. I got to get back soon. And then he quickly kind of gets cold on her. And so he's like, all right, well, here are the rules. And just rattles them all off. But she's doing a good job keeping up. She's like, yep, I follow. He's like, don't approach the glass. Don't touch the glass. Don't give him no pencils, no whatever. Like, don't give him any sharp objects. All the rules. And as they're walking through the hospital, we're going through all these gates, all these security measures. And it's really upping the sort of like, oh, God, what am I getting myself into? I love that it's a descent down basically into the underworld. There's a lot of that in this movie.
Yeah.
For a movie as grounded as it is, unlike Longlegs, which is very abstract and artsy and symbolic and by design, but has nothing to say. This is a very grounded movie that I feel like actually is quite thematically coherent, symbolically rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because it's simple stuff, but it's very effective. Like when she goes to meet Hannibal, she's got to go through all these interlocking gates, and it's a descent, and it's going down, down. And as she's walking, right before Chilton leaves to go back to his office, there's this like glowing red light on them. Like it's a descent down into hell essentially.
Yeah.
And that is true even more so when she goes into Buffalo
Bill's house.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's a labyrinth.
Yeah, It's all there, man. It's good. And so anyway, she's following Chilton. He's giving her all the rules, and then right when she gets there, she's like, "Hey, since you're his nemesis and all, I thought maybe I could do this on my own." And he's like, "Well, maybe you should have told me that before I walked you all the way down here." And she has this great line where she's like, "Oh," and she kind of struggles to get it out, but she's like, "Well, then I wouldn't have had the pleasure of your company." And like he gives her this little like like face, like
Mm,
knows she's being facetious. Oh, that's such a good moment. That's such a great moment for a character where she plays it perfectly, you
yeah.
know?
There's a couple of moments in this movie where we really get to see her sort of take control of the situation, and manage it in a particular way that just really. The other one that I'm thinking of is in the funeral parlor, and when they start doing the autopsy, and there's too many people around, and nobody will just like Jack is having trouble getting people or hearing people on the phone, and nobody will just say like, "Hey, can you all just like quiet down?" And she goes, "All right." The thing, like she plays off of the small town sort of like loyalty to the girl who they found. She's like, "I'm sure her family would all thank you if they could, but why don't you just go on now and let us take care of her?" And then they
Go
all
on
kind
now.
of go
Yeah.
on now. She really does a
Well,
great job of subtly taking that.
yeah, and that's the first time that she's spoken up in front of these local cops, and it's kind of an interesting moment when she has the same local West Virginia accent that they do. I think it was a really strong narrative choice for where they go to be where she's from, at least in terms of the general region. That was a really strong choice because then she can have this moment where they're like, "Oh, okay, you're one of us," and so they're a bit more willing to listen to her. It's a strong choice. I like it.
Yeah.
And so, she has this great moment with Chilton where she's like, "Well, then I wouldn't have had the pleasure of your company," like, smiling through her teeth. And then he leaves, and then we were introduced briefly to Barney, who I quite like, even though he has such a short screen time. Barney, played by the police commissioner from The Wire, whose name I can't remember, but he's quite good. Barney's like, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll be watching the whole time." And it's like, "Oh, Barney, he's a nice guy. We like Barney." Fun fact, at the end of the movie, when Hannibal gives her a call, in the book, he writes letters to people. He writes a letter to her, he writes a letter to Chilton, and he writes a letter to Barney. And in the book, apparently, I haven't read the book yet. I'd like to at some point, but the letter he writes to Barney like thanks him for being courteous and kind to him in custody. I'm like, oh, that's nice.
What a charming guy.
What a nice guy this
Well,
Hannibal is.
that's one of the things that we're gonna kind of figure out right here as she walks through. Where we've got all the the crazies for lack of myself thinking of a better word, in the cages, right, where
Yes.
they're sitting in these dark, gloomy little cages, with bars, and then we've got the one
Very
who's
cave-like because it's
yeah.
all made of stone too.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
then we've got multiple Migs in the cell who climbs up on the bars like a monkey and says he says, "I can smell your cunt" to her.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then as the camera comes around, to see Lecter, he's standing there perfectly still. It's a plastic cage in this
Glass
glass,
maybe, but yeah.
and it's brightly lit, very brightly lit, and he's perfectly. He just says "Good morning" in a very like old timey gentleman sort of
Yes.
way, and
The way he stands too, his posture. Actually, if you can go back and show it because we have it in the
we do,
background, the
yeah.
way he stands as the camera dollies past him and that he like follows it with his eyes, but he's just so like proper, and the way he stands with his hands perfectly at his sides, it's kind of unnerving and
I mean,
elegant at the same
talking
time
about the
with his
descent
whole
into hell,
character.
it's like we've just like this is exactly sort of like remember when we were talking about the screwed up symbology of Satan in
Yes.
Long Legs. This is the sort of satanic symbology that is coherent to what the
Yeah.
actual
And it's not a
representation of Satan is.
supernatural movie at all, but
Yeah.
like it's still so symbolically more coherent than Longlegs. Defrosted Robot in the chat said Hannibal would tell Barney not to come to school tomorrow. It's true. He would. He'd give Barney a heads up. He says, "Hey, you're cool. Don't come to school tomorrow." Good stuff. Anyway, you can go back to the other background. So yes, like you said, he walks past. It's all dark, and people in the cages like animals, essentially acting like monkeys and all that sort of stuff. And then we come to him, and he's a vision of uncanny elegance and civility. It's great. It's a great
Yeah,
choice, and I love the glass with like the little air holes in it. That's fun. It's just a fun little
yeah.
detail.
The,
The
the
art
set
department in this
designer, yeah, the
movie.
art department
Yeah.
talking about. Have you seen them talking about why they or where that came from and why they
No,
put
go
the?
for it.
So they originally were just gonna have it be one big pane of glass in
Okay.
front of him, but the microphones were having a difficult time picking up the sound, so they put the holes in it, and so he decided to sort of use them a bit in you know like in the scenes the like kind of get closer to them and kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Oh, well, there's a moment where he asks her, we'll get to it in a second, but like he sniffs the air and he kind of goes up to like be closer to the air holes when he sniffs the air.
Yeah,
He uses it quite well. He does a really good job for being locked up in this small room of like using the space effectively as an actor. Now, I wanted to run through some of the dialogue itself because this is just some of the best dialogue in any movie ever, as far as I'm
yeah,
concerned.
me too. Yeah,
And I want to
definitely.
get it right. So let's see. Clarice Starling, nice to meet you, Clarice. Can you hang your coat? You can hang your coat up there if you like.
Oh, that's
Oh no,
Barney. Yeah,
that's
right.
before. That's for yes. Good morning, Dr. Lecter. My name is Clarice Starling. May I speak with you? He says, "You're one of Jack Crawford's, aren't you?" And he says, "May I see your credentials?" And then she holds them out and he's like, "Closer, closer,
Oh,
please."
sir.
Because everything that she's been told before she gets here is like, don't let him inside your head. Don't tell him any personal details about yourself. Don't give him any of that. Don't let your guard down for once. Always remember what he is. Don't get too close to the glass, right? And these are all things that she'll ultimately have to break in order to win his trust, which is another really strong choice.
Yeah,
Um, because one of the big breakthroughs she gets from him comes from opening up to him and like being willing to be vulnerable in front of this monster essentially is it's so good. It's such I love this movie so much. A lot of great stuff like that. So he says, that expires in 1 week. You're not real FBI, are you? And she says, I'm still in training at the
I love
academy.
the little wink that he throws at her when he says that line too. He goes, "That
Yes.
expires in 1 week. Not real FBI." Like
The
he's
way he's
playing with
yeah.
her, which
The
is
way he speaks is really interesting too, because obviously Anthony Hopkins is British or Welsh to be specific, but the way he speaks is very strange. It's as close to British as you can get while still being American is the way I would describe it. It's very much elegant. He has a sort of like a classy, like very deliberately almost
like
like
an
European air.
aristocratic.
Yeah,
It's like a
exactly.
southern aristocratic sort of
A little
mannerism
bit.
that he has.
Yes.
A
Um,
sense of propriety as well, which is and I think that's an interesting thing to have it set in Baltimore as well. I'm sure the original writer, was thinking that Baltimore has that history of being sort like at one time.
at one point,
At
yeah.
one time, it was sort of a southern aristocratic sort of town, and so that is something that I think it's just because he was a psychiatrist in Baltimore, which is also setting him up as one of the better psychiatrists since, especially at this time, Hopkins was one of those in mental health, psychoanalysis. So that's an interesting little tidbit to add to it. I think. So it all helps to set the stage very well.
Yes. It's a fun little moment where he says, I'm still in training at the academy. He says, Jack Crawford sent a trainee to me. And he says, yes, I'm a student. I'm here to learn from you. Maybe you can decide whether or not I'm qualified enough to do that. He says, that is rather slippery of you, Agent Starling. So good. I quite like their dynamic is the best part of the movie. All the scenes they have together are really the strongest stuff, even though it's pretty solid all the way through. I like all the things she does to earn his respect and to be like to get him to engage in conversation, like by saying little clever, sassy things like that. He's impressed by that, because he's rather sassy in his own right.
Yeah.
um,
Oh,
and
he's
he says,
very sassy in this
"Yeah,
movie.
oh, it's great." I'm skipping ahead, but the part where he's being held in that, I guess, some weird like auditorium place, that cage he's being held in, and she's there, and he's trying to get her to solve this case, like to understand his motivation. It's like, what need does he have? Why is he doing this? What, he says something about Marcus Aurelius, and like, what is he at his core? Like, he is what he does. What does he do? And she's like, kill women. He goes, no. He's so sassy about it. Like, wrong. Reminds me of Trump leaning into the microphone going, wrong. Um,
Yeah. Very much.
so he says, now then, tell me, what did Miggs say to you? And he says, multiple Miggs in the next cell. He hissed at you. What did he say? And she makes the interesting choice to tell him. He said, I can smell your cunt. And he goes, I see. I myself cannot. Just there's the humor in this movie, which is, it's such a dark movie, but like that's really funny.
Yeah.
That's such a good line. Like, who says that? He says, and he sniffs the air very creepily, I would say, like a snake, and he says, you use Evian skin cream, and sometimes you wear, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's a French cologne. He says, but not today, which is really good. And I
Yeah.
love what that says, and I love what you can tell he's putting together from that. That he's like, you decided that I can smell it on your coat, but you're not wearing it today because you thought that would be inappropriate for this, or you didn't want to attract that kind of attention to yourself. And what does that say about you and why you're here? Because the whole movie is just these, like, essentially these three characters psychoanalyzing each other, like Clarice, Buffalo Bill, and Hannibal. And it's just so rich, like all the details they get out of that. He covets, yes, Dave
Yeah.
L says in the chat. Yes, every line delivery he has is so infinitely quotable. I love the way he talks in this movie.
How do we begin to covet?
Yes.
I like how he
In
takes
Silence of the
and he,
Lambs,
even from the
the
beginning,
book.
taking a
Go ahead.
very he's taking a very instructional like stance with her, right from the beginning, as she requests, which is interesting. There's like a master teacher game going on between the two of them that I really like. I really enjoy it.
Uh, Cecil Lawrenson, it says, please fix your overactive noise gate.
Yeah,
Would that be
I that would probably be me. I did an adjustment on the fly. We'll see how that works.
all
So
right? Let us know. Yeah, if we're having any problems like that, please let us know because I can't hear it, but you can. Um, Wing Flanagan says, in Silence of the Lambs, the book that is, Lecter states clearly that the reason no one can figure him out is that scientific minds just can't accept that he's evil. That's an interesting choice. One of the things they do mention when she's talking to not Clinton, Chilton, that's his name, is that he's too sophisticated for our tests. And the implication there is that he outsmarts them. He knows what they're looking for and kind of gives them answers that confuse their results on purpose. Because he's a psychologist himself, or psychiatrist himself. That's an interesting detail from the book, that like no one's willing to admit that he's just evil. That's interesting too, because in this movie, at least, we never really get the whole backstory of how he became the way he is. But one thing is made pretty clear is that there's a major difference in kind between Hannibal and Buffalo Bill in many different respects. One of them being that Buffalo Bill is what we'd call a product killer, not a process killer. He's interested in, doing what he wants with them after they're dead. And so getting them dead is a means to the end of what he does afterwards. Whereas Hannibal really seems to enjoy the art of killing people.
yeah,
He's more of a process killer. And it's also interesting, one of the things they mentioned by implication, especially from that line you referenced from the book and the line in the movie where he describes Buffalo Bill as someone who is made to be the way he is. There's kind of a difference between the nature and nurture side of things here. The strong implication, at least from Hannibal's point of view, is that he was just kind of born evil.
that is
I mean,
that is there.
they call him a psychopath or a sociopath? I always confuse them. I get
They
them
call
all
him a
mixed up.
psychopath.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems to just he does it for the love of the game, is what you could say. Sounds better already. Good. Glad to hear it. Hannibal said, "Nothing happened to me. I happened." Until Hannibal Rising said, "No, it was Nazis." Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, yeah, that's certainly. You know what's really interesting? One of the best, I think, explorations of the whole nature nurture thing comes from In Cold Blood, which is my favorite book of all time. There are two main killers in Cold Blood who murder a family of what, five or six in Kansas in the 1950s. And basically, what you realize from looking into the two people who did it is that one of them was more nature and one of them was more nurture. It's really interesting that the answer is kind of yes and. It's both. It can be both. Um, One of them, I can't remember, I get their names confused, but one of them had a really rough childhood, and there's something of, how the dark path he went on stemming from that. Whereas the other guy didn't at all, had perfectly nice parents, and he almost seemed to be the more evil of the two. It's really interesting. It's a really good book if you want to ponder that question in particular about whether uh, evil is made or whether people are born that way. Very interesting book. Highly recommend it. Where were we? Oh yeah, we're in that initial meeting.
She just got into talking to Hannibal.
Yes, and I like the choice to admit what Miggs said to her. Let's see.
But
Did you do all the?
he points out as well that that he likes how she is honest about what Miggs says, right? And that like that's part of the reason why he agrees to talk to her in the first place is because of that, right? And that's when she sort of like ham-fistedly tries to get him to take the test, right? Like
Sorry, you cut out for me. I don't know if you cut out for the chat. Can you say that one more time?
she's sort of like ham-fistedly he himself says something about how he's impressed by her being honest about what Mig said, right? Like,
Oh yeah, we're getting to that right now. I love that moment.
yeah.
So she says, "Did you do all those drawings, Doctor?" And he's like, "Yes, that's the Duomo scene from the Belvedere. Do you know Florence?" And she says, "All that detail from just from memory, sir. The memory, Agent Starling, is what I have instead of a view." And she says, "Well, perhaps you'd care to lend us your view on this questionnaire, sir." And he goes, "Oh, no, 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 no. You were doing fine. You had
It's
been
so
courteous
playful
and
and I love it.
yes,
Yeah.
oh, I love it. He says you had been courteous and receptive to courtesy. You had established trust with the embarrassing truth about Miggs, and now this ham-handed segue into your questionnaire. It won't do. It's so good. It's so good. And a lot of these lines are directed straight down the barrel of the lens, so they have that extra creep factor. But he's very playful. He's very he was like, "No, we were having a nice time. We were having a nice, polite conversation. You ruined it."
Yeah. And when one of the reasons why they in the behind the scenes of this is why they chose to do the, the right down the barrel of the lens close-up shots of this is because of how off-putting it is to watch him do this and to like listen to it as if he's addressing it to you as the
Yeah.
audience member. It's very unsettling.
Oh yeah.
And just like yeah,
But another thing it really does in terms of like it grounds you in her perspective. So like you are her, and you have to really feel more viscerally than you do in other movies that don't use this technique. That like what it's like to stare directly into the eyes of Hannibal Lecter.
yeah.
And one of the things that's really I think strong about the movie is that they do that with everyone, not just the evil characters. When she's talking to Jack Crawford, when she's talking to Chilton, when she's talking to her roommate at the FBI academy, they're all looking straight down the barrel of the lens, and so it's consistent as well as a stylistic device. Let's see. I think Hannibal is fascinated in Clarice because he sees himself in her, but he's curious as to why she's so fundamentally different than him. I think that's definitely part of it. When I was watching it last night, there's a part towards the end when when she has the big speech about the lambs, right? And he finally gets this epiphany breakthrough about her core motivation and like a very poignant experience from her childhood that has made her the way she is. And as soon as she gets through that story, Anthony Hopkins kind of looks away from staring right down the barrel of the lens, and you can see tears in his eyes. And it's really interesting because I don't really believe that he was actually emotionally moved by the story so much as like the what would you say, like the sort of the release he feels at finally getting to the core of someone, like from a psychological perspective, just like really it was really powerful for him. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like it's a huge high for him to understand someone like that, to like finally get to the bottom of it. He's almost got tears in his eyes. He's so like, ah, yes, that was beautiful. Thank you. He thanks her too. Like he gets off on it in a weird way.
yeah. Well, I
It's
mean,
really
he's a
interesting.
he's a psychopath who's a psychiatrist, and he enjoys poking around under people's under people's hoods, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So like when we see this happen, as he gets to the core of her character, he's like he's it's been 8 years he's been in this cell, right?
Hmm.
And the story, like just being able to sort of to have a conversation like that and to understand, a person like that. You would assume that since he is since he is a psychopath and he has this inhuman aspect to him that
Yeah.
that drove him in some way to becoming a psychiatrist, right? Like the fact that
Yeah.
he's trying to understand how they work, how these things
You know,
that
he relates to people's minds the way surgeons relate to bodies, kind of. You know what I mean? He's very like
yeah.
old and dispassionate about it. Yeah.
It could be too, as Dave is mentioning, that he's moved by her willingness to share the story. Yeah, that could be
Yeah.
something like that.
Though he's not a very emotional person, so like when he had tears in his eyes, I didn't take it myself. I mean, you could take it that way. It didn't occur to me that he was actually emotionally moved by the story or her willingness to be honest, so much as like, ah, yes, that's it. Like we finally got to the bottom of who you are. I feel like he had like that sort of deep connection. He like finally got to the root of who she is and who he's been someone he's been trying to figure out this whole time, and he finally got there, and he's like, ah, yes, beautiful. Because he's an artist too, is another thing that the movie makes quite clear. With the drawings he does, which are quite good. Um, it's clear that he's a foodie as well. There's the funny scene where he ends up killing the prison guards in Tennessee. He's listening to classical music. I believe it's Goldberg
Yeah,
variations.
it is. It's the
And
Gold
there's a,
variations.
there's a there's a copy of Bon Appetit on the table in front of it. It's funny. He's very interested in art and aesthetics and beauty and that sort of thing, as which is another thing that makes him really interesting because I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected a psychopath capable of that sort of thing. You
Yes.
know, it's really interesting. Stanley Kubrick has a funny joke about Alex in A Clockwork Orange, where he would say to people, "Like, well, it can't be all that bad. He likes Beethoven." Um, Yes. So, right from the very beginning, he's being very playful in the conversation with her. He says, "You were doing fine," and all that sort of stuff. He says, "Well, Jack Crawford must be very busy indeed if he's recruiting help from the student body. Busy hunting that new one, Buffalo Bill. What a naughty boy he is." I just love. They give him so many really funny lines that shouldn't be funny, but the way he says them. And he asks her, "Do you know why he's called Buffalo Bill? Please tell me. The newspapers won't say." I thought this was an interesting detail. It says, "It started as a bad joke in Kansas City homicide. They said this one likes to skin his humps." And then they get into why he removes their skins. He says, "Thrill me with your acumen." He says that excites him. Most serial killers keep some sort of trophies from their victims. And he goes, "I didn't." And she says, "No, no, you ate yours." And then it cuts to Hannibal, and he blinks this like, yes, like he's remembering it and savoring it in his mind. Every detail, every choice he makes in his performance is incredible. A moment or two later, he's going to look over the questionnaire, and he kind of stops to look at her and give her a little like wink
Yeah, and
as
he
he
licks
lifts
his
his
finger
thumb
and like
and
yeah.
goes through the pages. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good, his performance. Um, let's and I want to I definitely want to remember this in mind in terms of like trying to understand who Buffalo Bill is so they can catch him, because that's the main thing with the mystery. This is obviously before DNA evidence, and all fingerprint evidence and fiber and anything else they could have recovered tends to get washed away when he dumps the bodies in the river. So the main way they catch him is from a psychological profile, which is one of the things I really like about this movie. Um, Continuing, he says, You send that through now, so he gets the questionnaire. He kind of gives her that look. He says, "Do you know what you look like with your good bag and your cheap shoes?" Like he turns on a dime when he looks through the questionnaire. He's and then he just starts insulting her. He says, "You look like a rube, a well-scrubbed, hustling rube with a little taste. Good nutrition's given you length of bone, but you're not more than one generation from poor white trash, are you? And that accent you've tried so desperately to shed, pure West Virginia. What is your father, dear? Is he a coal miner? Does he stink of the lamp? How quickly the boys found you, all those tedious, sticky fumblings in the back seats of cars, while you could only dream of getting out, getting anywhere, getting all the way to the FBI." And I love her response because she's trying to stay tough, but she's strong enough not to deny that there's some truth in that and says, "You see a lot, doctor." Like that's really strong choice because she could have denied it. She could have tried to pretend like he got none of that right. You know what I mean? But she kind of chose honesty there, which is a really strong choice.
Yeah.
Really good. Her performance.
This
Incredible.
line, always like it's a really her line here is that you see a lot, doctor, but are you strong enough to point that high powered perception at yourself? Maybe
Yeah.
you're afraid to.
And then he doesn't like that, and so he chooses to respond with a census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. And of course he does the
Yeah.
which is really interesting because she kind of gets him there a little bit. Like, oh, you're so smart, you see a lot. It's like, why don't you turn that analytical gaze on yourself? What do you see? Maybe you're afraid to do it. And then he goes straight for trying to scare her, which is you can tell that he's a little vulnerable
Yeah, a little
there.
rattled there.
A little bit. He's like, and he goes in that direction, which is great. It's you fly back to school now, little starling. Fly, fly, fly. That's another really funny line. And then speaking of the Miggs thing, she's walking away, right? And obviously Miggs is jerking off, and then he throws his jizz at her, which is fucking disgusting. But do you remember what he says when he does it? It's fucking wild.
Oh,
He says,
he says like
He says, "I bit my wrist so I can die. Look at the blood." And then he throws it. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, we
yeah,
don't really get much on Migs, but holy shit, there's a lot to unpack there. If anyone were interested, got like that must be straight from the book, that line, because like I that's the kind of line. It's like who comes up with that? Like
yeah.
who writes that down? It's so good. And then they're like, "Megs, you stupid fuck." Then everything gets all chaotic. People are screaming and yelling, and she's like, "Oh God." And he says, "Agent Starling, come back. I would not have had that happen to you. Discourtesy is unspeakably ugly." And she says, "Then do this test." He says, "No, but I'll give you a chance for what you love most, advancement. Listen carefully. Look deep within yourself, Clarice Starling. Go seek out Miss Moffat, an old patient of mine, Moffet." And then he says, "I don't think Miggs could manage again so soon, even though he is crazy."
Which is a really funny line. I
It
don't
is.
think Miggs can manage again so soon, even though he is crazy. Go now! It's like
Yes.
the delivery that he's doing. He's chewing every line and
Oh yeah.
really, really feeling it with the drama. And also, she gets really close up to the glass in this scene, which is like right there. She gets really close up to the
Yes, because
glass.
everything she's told not to do, she has to do, which
Yeah,
is great. Um, Mordaka says, "Pretty sure Hopkins improvised the weird lips thing, and the director assured him it wouldn't be in the movie because he thought it was over the top."
he did. He did. He
Wait,
improvised
so
it, and he was like, "I thought they would." He's like, "I thought they wouldn't use it. I thought they would just cut that part out." Right. I also like how he pronounces Chianti. You know, a nice
yeah,
Chianti, which
yeah,
is I can't tell if that's like him mocking her West Virginia roots. I'm not really sure exactly,
I'm not sure
but
either.
it's a strange pronunciation, but it is really it's
I'm
iconic.
sure
I mean,
glad they kept the lips thing in there because the whole point of him turning to what he did to the census taker is to try and intimidate her and gross her out and like
yeah,
remind her like, "Hey, I'm a monster. Like, don't forget that. Like, you're playing with me. You're playing with fire," kind of thing. And so that he's trying to gross her out a little bit there and make make animalistic snake-like noises at her is a big part of it. And I'm very glad they kept that in. There's a couple things in this movie which is otherwise quite grounded, where it has the perfect amount of going. potentially over the top. That's one moment that I really like. Um, Another one is the whole like mask thing where he cuts off that guy's face and wears it as a mask. Right before he gets the guy in the ambulance, he removes the mask and basically goes, "Ah!" It's so good. It's so funny, and it's just the right amount of. I don't want to use the word camp because that's not quite right, but it is dramatic
Yeah,
in a fun
melodramatic.
way. It's fun.
Everyone on in the behind the scenes stuff describes the movie as a melodrama. So yeah, like I think that having those moments where it
There's
get it,
there's fun. There's a
yeah,
little bit of yeah. There's fun to be had in the performance, especially when he takes off the face mask, you could call it. So that's just a great scene, and there's actually a pretty solid, if I remember correctly, every frame a painting video from back in the day, breaking down what shots the director uses when for that scene to establish the changing power dynamics over the course of the conversation. I remember it being a really strong video, and he shows exactly like when he chooses to use over the shoulders, when he chooses to use the POV close-ups, and all that sort of fun stuff. Really, really strong work in that scene. It's iconic for a reason. Oft imitated, but rarely replicated, I would say, as much of this movie is. Great scene.
yeah.
Um, so then there's a sort of montage of her back in FBI training. She's looking at
Well,
microfilm.
she gets to the car outside of the hospital and breaks
Right.
down and cries, and then it cuts to her, unloading a clip at a target, and
Oh, that is such a strong editing
it's a
choice.
brilliant. That's the like, yeah. It's one of the first one of the first parts where you're really gonna get like how solid the editing is in this movie. Is like we see exactly how she deals with the issue with her problems, how she deals with stress, and what she's gonna do to bounce back. Like we know exactly what like where she goes, and
Yeah.
it's great. It's a really strong choice.
Yeah, we like you said, we show her being vulnerable because like that was a harrowing experience, and I think in a lesser movie, especially one made these days, would try to make her like tough through the whole thing and like never really show the vulnerability and the toll it's taking on her. But this movie really does. It was mentioned earlier in the chat that like when she's wandering around Buffalo Bill's labyrinthine basement hellhole, the gun in her hand is shaking like crazy. You know what I
Yes.
mean? And like this choice to have her crying in a moment of privacy when she finally leaves the asylum, and then hard cut to like her trying to get it together. Essentially, it's a brilliant move. So we see her doing target practice with the gun. We see her practicing rounding corners and all that sort of stuff, and she fails. And I love the way the instructor talks to her. Um, it says she's like FBI, hands up, don't move. It says turn around, hands behind your back, and then the guy comes up from off screen. He's like, "You're dead, Starling."
Yeah.
Johnson, good entry, good command. Starling, what's your danger area? She's like the corner. He's like, did you check? No, that's why you're dead.
And it's really like it's very dry and really funny. It's like that's why you're
Yes,
dead.
it's good, but then it pays off because then she has to do that on her own without any help or
Yeah,
backup later, and she does a good job. Good, it's great stuff. You keep describing the movie. I'll be right back.
absolutely. So yeah, so she does that, and that's when we get our discussion with Jack Crawford. He's asking her, how about Lecter, and can't remember if he calls to say Miggs is dead at this point, but he might. But either way, like what happens at this point is she kind of we get to see her doing some detective work and like figuring some shit out on her own. Where she goes, well, I thought that look deep inside yourself line was a little too hokey for Lecter. So I did some digging, and it turns out there's a yourself storage facility just outside of Baltimore. And she goes and finds at yourself storage facility a trailer rented to Miss Moffat, to a Miss Esther Moffat. So yeah, like there's just we get to see her vulnerable and then her bouncing back and then taking the information and actually being a detective and figuring something out on her own and heading to it's a very welcome refreshing thing after coming out of Longlegs, in particular. But she gets to she gets to do some actual detective work and figure shit out on her own, and like piece together clues that she's given, and like she has to like they're puzzles because yourself, she had to realize that it's a little too hokey and a little too corny for him to have said. So she has to go and like, oh, I wonder what yourself has to do with Baltimore in general. And then she finds the storage facility rented to Esther Moffat. And I mean, when we get to what Esther
Look
Moffat is
deep
later,
within yourself.
yes, and when
Yeah.
we get to what Esther Moffat stands for later, which is really, really funny,
Will you remind me? Because I've forgotten now.
it's an anagram for Miss the Rest of Me, basically. Miss
Oh,
Esther
yeah.
Moffat is Miss the Rest of Me. And she goes and finds the head of a victim in
Yeah.
the storage facility. Yeah, but I really like the storage facility scene. Also, I really like this part because like this guy who's almost like a he's like the Transylvanian carriage guy from Dracula, right? Like he's
Sure.
dressed in this like top hat with a fur like shawl around his arms, and they're trying to open the door to the storage facility and it's stuck. And he's like, why don't we come back in the morning? I can get my son to help you. I think Discord might have cut out for me on that one, but he says, "Why can't you just come back in the morning? I'll get my son to help you." And she's like, "No, no, 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 no! I got to do this right now." So she goes and gets her tire jack. She goes into the facility, but right before she does, she stops him, and she kind of goes like, "Oh, so if the door should fall down or anything else, here's the number to the field office." She's just got like this wry sense of humor, but this attitude of like she's just gonna get it done. She's
Yeah.
gonna do what she needs to do, and immediately following up from that traumatizing scene, it's like gives you strong character work,
Yeah.
shows how talented and smart of a detective she is. It's pretty good.
Yes, I agree. You probably mentioned it, but I love the detail that she says. Like she's thinking back on their conversation after realizing Moffat was a dead end in terms of his former patients. Is thinking about the look deep look deep inside yourself, Clarice Starling. He's like, why would he say that? It doesn't sound like him. Something about that felt off,
Yeah.
and then putting that together is really interesting. And then she's at your self storage somewhere outside of Baltimore, finds all sorts of weird, crazy shit. The art department must have had a blast
Oh
putting
yeah.
together some of these sets. The storage unit set's got all sorts of weird, wacky stuff in it. Eventually finds a weird carriage inside of it, a
Yeah, it's
car.
like a car draped in an American flag.
Yeah, it's very unusual. And then inside, oh my gosh, there's a decapitated head. That sure is creepy. What's that about?
Well, it turns out this was a former patient of Dr. Lecter. He didn't.
Yes.
Yeah. This
So
is
this is
this is when she
I
comes
feel-
back to him, right? She comes back
Yeah,
and
she
she's
comes back to him, and this is one of the few scenes that I found a couple of the choices distracting. Um, okay, she comes back to see him. There's a TV on, but like he's in the total darkness. The movie tries to play with this sort of like, ooh, where is he in the room? We don't really know. But then at one point, he shoves the metal box that they use to exchange things back and forth. He shoves that forward, but then after that, we're still playing with the like, we don't know where he is thing. It's like, well, he was right there clearly because he just
yeah. He
like,
just there's not
so
there's not very many places for him to be. Yes.
yeah, and it was very. I don't know why I don't know why he did that. That seemed kind of unnecessary. And it was just it took me out of it slightly, but it's a
Yeah.
small thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
oh
and
my
so
god,
Miggs is dead at this point because so like the call that she gets from Crawford is to earlier is to explain that Miggs is dead and that Lecter has talked him into swallowing his own tongue and killing himself,
yeah,
which is
which
fucking crazy.
yeah. I think the logic is that Miggs is insane enough that Lecter could whisper things in his ear into getting him to kill himself, which is also crazy in its own right. Speaking of set dressing, I always forgot about the swastika quilt on Buffalo Bill's bed when he pulls the gun from. Yeah, it goes by in a flash but did you notice it?
No, I
When he
noticed
goes
the
to,
there's a poster with swastikas on it in his little labyrinth.
yeah,
Um,
there's a couple little details like that. You're like, what's that about? But it doesn't really amount to a whole much. It's just it's kind of weird details to flesh out. One of my favorite examples of this, obviously it's more consequential, but when Clarice is wandering through the labyrinth of his basement right before the lights go out, she goes into the bathroom and there's some sort of decaying corpse of God only knows what sort of awful mess in the bathtub, and then the
yeah,
lights go out immediately. And it's like that's all we get of that. Who knows what that is or who that's supposed to be exactly? One assumes it was Mrs. Tippett or whatever her name is, but it could be fucking anyone at this point.
yeah,
It's just like, oh God, what is that? And then boom, the lights go out. It's just, it's so good. The set design and the set dressing, all makes the world feel larger, uh, rather than smaller. Like there's details you could explore if there was more time that would fill it out even more. Especially in Hannibal's storage unit, there's a lot of weird stuff in there. But yeah, so she finds the head. She goes back to Hannibal to talk to him about it. And let's see, what do they say? Miss the rest of me, meaning you rented that garage. He says, your bleeding has stopped. And she says, how did you? It's nothing. It's just a scratch. Dr. Lecter, whose head is in that bottle? He says, why don't you ask me about Buffalo Bill? Do you know something about him? I might if I saw the case file. You could get that for me. Why don't we talk about Miss Moffat? And so, like, he's very much interested in learning about Buffalo Bill, and she's not really sure why, because at this point in the story, she thinks she's being asked to talk to Hannibal for completely different reasons. She has no idea about the potential connection with Buffalo Bill. It says his real name is Benjamin Raspel or Raspel. I can't remember how he pronounces it. A former patient of mine whose romantic attachments ran to, shall we say, the exotic. I did not kill him, merely tucked him away very much as I found him after he'd missed 3 appointments. She says, if you didn't kill him, then who did, sir? He says, who can say? Best thing for him, really. His
his
therapy was
therapy was
going
going
nowhere.
nowhere. What a funny fucking line.
Yes, he gets a lot of them. He says his dress, makeup, he says Respiel was a transvestite. He says, in life, oh no. Garden variety manic depressive. Tedious, very tedious. I now just think of him as a kind of experiment, a fledgling killer's first effort at transformation. How did you feel when you saw him, Clarice? And she says, scared at first, then exhilarated. Says, Jack Crawford is helping your career. Apparently he likes you and you like him. Says, well, I never thought about it. But do you think Jack Crawford wants you sexually? True, he is much older, but do you think he visualizes scenarios, exchanges, fucking you? God, he's having a lot of fun pushing her buttons and all this sort of stuff. And the way he swings wildly from conversation topics is one that like
Yeah.
keeps coming up in every scene. He'll take a hard right turn into a different topic only to come swinging right back. It's especially in the final conversation she has with him in the not the phone call conversation, but the final in-person conversation. They keep trading back and forth where one has the upper hand and gets to ask questions, and then the other shuts it down and starts asking questions. They keep trading it back and forth. It's like really fun
Yeah.
game
Quid
of
pro quo.
conversational ping pong. Quid pro quo. That's right. Let's see. What does he say? He says that doesn't interest me, and frankly, it's the sort of thing Miggs would say. Just such a good line for her. Like I love her character because she's smart, right? Like she knows exactly that. Like, oh come on, Hannibal, that's beneath you. That will work on him because
Yeah.
he considers himself high class in many respects. Such a
Yep.
strong choice.
It's really good.
Yeah, and she says, well, he says, not anymore. And then the lights come on. He says, thank you, Barney. And I'm still not quite sure why the lights were off for so long.
I think because in the next, doesn't he say right there is like this is it? Oh no, because his pictures have been taken away, but like I assumed that the lights being off was a part of it. That Dr. Chilton is doing it as a form of like tedious. What did he call it? Petty tortures.
Yeah.
Like he's keeping him in the dark. He took his drawings away, and then he's got that gospel program on the TV that they're going to turn the
Right.
volume up. Um, that's just what I assumed, and that Barney is just a good guy who was like, I think I'm going to turn the lights on. This seems kind of,
Yeah.
you know,
Thank you, Barney. To Wing Flanagan in the chat talking about something completely different, but I totally agree. Tom Waits is really good in the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Have you seen that, right?
yeah, I've
Hugh?
seen Ballad.
Where he's like Mr. Pocket, and he's like he's looking for the gold. That's probably the best
The
of the short
Prospector.
films. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's really good in that. Anyway, randomly off topic, but he is
Yeah.
really good in
Well,
that.
there was a couple. Speaking of getting off topic, there were a couple of things. There was one thing I saw earlier in the chat that I know we're gonna at some point. But Hades, god of the underworld, Babe says the Buffalo Bill never seemed to be legit transgender. I think they make it pretty clear in this movie. So that's another criticism that this movie drew from critics, or from not activists, that this
That is a
is,
better word. Yes.
yeah, drew from activists that this is a harmful depiction of a transgender character. They are very clear in the movie he is not really transgender.
They're
He thinks
explicitly
he
clear.
is.
It comes up multiple times. He is very explicit in the movie that he is not just a cross-dresser. Hannibal's is very deliberate in saying that, like, no, his pathology is much worse than that. This is like a thing he's trying on. He says specifically, he says, he's not really a transsexual. He'd like to be. He's trying really hard to be. He's tried many things, I suspect. Like that, this is like one of many weird phases that he's trying to find something that
Yeah.
answers his weird desire to transform into something else because he hates who he is, likely due to some horrible childhood event, but we don't really get to find out exactly what.
Yeah.
Yes, the movie is very, very explicitly deliberate. Now, I mentioned this on Twitter before we started the stream, Hugh, but I don't think I talked to you about this yet. A famed video essayist, Lindsay Ellis, in a video with
Oh
over
lordy.
2 million views, all about the history of transphobia in Hollywood, cites Psycho and The Silence of the Lambs, most prominently, I would argue, other than ripping on J.K. Rowling, as evidence of the history of transphobia in Hollywood, even though she acknowledges that both movies make it quite clear that they're not supposed to be trans people. But in the case of The Silence of the Lambs, she says, hold on, I want to get the right quote because it's insane. I remember complaining to you about this when I first saw the video back in the day, but I have to read this quote because it's wild. She said in her video that these little disclaimers, that's her dismissive way of referring to the movie, making it explicit that they're not supposed to be trans. These little disclaimers aren't what linger in your mind when you think of Buffalo Bill. In fact, everyone I've asked about it does not even remember that the line is even there. So basically,
Okay,
yeah,
so
the film,
basically, your friends didn't pay close enough attention.
yeah, your friends just kind of forgot what was in the movie, and so therefore the movie is problematic. Like, actually go fuck yourself. Like, what kind of, like, this is shitty, lazy thinking that you would never accept if it went against your political worldview, but because it goes along with your political worldview just fine, you're totally fine with just throwing it out there and disparaging the hard work of really talented artists, much more successful than yourself. Go fuck yourself. I
Well,
hate that
and
kind of
to
stuff.
say, like, it's like that sounds like a you problem, Lindsay. Like, that doesn't sound like a me problem. I remembered that line.
Yeah,
I
I
remember that
remember.
line very clearly.
Yeah,
When I think of Buffalo Bill, don't think of a trans person. I think of a fucking psychopath who thinks he's a trans person. That's what makes the character so interesting to me, is that he thinks he's trans, but he's not.
yeah. Because what his evil is so much like deeper and like it's so much uglier. His pathology is so much worse. I think is exactly the words that Hannibal uses. It's a major plot point in the movie because the way they find this guy's real name before Clarice ultimately finds his house is because they go to Johns Hopkins like transsexual clinic or whatever it was called back in the 90s, and they're like, "Hey, did anyone come here to apply for this surgery and were they rejected on psychological grounds?" And they're like, "Yes, there was this guy and that's him." It's
Yeah.
it's not even one throwaway line as like a cover up.
It's literally
It's
how they
it
catch him. It's
Yeah,
like
it's like 4 or 5 different scenes. And so I that particular criticism is I think uglier than the whole like, well, it's bad for women because the killer kills women, which
yeah.
which was airheaded in its own right. But this one's a bit more scummy, I would say. It happens so frequently nowadays that I think a lot of us are inoculated to the idea of baseless accusations of bigotry. But I think it's worth reminding ourselves that it's a really horrible thing to do, and that these people suck.
Yeah.
I, anyway, I hate it. I hate it.
So we haven't quite got to that point yet, but back to or have we?
Blank Face mentions that the killer in Psycho is not even transsexual; he's imitating his mother. Yes,
Yeah.
which it's almost worse to make that criticism of Psycho. It's even worse than The Silence of the Lambs. But just the fact that she admitted in her own video that the movie makes it clear that this is not what's happening, but most of her friends just sort of kind of forgot that that was in the movie, so therefore it's still bad. I just find that really lazy and shitty activism in the guise of film criticism. But in case of Psycho, like Psycho, the image from Psycho is the thumbnail for the video about transphobia in Hollywood, and it's like, what fucking movie did you watch? Like he has this horribly Oedipal relationship with his mother, which is what Ed Gein had in real
Yeah.
life, which is that was the whole point of that as well. Anyway, annoying. I hate it. Anyway, where were we in the story? We were
The
there.
lights
We're
had just
talking
come back
again.
on. The lights just came back on,
Yeah.
and he
Thank
explains
you,
that.
Barney.
Yeah, he
What
explains
happened
that
to your
Doctor.
drawings?
Yeah,
And he mentions that Chilton, like these petty tortures where he forces him to listen to some gospel televangelist program at full volume, takes away his drawings and all that sort of stuff. Dr. Chilton does enjoy his petty torments, as he says it. He said, "What did you mean by transformation, doctor?" He said, "I've been in this room for 8 years now, Clarice. I know they'll never let me out while I'm alive. What I want is a view." So she asks him a question. He's like, "Okay, I could answer that, but I'd like to get something in return. I want a window where I can see a tree or even water. I want to be in a federal institution far away from Dr. Chilton." "What did you mean by fledgling killer? Are you saying that he's killed again?" "I'm offering you a psychological profile of Buffalo Bill based on the case evidence. I'll help you catch him, Clarice." He says, "You know who he is, don't you?" Like, "Tell me who decapitated your patient, doctor." He says, "All good things to those who wait." "I've waited, Clarice, but how long can you and old Jackie Boy wait?" I love that he calls him old Jackie Boy. "Our little Billy must already be searching for that next special lady." And then hard cut to Memphis, Tennessee, and American Girl by Tom Petty playing on the radio.
yep.
It's really interesting the way they try to manipulate and play off each other because Jack Crawford's counter is pretty strong as well, as we'll get to in a minute. We're introduced to, do you remember her name? The woman
Oh,
who's,
the actress or the
no, not the actress, the character's name, who ends up in the well that we see in the well, whose mother is a senator.
it's not Marsh. It's Catherine. Catherine
Catherine, that's
Martin.
her name. Yeah, because they say it multiple times. There's a really great scene later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we
And
get to Catherine Martin driving home, singing "American Girl," and the Ted Bundy of it all. We also set up the night vision goggles, which is another. So this is
oh right,
the author would not have had access to this, but Israel Keyes, the last American serial killer, if you want to call him that, he did
one of the
one
last.
of the last.
Yeah,
He did invest heavily in like night vision goggles in order to watch roadways and keep an eye. Like he would basically set traps where he would like spike the road and wait for them to roll over it and get a flat tire, and then he would come down and grab them or something like that. Or sometimes he would watch their house with night vision to make sure that
yeah,
everything had gone out. But either way, the night vision goggles, really interesting touch. Nice job setting it up. And then we get the Ted Bundy of it all, where he's got a cast on his arm and is pretending to have struggle getting a sofa into his van so that she'll come over and
yeah.
offer to give him a hand, and he can
Hmm.
get her to get into the truck. Um, And it's interesting when he gets her in
It's
there.
something kind of funny only because you know where it's going, not because it's actually funny at all, but like the way he's trying to put it into the thing, and then he specifically turns it so that she would have to back into the truck. He's like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to put it all the way back there. Yeah, just keep going. Just keep like." There's something kind of darkly amusing about how obvious what he's doing is, but this poor girl, she's just trying to be helpful, and she's a bit naive, and luckily she survives. But that she almost met the same unfortunate end of, I think, like what, three or four other women have already
Oh,
faced.
it's five.
Is it five? Yeah.
There's a newspaper thing that keeps coming back that says Bill Skins fifth.
Right. And so then he says, "Say, are you about a size 14?" And she's like, "Sorry." He says, "Good." And then, well,
He
he
punches
knocks
her.
her out. Yeah, he knocks her out, and then he like cuts open the back of her shirt, and it's like, ha 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 ha, ha, being a creepy weirdo. He
Good,
throws the shirt
good.
out. Good. Yes. And then she is, I can't remember where she is at the FBI, but then she gets a message like, "Hey, pack your things, let's go. They found another girl's body." And so
Yeah,
now she's,
another really okay. So another really great thing with the editing here is that that happens, right, and then it cuts to the FBI. Is like, hey, let's go, Starling. We got another body. And you like inherently are kind of just like, oh, okay, shit. Like we just watched him grab one, right?
yeah,
Like inherently you're kind of just like, okay, well, we're thinking about
that woman.
that it's
That's
that woman that we
yeah,
just saw, and then we get down there and it's not her, right? Which is
yeah.
a really great way of using the editing to foreshadow this bait and switch, that the very famous
Oh,
bait and
I
switch that
am
they're gonna
so
do.
excited to talk about it because I love that bait and switch. I think it's excellent, and I think it's been poorly imitated so many times. I think a lot of people don't quite understand what was so effective about it. Not least because it was surprising at the time, and but there are things when people try to mimic that nowadays, they forget a key aspect of it that made it really effective, and I'm really excited to talk
Oh
about it.
yeah,
But yeah, the
but
editing is full of these
it's
moments. Yeah.
full of them. They're really playing with you in this movie, and like it is a brilliant way of using something that is otherwise rather invisible in a good movie. Like most of the time, the editing really want it to not be obvious, right? But the way that they're doing it here is like it's really subtle, but it's misdirecting you in little ways all the way through to when it's really going to pull its big trick at the end. And I really like that about watching this movie. It's just so much fun.
Absolutely. Yes. So now they're in the helicopter and they're flying from Quantico to West Virginia, where many of the bodies have been found. And this is an interesting moment because she doesn't really think she's involved in the case yet, right? She thinks she's just talking to Hannibal because they need to interview him because he's, one of the more interesting subjects they have in this criminal profiling study that they're doing. That is Hannibal, is very interested in the Buffalo Bill case, and he's offering to help, but so far she hasn't really been brought into the Buffalo Bill case yet. So she might be wondering at this point why she's being brought along. But she's in the helicopter with Jack Crawford, and he says he keeps them alive for 3 days. We don't know why. No evidence of rape or physical abuse prior to death. All the mutilation you see there is post-mortem. So she's getting the photographs from the crime scenes, which she hasn't seen yet. He says, okay, 3 days. Then he shoots them, skins them, and dumps them, each body in a different river. The water leaves us no trace evidence of any kind. That's Frederica Bimmel, the first one. Her body was the only one he took the trouble to weigh down, so she was actually the third girl found. After her, he got lazy. He says, okay, let's see. Circles where the girls were abducted, arrows where their bodies were found. And there was no obvious pattern, really, in that. It seemed relatively random. This new one today washed up here, Elk River, West Virginia. Look at him, Starling. Tell me what you see. And so now they're in the car and they're driving to where this body's being held. And this is the first time where he's kind of testing her ability to form a profile on her own based on the evidence. He hasn't told her anything about what they think of who Buffalo Bill must be, but this is her time to shine, right? And she says, which I think is another good is more evidence pointing to her intelligence as a character. I quite like it. He says he's a white male. Serial killers tend to hunt within their own ethnic groups, which is true. He's not a drifter. He's got his own house somewhere, not an apartment. He says why? What he does with them takes privacy. He's in his 30s or 40s. He's got real physical strength combined with an older man's self control. He's cautious, precise, and he's never impulsive. He'll never stop. He says, why not? Got a real taste for it, and you think he's getting better at his work. He says, not bad, Starling. And we'll get to the question she has later, but that's a really good profile. And I want to break down why that's a great profile and what they're basing that off of. Some of it's obvious, right? Like he can't be a drifter because he needs somewhere to skin people and hold them for 3 days. Obviously, you need a house of some kind for that, and a house probably not an apartment because the neighbors, right, and the smell and all that sort of stuff. He's in his 30s or 40s because he's too cautious. A lot of serial killers or spree killers that are younger than that, they're not very cautious, right? They're flying by the seat of their pants. They're so gripped by their passions, they're not really thinking anything through. So, like holding someone for 3 days and then dumping them in the river to wash away the evidence, that's something a bit more cautious than a younger person might do. He has enough physical strength, presumably because there's no evidence of a partner of any kind. He has enough physical strength to kidnap adult women on their own, on his
Larger
own, I
adult
should
women.
say. Yeah. And they also seem to be bigger as well. So if he like knocks them out, he needs to, carry them around and stuff. And he's never impulsive. He'll never stop. And then her assumption is he's got a real taste for it now. He's getting better at his work. Yeah, and that seems obvious from the pattern, that the pattern gets more and more solidified. When we eventually see the full scope of this case, when we learn that the guy whose head was in the storage unit was one of the first people he killed, but not part of the MO that he develops later. Like once they kind of settle into an MO like that, they're like perfecting their own like what they're getting out of it, right? And so like once they've perfected it and they have it down to a pattern like that, it seems unlikely that they'll just stop for no reason. And so a lot of the deductions she's making here are really smart, and they're really grounded in the actual psychological evidence that we know about these sort of killers. And I like that she puts all that together on her own before even being told by Jack Crawford or anyone else what they're thinking. And he's impressed by it. And he says, not bad. And he says, any questions? And then she gets to ask him questions, which I quite like as well, because she doesn't know everything, right? She's not a know-it-all. Her questions, she says, yes, sir, you haven't mentioned anything about the information in my report on Dr. Lecter's offer, sir. He says, I'm considering it. It's like, is that why you sent me in there? Isn't it to get his help on Buffalo Bill? And he says, well, if that was the case, then I would have just wish I was in on it. That's all. And he said, if I'd sent you in with an actual agenda, Lecter would have known it instantly. He would have toyed with you, then turned to stone. And this is that first moment where she's like, oh, I'm being used a little bit here. Obviously not nefariously, but I'm not perfectly in control. This has all been about Buffalo Bill all along, which is really interesting. The Jack Crawford specifically has been trying to talk to Hannibal Lecter because obviously he's of interest from a psychological point of view, but also because he's a psychiatrist himself and a criminal mind, if you will, of his own. Like he might know something that could help them catch Buffalo Bill. So he's been using her to get to him from the very beginning, which is a really interesting reveal. Hello?
Hey, yeah, sorry, no, I'm still here. No, I
That's
agree
all
with
right.
you. I agree with you on all of that. I was just,
I'm just making sure you're still there because
yeah,
I've been
no,
rambling for a bit.
I am still
Um,
here. I was being handed another beer, so
Fair enough. I really like that scene, A, because she's smart and she's put it together a lot on her own. And
yeah,
I like that this movie is interested in that sort of thing, unlike Longlegs, for example, stupid movie. It's interested in the subject matter, and I feel like you actually learn a bit about what these people are like, because understanding them is the key to catching them, right? And I feel like this movie actually is informative and instructive in that sort of thing, and that's one of the things I like about it. But to mention, I mentioned that she doesn't know everything, right? And you
yeah,
see that in later scenes, where, especially when she's talking to Hannibal, where she's trying to get deeper into the like why he does it and what he gets out of it, and she has a very surface level approach, and he's like, no, wrong, no, like
yeah.
no, it's deeper than that. It's something else.
And eventually later when we see her in their final meeting, kind of like desperately trying to get him to, just give her an answer. She resorts to sort of like asking him outright, to just like, yeah, come on, like, because she's crunched for time, right? So we get to see that a little bit, and him kind of still, you know, toying with her a little, but she still manages to retain that intelligence, that gets that intelligence and that problem solving ability that shows us why she got a job as a detective in the first place, unlike Longlegs' stupid movie. Where
Yes.
this one,
Host.
this scene too. Also, like, sorry, real quick, because like what we mentioned that like she asks Jack, oh, like you sent me in there to get his help, right? Like you could have just told me that, and she's deduced that that's why she's been sent in, and that
Yeah.
shows that she can like she's not fucking stupid. She understands that
Hmm.
like there's an ulterior motive here, right?
So there's a chess game happening. Yeah.
Yeah, she understands that there's a chess game happening, and then but she doesn't understand, the like why she needed to be kept in the dark with that. But she kind of accepts it eventually, right? Like she
Yeah.
accepts it in this. She's just like, oh, you know what? That's actually like she doesn't say this, but you get
Hmm.
the feeling that she's kind of like, you know what? That's a good point. Like he
Yes.
probably would have done that, wouldn't he?
It's a less nefarious it's less nefarious in this movie, but it reminds me a bit of in Sicario when she realizes that she's only being brought along because they need a federal agent to legally go into Mexico.
Yeah.
Like, so that's the only purpose she's there to serve. I like, it has a similar thing. It's obviously less nefarious, but I like that when she's like, oh, I thought I understood what the game was, but
Yeah.
things
Exactly.
are slightly different. Hostman's Lounge asks, I wonder if Jack suspected Bill was a patient of Lecter's. I didn't get that vibe. That would have been quite a leap to make. I don't think he had any reason to assume that. I always thought he's trying to get to Lecter because he knows he's smart, and because he's a psychopath, he understands psychopaths better. He's been trying to talk to him, and he's been a brick wall, and so he thinks maybe he might know something that could help them. That seemed to be the idea because in all the other interviews, like in real life, when John Douglas and the guy who Bill Tench is based off of, he has a different name, I don't remember what it is, but when they're going to interview these real serial killers to build an understanding of how they tick, there's always an interest in like, oh, we got this ongoing case, maybe they can help, maybe they can offer some insight. That's a big part of the Ed Kemper scenes in Mindhunter as well. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, from the very beginning, they were talking to them with the thought that they might offer some insight into ongoing cases. So I assume that's the main reason. I don't think you would have any reason to assume the connection there. Um, Sicario, another great film. You're goddamn right, it is. Love that
Absolutely.
movie. Um, so then they get to the West Virginia. Is it a funeral home where the
Yeah,
body
it's a
is? Like a
funeral
morgue?
home slash morgue, a
Yeah.
small town coroner's office.
Yes. So he says, "Excuse me, Sheriff Perkins. These are the FBI people. Sheriff Perkins, Jack Crawford, FBI, Special Agent Terry, Agent Starling. We appreciate being invited into your jurisdiction." And then you get the classic thing that many FBI agents got when coming into these murder cases is that often they weren't wanted there. Sometimes they were,
Yeah.
but often they weren't wanted by the local police. And he says, "Well, I didn't call you. That was the state attorney's office." Says, "We'll extend you every courtesy, but," and then he gets cut off. And I love the way Jack Crawford plays this. He says, "Sheriff, this type of sex crime has certain aspects I just as soon discuss in private." You know what I mean? And kind of looks at Clarice like, "We don't want to do this in front of a lady, do we?" And right before he's gonna do his whole, song and dance about how we'll help you out, but we don't want you here, he cuts him off and cuts right through it and kind of distracts him from that. And like, come on,
When
us
plays to
guys.
his sensibilities too, right? Like
Yes.
plays to his sense
Hmm.
of honor and everything.
And decency and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good, and he kind of begrudgingly does it, and he just cuts through it like butter. It's so smart. I love it. He's really good at playing people. He's a talented chessman, whatever the word is. Um, let's see. Then,
There's gamesmanship going on here. It's like
yeah, exactly.
it's a different level of operating, and it's fun to see it, done well.
And so let's see. And then everyone's crowded into the
Oh,
room where the body is. Jack Crawford
Wings
is,
Wings Flanagan is also sorry. He brings up a good point that in these scenes Clarice plays her accent.
yes,
So her
a
West
little bit.
Virginia accent a little bit.
Yeah, she kind of doesn't. Well, I mean, she still has it throughout all the other scenes, but
It is a little
I think
stronger, I feel like, in
Oh, definitely, definitely, and she's definitely leaning into it because these are her people, broadly speaking. Um, yeah, so they're all crowded into that room, and they wanna she wants to get the other police out of there, and Jack Crawford's struggling to be heard on the phone and all that. And she does the thing we mentioned this already. She says, excuse me, gentlemen. I won't try to do her accent because I don't think I can do it. You officers and gentlemen, listen here now. There's things we need to do for her. I know y'all brought her this far, and her folks would thank you if they could for your kindness and your sensitivity. But now, please go on and let us take care of her. Go on now. Thank you. Thank you. Go on. And which is a great little moment for her. Um, I think actually, did it happen already, or is it going to happen? The scene where there's been a couple scenes that we haven't talked about yet where she has a flashback to her childhood. There's one in this sequence somewhere. I
Oh,
don't
this
remember.
it happened before this. So like,
Yeah,
I was gonna say we did skip, and like not to go over every little detail of the movie, but every detail of this movie is like
yeah.
very well
I'm
done.
fine with going
So
through every detail.
as
That was my plan.
as Jack leads the sheriff out with his ploy of like we're gonna discuss this away from the lady.
Hmm.
There's a slow pan of her kind of looking around the room with all the other male officers sort of glowering in on her, like looking at her. And she
Yeah,
goes and looks through the door into the room, the next door room where there's a funeral taking place, and she has a flashback to her father's wake.
yeah, and it's
Yeah,
interesting because something feels kind of surreal and strange about it because you didn't realize there was a funeral happening right then. You're like, wait, what's going on? She walks very, very slowly up, and the music is playing the score. And then when she finally gets to the open casket, it's her as a child instead. I'm like, that's nice. A couple of these flashbacks. The way we transition into them is kind of a bit more sort of surreal and artistic than the
yeah.
rest of the movie, which is quite grounded. I think it's a really nice touch.
And another nice subtle use of editing to sort of
Yes,
match
exactly.
something that's going on. I mean, it's really good, really. And
Yeah,
then that's when he comes back through the door, and then they bring
and
him
it's
into the morgue.
motivated.
Yeah,
It's motivated too because she's at a funeral home in West Virginia. Of course, that's going to remind her of when her dad was killed. So,
yeah,
uh, it's mentioned in the movie previous to this, but we haven't talked about it yet. Her dad was a police officer in West Virginia. Will eventually find when she's talking to Lecter that he was killed kind of by happenstance by stumbling upon a robbery and trying to stop them and was killed for it. And so, like, I think her mother died when she was a girl or something like that, or left. I can't remember exactly what. But she's basically raised by her dad, who died when she was 10, and that was pretty devastating for her. It was a big reason why she wanted to join law enforcement in the first place. And so she gets this little moment where she remembers her dad, and then she's brought into the room where the body is. And then there's a little detail here that I have since learned is not hyper realistic, but it's an interesting touch. I wonder what you think of it. When they're about to open the bag that the body's in, they put this like white smelling salt kind of stuff
yeah.
under their
Like some
nose.
like vapor rub or something under their nose. Yeah,
Yeah, it's I've heard that that's not very realistic because what they actually do is they just have to get inoculated to this, like they just have to get used to the smell. Like the trying to mask it like that doesn't really help and just prolongs the sensation of being disgusted by it. You just got to push through it. But I don't know enough to know whether that
yeah, I
was
don't
common
know.
practice
I
at the
do
time.
like how it's shot, sort of like a little ritual that they let her in on. Like they have the thing of them passing it around to
Yeah,
each
like you're
other
one
as
of
like,
us.
here you go, I'll take a hit, and then they pass it to the other guy. He takes a hit, and then they pass it to her. She has this moment where it comes to her, and she sort of takes it in her hands. It's a little. I mean, like I said, it's a little ritual. Like it's a bit like a communion. Like she takes it in her hands and then performs the same act as the
Yeah.
other two. Sort of like bringing
Well,
her
now
into the
yeah,
group.
she's officially on the case essentially now because this is the first moment where she sees one of the dead bodies in person. Also, because when she's talking into the tape recorder about what she notices, you can tell that it's hard for her because this is one of the first times she's actually had to do it. So this is all about sort of being initiated into the case itself. Like
Yeah.
you're officially on the case now. And so yeah, the ritualistic aspect is interesting. Um, Wing Flanagan says, no flashbacks of Clarice with the lambs, though, which is a great choice. It would have taken it too far. I agree.
Big
When we
agree.
when she has that final scene talking about her experience on the ranch in Montana with Hannibal, it's a very smart decision to just stick in the conversation.
The
You know,
flashbacks are so there's two of them basically in this movie,
yeah,
and they are so small that they they're small and effectively deployed, but they are really really small. The first one we haven't touched on yet is I think it's while she does it happen while she's crying? I can't remember exactly when it gets cut in, but it's her as a kid trying to sneak up on her dad as he's brought his squad car home,
I
and
think it's right before we cut to her outside crying at the car,
yeah, that's it. That's it. Yep, yep,
something
yep,
like that. Yeah,
yep. And so it's sort of like
very
her
brief.
walking towards this ideal, that she
Yes.
has, like, reconfronting why she joined law enforcement in the first place after this ordeal she's been through in the psych
Yeah, it's a good
hospital.
point.
It's a really strong place to put that flashback, and then
Yeah,
set
exactly.
it up. So yeah,
Because, one of the things she says to her dad when she runs to meet him at the car is like, "Did you catch any bad guys today?"
yeah.
So, like, that's the kind of ideal she has in her head of why she wanted, of what a police officer does and what she's there to do. Good stuff. So then we look at the body and, okay,
Oh yeah, and
let's
this is
see.
this. I mean, there's the two diamond shape cuts out of the back, and one of the interest I found this really interesting how they made the cuts, and like showed the fat, like the fat layers under the skin that are there,
Yeah. Oh, it looks
um
very realistic. It's gross.
you want to know how they made it?
Sure.
They overboiled pasta and then mixed it with Vaseline and put it on the
Ew.
actress's back.
Ew. That's so gross.
Which is really, it's really gross, but it's like they were like, yeah, it looks like chicken fat.
It looks, yeah, all of that work in terms of the dead bodies and all the sort of gross stuff we see in Buffalo Bill's basement. It's all very effective. It all feels very real. The violence and the gore when we do see it, it's a remarkably restrained movie in most respects. When we see it, it pays off. It's like, God, that's disgusting. Um, so we get into the autopsy, and it says star-shaped contact entrance wound over the sternum, a muzzle stamp at the top, wrongful death. She'll have to go to the state pathologist at Claxton. Well, I'd better get back to that surface. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, because
What else do you
I
see?
really like the note too that like one of the coroners is playing music at the funeral.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's such
yeah.
a small town that's just how they have to do it. Just wearing many hats. I just like that note. I find it charming.
Yes. Was Wing Flanagan says Tally was smart enough to stray from the book
Stay out of the way when the book had it
out of the way
perfect.
when the book had it perfect. Yes, and I would also add a couple of the changes he made. I think are quite strong. For example, um, the final scene where she gets a phone call from Hannibal that was a letter in the book, and I think it's very strong as a phone conversation. So that was a smart choice as well. It also just it works better in film than reading a
Yeah,
letter, but quite strong. So yeah, he stayed out of the way when it was good to, and he changed things slightly when necessary. We're coming later in the movie. We'll get to a point where I actually think it was an ever so slight error to not include an explanation given in the book that they left out for the movie. Because there's when he's being held in that weird auditorium. I remember watching it this time and thinking like, what the hell are they doing here? Like, why didn't they just go to a prison or something? What kind of weird facility are they holding him in and why? There's actually an explanation for that in the book that isn't in the movie, but we'll get to it. Anyway, back to the autopsy. Jack says, "What else do you see, Starling?" She says, "Well, she's not local. Her ears are pierced 3 times and there's glitter nail polish. That looks like town to me." Which is an interesting thing that she brings to the table because she's from rural West Virginia, right? And so she
yeah.
looks at that and says, "That doesn't look like rural West Virginia to me." Um, 2 of her fingernails are broken off and there's dirt or grit under them. It looks like she's tried to claw her way through something. And there's a big payoff for that later when we finally see the upper walls of the pit they're being held in. There's all sorts of blood and hand marks on the wall. Great. It's great stuff. Ray get pictures of her teeth. We'll fax them for missing persons. And then they're taking pictures. She looks at one of the pictures, and there's a great little dolly push in on her he just understands film grammar really well. Like, for example, whenever someone has a big, like, aha moment, he does these little dolly push ins,
Yeah.
it's, it's not revolutionary, but it's just really solid filmmaking. It's really effective. You're like, oh my God, what did she discover? And then she's like, there's something in the throat. And then at first the guy's like, when a body comes out of the water, lots of times there's leaves in the mouth. The way he talks is funny to me. And it turns out to be a cocoon of a moth, a pupa, if you will. Um,
Pupa.
they've decided that there's no way it could get down there, way down in there on its own, not unless someone shoved it in there. So that's an interesting clue. Likely not found on any of the other bodies, unless this is the first time he's done it. Unclear. Um, then they roll her over, and then they see the diamond-shaped holes in her skin. Two large diamond-shaped sections above the buttocks. Exit wound level with the second or third thoracic vertebrae, however you say that. 6 inches from the right shoulder. Um, then so that's everything they learned from that. Obviously, we get the reveal that there's some sort of weird moth or butterfly
Yeah.
cocoon being placed in the throat. What does that mean? So that's a new break in the case, right? Because we'll get to it, but right away they're like, okay, who could have access to this sort of thing? We should go and find out what kind of bug this is. Um,
She goes to
but
the
before,
etymology department at the Smithsonian. Yeah.
yes, which is a great choice. Before we get there, they're in the car, and he says, Jack Crawford says to her, where is it?
Oh yeah, he's like that thing I said that really burned you, didn't it? Right? Like when I told the
It was
sheriff.
just smoke, Starling. I just had to get rid of him. And she's like, it matters, Mr. Crawford. Cops look to you to see how to act. He's like, all right, point taken. That's a nice little moment. I like that because it seems obvious, but he does make what he is concerned with making sure she understands that, like, hey, I don't actually view you that way. It was just a way to cut through the wall that this local cop was putting up. And she's like, well, it does matter how you treat me in front of other people because they look to you how to act. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what I like about it so much is that first scene where they're talking to each other in his office. He says something about, like, oh, you grilled me in the class, and I gave you a good grade. And this is a little bit like that moment. So it's not just we're being told they have this dynamic. We get to see it in action as well, right? Where, like, she makes some good points, and he's like, you know what, you have something there. I like, point taken. I like that because it is a little callback to that. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Then basically, yeah, she goes to the Smithsonian to the bug guys.
I
I
love
love
these
what
two guys, dude. They're
yeah,
so funny, like, and just like casual. Like I love when finds them playing like chess with beetles or something like that.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, and she asks that one question. She's like, if one of the beetles moves, if a beetle moves one of your pieces, does that count? And he goes, of course it does. How do you play? She hands him the thing, and he's just like, so this is like a clue in a real murder case? Cool.
Yeah, he's really excited about it.
Oh,
Uh,
and one of oh my god, the line that the other guy got, he goes, ignore him, he's not a PhD.
yeah,
It's really fucking funny, dude.
I like these little bug nerds. They're fun. I like when she says, "Where the heck did this come from?" It's practically mush. She's like, "It was found behind the soft palate of a murder victim in the Elk River," and he's like, "It's Buffalo Bill, isn't it?" And she's like, "I really can't tell you any more about that." And then they're guessing what it is, and then they peel it open, and they realize that it is there's an official name for it. Is it a death's head
The death's
moth?
head moth, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
And
got a little skull on its
the
back.
story of like how they got these moths like for this movie too is like it's really interesting, because they did get them, but cannot do cold weather, right? Like these things are they are native to Asia, and they like Southeast Asia, and they cannot do cold weather, but they're shooting in West Virginia, so they had to have this like warm box, right? This warm room for them to be flying around all over the place in the basement. But what they would do is like like put the moths into hibernation until they were ready to shoot, and then warm them up in the room, and let them fly
Interesting.
around for a little bit. And they had a guy on set who was like the moth wrangler, basically. He was,
Yeah.
which is just really, really cool. I like the fact that they went through that to get real Death's Head moths for the movie. It's like it like that the little details, the little efforts that you go through. Well, maybe not little, but the effort that you go through. It shows. It really shows
Yeah.
when you put that kind of effort in.
Oh, absolutely. As someone mentioned in the chat, I wish I had the confidence of this cross-eyed bug guy to flirt with someone so out of his league. Yeah, that's really funny.
It is really funny when yeah, what do you
Yeah.
do when you're
Well,
not
the first,
detecting?
yeah, the first, that's a great line. What do you do when you're not detecting? But the other one that makes me laugh, and it's just it's not even, I don't even know if I think it is supposed to be funny when we get that top-down shot of the bug guys looking up at her. We start on the one guy who isn't cross-eyed, and then the camera like pans over to the guy who is, and when it lands on his face, it's so funny to me because he's cross-eyed, but it's like a little visual reveal. I don't know. It made me
Yeah.
laugh so much. I like the cross-eyed guy, especially when he's looking directly into the camera
I
and
love,
trying to flirt with her.
I love like all the little dialogue things that they have in this scene. It's like a huge moment of levity. Like at one point, he goes, "No fair, you lured him with produce."
Sorry, I don't that cut out for me. I don't know if it did for them.
It looked like it was still going on the show. He goes, "No fair, you lured him with produce," which is just,
Yeah,
I really
exactly.
like these two guys are just like living their own life, fucking around with beetles, and
Yes.
it's a nice moment of levity for me.
Yeah. And then we're right back to the horror. We go back to Buffalo Bill's horror hellhole basement, and the camera is kind of wandering through the labyrinth, which is a really smart choice because we need to establish this location for later.
Yeah,
And we're just wandering through, right? And we see him like sitting at a sewing machine or something like that, mumbling some weird incoherent nonsense to himself. And then the dog goes running past the door frame, and the camera goes, "Ooh, dog," and follows the dog, which is something really funny about that. And then it goes and it winds around a corner, and then we see this pit. We're like, "Oh God, what's that?" And then it cuts away. Great choice. Great choice. I love the way, first of all, it establishes the location, which is really important. It establishes the dog in the pit, but it asks so many questions that we're going to answer later. It's
when it
great.
match
It-
cuts from them looking at the moth to the moths in the room to following through the labyrinth. So like
yes,
it's a
exactly.
very natural way of doing it. It's a really strong cut. Another one.
Yeah, brilliant editing. So, and then immediately from that, while she's screaming help and all that sort of stuff, and he's not answering, we cut to FBI headquarters and a news broadcast, and they're telling the story of. I'll just read what it says. Our top story this morning: Catherine Martin, the
Oh my
daughter of
god.
Senator Ruth Martin, listed as missing, is now believed to have been kidnapped by the serial killer known only as Buffalo Bill. Police indicate that the girl's blouse has been identified sliced up the back in what has become a grim, all too familiar calling card. Young Catherine Martin is the only daughter of Senator Ruth Martin, the Republican senator from Tennessee. Her kidnapping is not considered to be politically motivated, but it has stirred the government to its highest levels. Reached for comment on the ski slopes of Vermont, the president is said to be, and I quote, intensely concerned. Just all these little details to like that flesh out the world. I really like that. It like that feels so real to me that like this high profile case gets all the way to the president that he's forced to comment on it, but all he says is that I'm intensely concerned about it. Just moments ago, Senator Martin taped this dramatic personal plea. I'm speaking out to the person who is holding my daughter. Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see. You have the power. You are in charge. I know you can feel love and compassion. You have a wonderful chance to show the whole world that you can be merciful as well as strong, that you're big enough to treat Catherine better than the world has treated you. You have that power. Please, my daughter is Catherine. And then, of course, it's commented on by the characters in the scene, but I really love this scene. I love what they say about it too. And they say, "Oh boy, that's smart. Jesus, that's really smart." She keeps repeating the name, and then Jodie Foster says, "If he sees Catherine as a person, not just an object, it's harder to tear her up." Right,
Yeah.
and that is something also that you learn from Mindhunter, among other things. It's a big part of the show Criminal Minds as well, which is the kind of network TV pulpy version of all this sort of stuff, but it's based on a lot of real cases as well. And so they get a lot right in Criminal Minds for as like kind of pulpy and hammy as it is. Um, One of the things they talk a lot about in Criminal Minds is that they have like a press liaison, and a big part of how they solve a lot of cases in that show is being very deliberate about what they release to the press and why, and working with the family of the victims on what to say in their statements and what not to say and how to approach it based on the criminal profile that they're building of the serial killer, right? And this gets a lot of things right that I really like. It gets the whole, obviously they make a note of it that like repeating her name over and over again is very important if the killer is seeing this. We got to cut through the sort of objectification or like depersoning that has already taken place with whoever he's about to kill and whatever he's doing to them. So that's a really nice detail. The other thing I really liked is she says she's clearly been coached by someone involved in the case, which is I think that shows. One of the things she says is, "You have the power. You are in charge." Right? She's putting it all in his hands because obviously someone who's doing this is to some extent doing it to feel power over people,
Yeah.
right? And so like trying to acknowledge that need, but push it into you have the power to be merciful. You have the power to do better than this world has treated you. It's a smart strategy. It doesn't mean it doesn't result in anything. Buffalo Bill's not watching the TV. And then we cut basically right from this to the it puts the lotion in the basket, or sorry, it puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. And that's a really nice juxtaposition because we just
Do see
established
him, yeah. Yeah, we
we
just
just
established that if he starts seeing her as a person, it's going to be more
yeah.
difficult for him to cut her up, and we do see him struggling with this as she's sort of like pleading for her own life, right? She's,
Hmm.
my mom's a very important person. Please, mister, I won't press charges, right? And she's just, I want to see my mom. And he starts like, his lip starts to quiver and he has to start looking away. He has to
Hmm.
start, he keeps saying it.
Yeah, he's
And
very
yeah,
struggling, but being very deliberate to to not conceptualize her as a person.
yeah.
It keeps calling her it and all that sort of stuff. In the juxtaposition of those two scenes is really smart.
Yeah, and
I
this is
really
where we
like
get
that.
that really great performance from him, where he pulls the lotion up in the basket, and she sees the claw marks, and he starts mocking her while looking down at the camera and like pulling his shirt out, and yeah, it's brilliant acting from him. It's a
Yeah.
brilliant thing. Uh,
Actually, I had the order wrong exactly. We don't immediately cut to the it puts the lotion in the basket scene, but though that is coming like a scene or two later. But I like those two in terms of complementing each other,
yeah,
establishing the motivation and what might be able to cut through. Um,
establishment and payoff is like
yes,
and
exactly.
it's like a smaller little like drama with.
So then Clarice goes to the hospital again to see Hannibal, and Chilton this time is like, "Hey, well, like I'm like his ego is is bothered by the fact that he's not being let in on all this." And he says, "Sir, I told you this is just a routine follow up on the Raspel case." And he says, "He's my patient. I have rights." He's like, "I understand that, sir." He's like, "Look, I'm not just some turkey, Miss Starling." And she says,
Turnkey.
this is the turnkey, right,
Yeah, I'm
right.
not
Sorry.
just some turnkey.
Yes. This is the number for the U.S. Attorney's Office. Either you discuss this with him or you let me do my job. Do you understand? If and he says, if your profile helps us catch Buffalo Bill, and then we go right to talking to um, what's his name? But I like what we get of Chilton being petty and ego driven later. There's an especially funny scene where he's talking to the press, talking about how instrumental he has been in solving the case. That's a nice little detail. It reminds me how he's treated reminds me of how lawyers are treated in every Spielberg movie,
Yes.
you know? That he hates them and that he thinks that they're scum. Great. Let's see. Okay, so he says, if your profile helps us catch Buffalo Bill in time to save Catherine Martin, the senator promised you a transfer to the VA hospital at Oneida Park, New York, with a view of the woods nearby. Maximum security still applies, of course. You'll have reasonable access to books. Best of all, though, 1 week of the year you'll get to leave the hospital and go here, Plum Island. Every day of that week, he may walk on the beach, he may swim in the ocean for up to 1 hour under SWAT team surveillance, of course. And there you have it, a copy of the Buffalo Bill case file, a copy of the senator's offer. This offer is non-negotiable and final. Catherine Martin dies, you get nothing. So we are eventually going to learn that this was all
A ploy.
a ruse. It was all a ploy from Jack Crawford, just trying to get him to talk. But she actually is kind of unknowingly joining in on the ploy by inventing the whole. Actually, does she know that this is all a ploy?
She does, yeah. She adds the
She
Plum
does.
Island bit.
Right,
That's
right,
that's her
exactly.
touch.
Right, you're right. Yes. And he says, Plum Island Animal Disease Research Center. Sounds charming. She says, that's only a part of the island. There's a very nice beach. There's terns nest there. That's what are terns? Do you know what terns are? Are they a type of bird?
I would assume so, but
If I help you, Clarice, it will be turns with us too. Quid pro quo. I tell you things, you tell me things. Not about this case though, about yourself. Quid pro quo, yes or no? Yes or no, Clarice? Poor little Catherine is waiting.
they are birds. Yeah, they're little beach birds.
And he does the little play on the word turns because he fancies himself very clever. And then he says, "What is your worst memory of childhood?" And this is I love the quid pro quo stuff because it's almost like turn-based combat a little bit. Like one of them kind of gets the upper hand and then it turns back. It's great. What is your worst memory of childhood? The death of my father. Tell me about it and don't lie or I'll know. Because he was a town marshal. One night he surprised two burglars coming out of the back of a drugstore. They shot him. Was he killed outright? No, he was very strong. He lasted more than a month. My mother died when I was very young. My father had been the whole world to me, and when he left me, I had nothing. I was 10 years old. He says, "You're very frank, Clarice. I think it would have been quite something to know you in private life." And I love that line because one of the reasons any of this works is because he's genuinely impressed by her. Like he
Yes.
genuinely likes her. It's like if you could get over the fact that I kill people and eat them, I feel like we could be friends. Like he admires how blunt and honest she is, and that's one of her strongest traits, I think, in the story is that she's willing to just be so frank with him about all this stuff, even though she's been explicitly warned not to do this. So quid, and then like once he's impressed her, she turns it back on him. Like the swings in momentum in the conversations are really strong, and then just really strong dialogue writing. So she's like, "All right, quid pro quo, doctor. Tell me about Miss West Virginia." He says, "So tell me about Miss West Virginia. Was she a large girl?" Yes. Big through the hips, roomy.
Roomy. the way
Like they all
the way he rolls the R too. It's like he doesn't
Yeah.
really roll it, but he just like lingers on it. He kind of just he lets it sit on his tongue for a while. It's really
Yeah.
he's really doing a great job with like chewing the dialogue, you know?
Mm-hmm. And speaking of how smart Hannibal is, one of my favorite moments in this conversation is when Clarice tells him that there's an object deliberately inserted in her throat. And she says, "No, that hasn't been made public yet. We don't know what it means." And he kind of looks up and he's got this little glimmer in his eye and he says, "Was it a butterfly?"
Yeah.
He says, "Yes, a moth." And he's like so proud of himself for noticing that. I mean, I'm proud of himself for picking up on that too, because man, that's some next level psychoanalyzing happening here. Just like the one we found in Benjamin Raspel's head an hour ago. That's another really interesting detail. I like how much of this story is kind of happening off screen to make it feel larger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That like after they discovered that, she had the thought to check inside his throat as well.
And probably in the I would assume probably in the other murder victims. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
definitely. Definitely, yes. But she had the thought to check that one as well, which I think is a strong choice because clearly he's convinced that this might have been his first victim.
Yeah.
Why does he place them there, Doctor? He says the significance of the moth is change, caterpillar into chrysalis or
Or
pupa.
pupa.
And
I
from
love the
then
way he says that line too.
Yeah.
He's
He
just having
gets
like,
he savors every line, you know? He savors every syllable. He says, "From thence into beauty," which is another great little turn of phrase. Our Billy wants to change too. And then she says, "There's no correlation between transsexualism and violence." Right? So like she jumps to that
yeah,
like that
yes.
thought.
There's no
Which,
all the literature says there's no correlation between transsexualism and violence. Lindsay
transsexuals are
Ellis,
very
please pay attention.
Yeah. Well, she knows that. she knows that, but because most of the
Because most
friends she
people
talks
don't
to
know. Yeah,
forgot.
most people forget this line.
Yeah. Well, there's more than that too. She says they're very passive, and he says, "Clever girl, you're so close to the way you're going to catch him. Do you realize that?" The whole point of how they catch him is because he's not a real transsexual. That's what he's saying right there, and it's going to
Yep.
be more explicit later. But he's like, "You're so close to the way you're going to catch him. Do you realize that?" Because he's already figured out a decent number of clues that could lead to his capture. But now that he has the upper hand, he goes back to quid pro quo. And I love the way that when it's time to ask her personal questions, he actually looks away. He
Yes.
turns
Yeah.
away from her like, "No, you're not getting anything else from me. It's my turn to ask questions now." He's very dramatic.
Real quick,
Very
before we
theatrical.
continue, Wing Flanagan says it just occurred to me that the reason Hannibal eats people for whom he has contempt is that he turns them into what he already sees them as shit. I would say animals, not shit. He doesn't strike me as the type of guy who would willingly eat shit. I think I might have cut off there for me. He doesn't strike me as the type of person who would willingly eat shit.
I wouldn't think so, no. He's a foodie.
Animals,
Yeah.
yeah, animals, produce, that kind of thing is what I would view. I would choose, but I think you're spot on with that. He kind of just assumes that they are, for the most part, something other than human to him. The psychopath
Mhm.
operates.
Yes.
Anyway, let's continue with this conversation because this is one of
Um,
my favorite parts of the movie.
yeah, so he turns away from her and after she's like, "Tell me why." And he's like, "After your father's murder, were you orphaned? What happened next?" He said, "I don't imagine the answer is on those second-rate shoes, Clarice." It's the second time, and it's like,
Second time he
shitty,
just shits
stupid
on her
shoes.
shoes.
Yeah. She goes, "I lived with my mother's cousin and her husband in Montana. They had a ranch." He says, "Was it a cattle ranch?" And she says, "Sheep and horses." "How long did you live there?" "2 months." "Why so briefly?" "I ran away." "Why, Clarice? Did the rancher make you perform fellatio? Did he sodomize you?" And she's like, "No, he was a very decent man. Quid pro quo, doctor." And I'm like, that's another like she picks they both pick the perfect moment to turn. And it's like, now it's time for my line of questioning. Like right when they give something, but not as much as like the full story. It's like now that I know, like I've given you just enough of my backstory to make you want to know what did happen and why I left. Now I know I have the upper hand. If you want to know that, you have to tell me something.
Yeah,
The back and forth is so perfect. It's always the perfect moment, and it speaks to how intelligent both characters are and how well matched they are.
both characters and the screenwriter. I mean,
Oh,
like,
well, for sure. And the
crushed
the
it.
the author, combination of all of those people, yes. Quid pro quo, doctor, and she says Billy is not. He says Billy is not a real transsexual, but he thinks he is. He tries to be. He's tried to be a lot of things, I expect. "You said that I was very close to the way we would catch him. What do you mean?" And he says, "There are three centers for transsexual surgery: John Hopkins, the University of Minnesota, and Columbus Medical Center. I wouldn't be surprised if Billy had applied for sex reassignment at all of them and been rejected." And she asks, "On what basis would they reject him?" He says, "Look for severe childhood disturbances associated with violence. Our Billy wasn't born a criminal, Clarice. He was made one through years of systematic abuse. Billy hates his own identity, you see, and he thinks that makes him a transsexual, but his pathology is 1,000 times more savage and more terrifying." And then that's the perfect moment to see it. We've just heard that like his pathology is 1,000 times more savage and more terrifying. Next line of dialogue, "It rubs the lotion on its skin. It does this whenever it's told."
Yep.
Perfect. The editing, the way the story is told and constructed is incredible. But everything he's saying about the sort of psychological profile he's building makes sense and
And we
holds,
see
I
that
think.
we hear that one through the earphone of Doctor Children of the doctor, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
that's when yes, we cut out to him eavesdropping on the conversation. Yes, I'm glad you remembered that. So right at the very end, when he's basically giving the psychological profile, Chilton is listening in. We cut to him listening in. So then he's going to use that to insert himself into the case for his own ego, um, which is a great little wrinkle to throw into the story, I would say. And right after we hear that his pathology is 1,000 times more savage than that, then we get to see it in action. Um, it rubs the lotion on its skin. It does this whenever it's told, and it's really interesting that Hannibal is convinced that he was abused into being so like abused and mistreated so brutally and violently that he's come to hate himself so completely that he must completely transform into something else to be as far away from possible from who he is as he can. That's a really it's an interesting assumption and deduction to make, but I think it's logically sound, I would say.
Yeah,
This particular
it's a
kind of
movie that really
pathology.
understands psychoanalytics, right? Like
Yeah.
that's not common in, you know, like a lesser screenwriter or novelist who, you know, like it's not common to have people in, you know, your general thriller novels to understand that sort of thing. And that's one of the reasons why this movie, I think, does such a good job, is that it has that very strong understanding of, like, clearly the guy, you know, he may not have read Mindhunter specifically, but he had known
Well,
enough
he
about
yeah,
these cases, you know.
he talked to him and interviewed him
Yeah,
and worked with him specifically, you know. And I totally agree. And just to put a finer point on it, like one of the reasons I think that's a solid assumption because what he's doing is like, well, when we get eventually get the full picture, Hannibal has a pretty good conception of this picture already. I don't think Hannibal knows about the skin suit thing yet. I don't think he has any reason to deduce that necessarily, or maybe he's gotten there in his head already. But what we when we get the full picture of what he's doing, he's coveting the skin of women he sees, and he wants to make a skin suit so he can transform into something else. Now that sort of thing, I think it's reasonable his assumption that like you don't like that all stems from a really severe self-hatred that you wouldn't just be born with. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That you would have to have drilled into you through years and years of abuse and stuff like that. Because it isn't to say that all criminals are made in this way, but this one definitely is, and there's strong evidence to believe that. And I feel like I like the thought process when they're building this profile based on the
yeah.
information they have. I think it's really strong. Good stuff.
It could also be
Um,
that, like, because he grew up, you know, he covets, you covet what you see, right?
yeah, you
And
cover what you see every day.
we will find out eventually that the way like the way that he met this girl, right?
Mhm.
The first girl, is that she did seamstress work for the person who used to live at the house, or, like, you know, possibly
Yes,
his mother, you know, who knows.
possibly his mother. It's not clear, but yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah,
be surprised if it was mother. That's the assumption that makes the most sense to
yeah.
me.
And so, but like he covets, not like, you can make the assumption too that he covets not just that, because whenever, and you know, everybody talks about murdered friends, like, oh, they were, you know, just so bubbly and full of life and they were so happy, like, and nobody ever has a bad thing to say about murdered friends, you know.
Yeah,
But um if we are to take that as sort of like, you know, fact, because everybody talks about how she was always so confident and happy, and, you know, like, she was, you know, she just knew
coveted
it.
that as well.
Yeah, he,
Yeah,
like, that's very likely, you know, in this regard, what he covets of that girl,
yeah.
Frederica.
Mhm.
And that is what drives him to, you know, hatch this scheme to create a suit out of multiple people, right? Like, yeah, like a woman's suit out of multiple.
I mean, like not to not to be weird about it, but he does seem to be a pretty talented seamstress in his own right.
Yeah.
It takes a decent amount of skill to make that work, I would say. um, yes. So now we got another one of the most iconic scenes where he's at the top of the well looking down at Catherine and says, "It rubs the lotion on its skin. It does this whenever it's told." He says, "Mister, my family will pay cash. Whatever ransom you're asking for, they'll pay it." He goes, "It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again." That line is like burned into my brain, like the way, or else it gets the hose again. Oh, so he's like, "Yes, it will, precious. It will get the hose." Like the way he talks to his little poodle. Fun fact about that dog is that's a pretty famous movie dog that's been in a number of movies. It's in Batman Returns. It's in Pee Wee's Big Adventure. That it's a pretty famous little movie dog. It has a name. I can't remember what it is, but and then let's see. She says okay, and she starts putting the lotion on. Says, "Mister, if you let me go, I won't press charges. I promise. See, my mom is a real important woman. I guess you already know that." And it's like now it places the lotion in the basket. Like you mentioned earlier, you can see him trying to ignore what she's saying. It takes some level of mental effort for him to kind of push through it, and I like that detail in his
Yeah.
performance. And she's pleading with him, please, 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 I want to go home, please. And he yells at her, "Put the lotion in the basket."
Put the fucking lotion in
What
the
the fuck?
basket.
And that's the line that sounds most like Chris from Family Guy to
Yeah.
me, listening back to the movie.
Have you ever seen the Family Guy clip too, where like they kind of like acknowledge it by having like Chris do the scene from Silence of the Lambs, where he's
Oh, yeah.
like,
Would you fuck me?
"You
Yeah.
fuck me, I I'd fuck me so hard." Uh,
uh,
hey Chris, you sat on something. Oh,
Was she a great big fat person?
oh.
And she's saying, "I want to see my mommy. I want to see my mommy." And that's when he snaps at her. That's when he says, "Put the fucking lotion in the basket." First of all, he's not listening, and so he has to say it a couple times. But the "I want to see my mommy" thing seems to set him off. That's what makes me think the mother
Yeah,
is a big part of. I think one of I think in the show Mindhunter, there's some line to the effect of like, no one becomes a serial killer that has a good relationship with their mother. Like it seems to be at the core of a lot of it, though it can manifest in very, very disparate ways. Like it always starts in the home,
yeah.
always. And a lot of the worst serial killers of all time, Ed Kemper's a
Pretty famous one.
pretty famous
Pretty
example.
famous and pretty famously gruesome. Like what he did.
Yeah,
Didn't he fuck his mother's head? Isn't that what?
yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did. Yeah, that's a real thing he did. Um, yeah, God damn it, Ed Kemper, fucking nightmare.
Mama's
creature.
boy.
Yeah, well, and then Ed Gein was a big one too. Like
Yeah,
that was the
yeah.
reason he made the skin suit. And there was some detail. Actually, I want to find it because it was interesting, just in terms of the like. I think this is where the idea that he must have been abused in some way or had like a horrible relationship with his childhood comes from. There's a bit from the Ed Gein Wikipedia page about his childhood, about his mother, that I thought was interesting from a psychological point of view. Hold on.
My
See,
mom, my mother in the chat saying, "Oh, that's good news for you."
oh, that's good news for you. That's funny. Hi, Mrs. Taylor. Um, thanks for joining us. Let's see. Oh, okay, the Ed Gein thing, right? Let's see. Augusta, his mother, who was fervently religious and nominally Lutheran, frequently preached to her sons about the innate immorality of the world, the evil of drinking, and her belief that all women were naturally promiscuous instruments of the devil. Right? That shows up in Ed Kemper too.
Yeah.
Like, well, actually, no, Ed Kemper was kind of the reverse, actually. Ed Kemper, anyway, I don't want to get distracted, but yeah, she preached to them all the time about the world is inherently immoral and that women were the instruments of the devil. She reserved time every afternoon to read to them from the Bible, usually selecting verses from the Old Testament and the Book of Revelation concerning death, murder, and divine retribution. So that sounds like a fun childhood. Gein idolized and became obsessed with his mother. Augusta hated her husband, an alcoholic who was unable to keep a job. He had worked at various times as a carpenter, tanner, and insurance salesman. During his time in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Gein's father owned a local grocery shop, but he soon sold the business and left the city with his family to live in isolation on a 155-acre farm in the town of Plainsfield, Wisconsin, which became their permanent residence. Augusta took advantage of the farm's isolation, turning away outsiders who could have influenced her sons. So she had a very sort of domineering, fire and brimstone religious upbringing that she was kind of enforcing on them, and then isolating them from the world as well. Teaching that the world out there was just like cruel and immoral, that they don't trust women, and then kind of isolating him and keeping him in this weird sort of like maternal web sort of thing, which very much
That
feels
seems like some
that's
Norman
very
Bates
psycho.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's very psycho specific. But this I think that's why I think the mother is probably the seamstress of
Yeah.
Buffalo Bill. I don't think it's specified, and I don't either way, but that would make the most sense to me, especially because getting back to it, when she's pleading with him, she says, "I want to see my mommy. I want to see my mommy." That's when he snaps.
Yes. Exactly.
There's something of that in there, I think. Everyone say hi to Hugh's mom in the chat.
Yeah, everyone.
Anyway, moving on. Let's keep it going. Um, that's the next we see Chilton is in with Hannibal. Hannibal is in like how is he? I can't remember how he's tied up. Does he have the full? He doesn't have the
He
full
doesn't have the
mask on,
full mask on yet. It's
and he has a
it's
little
the
thing
little
like pressing
cage.
his, it's like pressing his nose down in a really weird, uncomfortable way. He says, "You
And
still think you're gonna walk on the beach and see the birdies? I don't think so. I called Senator Ruth Martin. She never heard of any deal with you. They scammed you, Hannibal." And like, oh shit. Uh-oh, he's not gonna like that. There never was a deal with Senator Martin, but there is now. I designed it, of course. I worked in a few conditions for my own benefit as well. Identify Buffalo Bill by name, and if the girl is found in time, Senator Martin will have you transferred to the state prison in Tennessee. Says, answer me, Hannibal. You answer me now, or by God, you'll never leave the cell. Who is Buffalo Bill? And he says, his first name is Lewis. I'll tell you the rest to the senator herself, but only in Tennessee, and I have a few conditions of my own. And he's like, all right, fine. Clean him up, get him ready to go.
and
And
he leaves
so,
his pen on the. We see a nice
mhm,
lingering shot. He leaves his pen because, and this is one of those things that I also really I like how we establish that the Doctor is antagonistic to Hannibal. Is that he gets him on the gurney, chains him up basically, and then comes into his cell and lies on his bed like it's his own, and
mhm.
then leaves his pen sitting on it because he's a careless and egotistical dickhead. Um,
Yes, yes,
and we don't need to see how this happens, but we do see that like Hannibal notices the pen is there, right? And like we
yeah,
get these nice shots of him sort of formulating the plan in his head,
yes,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
The other, well, they set it up as well and give you enough reason to believe he's quite deadly with this sort of thing. When they're first bringing Clarice in to see him, Chilton shows her pictures. We don't see the pictures, which is a nice touch. But he says something to the effect of, a nurse. This is what he did to a nurse with like a I don't know, like a bobby pin or something. I can't remember what it was,
Oh
but he
no,
got a hold. What did he get a hold of? I can't remember.
he got a hold of oh shit, I can't remember what it is, but he gets out and then he eats her tongue in the ambulance.
Yeah, he did a number on her, and he shows Clarice a picture of what he did. So he's clearly very dangerous and
Oh, and
resourceful.
somebody mentioned this in the chat earlier. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, but they mentioned that they tell you what the picture is, but they don't show you the picture. And
Yes.
like, which is a very effective way of getting it across, right? Like, we don't need to see it.
Hmm. It's worse than your imagination. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um. I just remembered
I know.
from earlier, from far earlier, we had a super chat with no message, but $10 from Nexus Hives, and I wanted to say thank you very much. We appreciate it. I didn't want to forget to mention that.
Yeah.
Um. So. So now they're going to Tennessee. Now Jack and Clarice are finding out that he's being moved to Tennessee, and they're like, "What the fuck? What's happening?" He's being transferred to Memphis. And he says, someone's talking to Jack Crawford and says, "Did you have a trainee make a phony offer to Lecter in the senator's name?" He said, "Yeah, I rolled the dice. I had to." It's so funny because after reading John Douglas, I feel like they sorry, after reading Mindhunter, I feel like they really captured who John Douglas is in this movie, especially with Scott Glenn's performance. Everything I've read about who John Douglas was, that tracks to me that he would take a big bold risk like that. It's so funny. He's such an interesting person. I really like him. He's like, yeah, I rolled the dice. I had to. Like, well, she's mad as hell, Jack. Paul Krenler's over here from Justice. She's asking him to take over in Memphis. It's like, uh oh, now they're going to be thrown off the case potentially. And then when they bring in Hannibal into the sort of the air hangar, he says, "Welcome to Memphis. I'm Lieutenant Boyle. This is Sergeant Patrick. We'll treat you as good as you treat us. You be a gentleman. You're gonna get 3 hots and a cot." It's just I like that line a lot. It just has a nice alliteration to it. It's fun. So you sign right here, and we'll have us a legal transfer. And then he doesn't have his pen. He's like, "Where's my pen?" I'm like, "Here you go. Use mine." It's like, "Uh oh, Hannibal's got the pen. What's it gonna do? Oh my goodness." Um, and then Dr. Lecter, I brought an affidavit guaranteeing your new rights. You'll want to read it before I sign. And I like Hannibal's really, really, really cunning and manipulative, but there's one thing I want to highlight here specifically about how sneaky he is. He's very smart. He says, I won't waste your time or Catherine's time bargaining for petty privileges. Clarice Starling and that awful Jack Crawford have wasted far too much time. I only pray they haven't doomed the poor girl. That is such a smart line from him
Yeah.
because he's trying to show himself as reasonable and almost mature. He's like, look, I won't negotiate for the petty privileges, right? I'm just here to help. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. You're a little liar. And he said, let me help you now and I'll trust you when it's all over. And he says, you have my word? He says, Buffalo Bill's real name is Louis Friend. I met him just once. He was referred to me in April or May by my patient Benjamin Raspel. Raspale? I can't remember how it's pronounced. They were lovers, you see, but Raspale had become very frightened. Apparently, Louis had murdered a transient and done things with the skin. We need his address and a physical description. Tell me, Senator, did you nurse Catherine yourself? So he's back to doing the same thing.
Yeah.
He pretends like he's just trying to help and trying to be a good person to win them over. And as soon as he gives them enough information to get them asking more questions, he turns to really personal, inappropriate questions. I love that. It's like
Yeah.
it's his MO. It's great.
Toughened your
It's like,
nipples, didn't it?
did you breastfeed her? Toughened your nipples, didn't it? It's like, you son of a bitch. And this line. This line's so great. He says, amputate a man's leg and he can still feel it tickling. Tell me, Mom, when your little girl is on the slab, where will it tickle you? Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
What
My
the
God.
fuck? Jesus Christ, who says that? Uh, that's so like, can you imagine? Can you imagine the author of I'm assuming that comes straight from the book. I wouldn't be surprised. Like the author writing that, like, yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
oh yeah. Oh boy. Ooh, the author probably like sat back from his typewriter and was like,
That's a good one. That's staying in. Oh God, what a line! Jesus Christ! And like you can tell he enjoys like making her deeply uncomfortable too. It's great. And then she says, "Take this thing back to Baltimore." And then as he's being led away, he says, 5'10", strongly built, about however many pounds, hair blonde, eyes pale blue. He'd be about sorry, for whatever reason, the numbers don't show up in this transcript I'm reading from. Um, whatever, he's about whatever age now. He said he lived in Philadelphia, but he may have lied. That's all I can remember, Mom. But if I think of any more, I'll let you know. Like calling her mom, calling him Billy, calling little Jackie boy. Like he has these little diminutive or sort of oddly inappropriately
formal, yeah,
familiar way of
or
speaking
familiar,
to people.
inappropriately familiar. That's the word. Yeah, not formal.
Exactly. Yeah. It's great. And then he keeps doing the wait, one more thing, which I like. So that's all I can remember. He said, "Oh, and Senator, just one more thing. He said, love your suit." it's, uh, it's so good. It's so good. But man, that line about like when she's on the slab, where will it tickle you? That's an all-time creepy line. My goodness. Takes this thing back to love the suit.
Yeah.
He's so sassy. He's having so much fun. I was thinking about it. Like what I really like. We talked a lot about the sort of psychological profile of Buffalo Bill being pretty coherent. Uh, they nail Hannibal too. To say,
Yeah.
to say nothing of how great his performance is. Like as he's an artist, right? And so everything he does is with like an attention to detail and craftsmanship and fun and theatricality and like beauty and all these things he's obsessed with. So like he's very dramatic. He's like waiting till the last minute to tell people things. He's waiting till he's piqued their interest so he can change the subject. He's when he kills the people that are holding him hostage in not hostage when they're holding him captive in Memphis. The way he kills that guy and strings him up, it's like,
Oh
man, he
yeah.
turned all the lights from the catwalk. Like he staged that scene so
Yeah.
dramatically.
He
It's
stages it like
really
Francis Bacon. Like that's
it's
very
yeah,
inspired by those. So it's
very it's funny and believable. Like in a lesser movie you might see something like that and go and like imagine what the character would have to do to make that happen and go like I don't believe that. But
yeah.
in this it's like no, I believe he
I
went up
believe he
there
did
and
that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah. Exactly.
When
Because
he went like when we get into this point, he throws the one guy face down on the elevator to make sure that like they can't see that it's not him. You know, like it's just these like again in a lesser movie, it would be things like, oh, so you're telling me that all this just happened to be like he just happened to do all this perfectly. Like, yeah, no, I believe it. In this one, I buy it. It makes
oh yeah,
sense.
because he's an artist.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, that's what he thinks of himself as. And so, like, when he's killing and eating people, that's one of the things, one of the few things I really applaud the Hannibal show for, because he's not just killing and eating people, he's like a master chef about it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like he's a foodie, right? I don't know, but like all the music and all the art and all the drawing, everything about him is like is artistry and beauty. And so, like, when he even when he's killing people, he does the same sort of stuff. And when he's talking to people, very theatrical and dramatic. Mr. Burpley says the only thing I don't like is how Hannibal escaped. Now, when I was watching that again, we'll talk all about it in a minute. But when I was watching it again, there were a couple things that I was like unsure of. It's a little convoluted, but I think in the final estimation, I think it's good. I still think it's good. I like it. There was one thing that bothered me when I was watching it at first. I'm like, how believable would the face skin
Yeah,
mask be
that is
exactly?
always the
But
question for me is like is
but here's the thing. But like I had that question, and then I was watching it, and then when I saw him in the ambulance and the way he got up, it looked just like a face that had been cut up.
yeah.
And I was looking at it and like, you know what? Fuck it, I do believe it. Because that's what that looks like. It looks like someone whose face has been cut up a bunch. And I'm like, you know what? I think I actually can believe that.
Yeah,
You know, so like I had that question, and then anyway, we'll get into the nuts and bolts of it, but it is over the top in a way that I think is fun, and it doesn't totally break the immersion. I don't think anything is impossible, but it is a little we're having fun, and and I could see someone thinking that maybe it goes a little over the top, but I still
yeah.
like it.
Me too. I agree with that.
So now he's being held in Tennessee, and Clarice has flown there to meet with him. And she kind of sneaks in against the wishes of the people holding him there. She wins over. There's like local police who are tasked with holding him and guarding him, and she like when she's like, "Please, like I have to get his input on a case or whatever to insist in the investigation," and they're like, "All right, sure, you can go in." So there's a
This
little
is
funny moment with Chilton talking to the news, and he says, um, "Dr. Lecter agreed to assist in the investigation of trying to find the abductor Buffalo Bill. So, well, my insight into Lecter's mind made this breakthrough possible. Buffalo, and someone asked Buffalo Bill's real name, so like, now that is a matter of the record with the proper authorities. So my
my
name is
name.
Dr. Patrick Chilton." He starts spelling it for him. It's great. That's great. Good stuff. So she sneaks in, and then
She sneaks in, and this is where the I like the good evening clip comes in.
yeah, but even right before that, there's a nice little moment where she's going up in the elevator with one of the police there, and he says, "Is it true what they're saying? He's some kind of vampire?" Which is I like
Oh
that line a lot.
yeah,
And it's like they don't have a name for what he is. Like that's good.
good
That's
line.
good. Good line. And so they go in. She's like, "I know the rules." And she says, "Good evening, Clarice," like you mentioned. "I thought you might like your drawings back, Doctor." That's her attempt as like, "Hey, I bet you know now that we lied to you, but hey, here's a gesture of good faith. Here's your drawings back."
Yeah,
Maybe that, it's like that's all she really has, and you can tell that she's desperate to try and win the trust back. And he's like, "Just until you get your view." And he's like, "Oh, how very thoughtful." He's so sarcastic, just dripping with sarcasm. Um, or did Jack Crawford send you for one last wheedle before you're both booted off the case? Says, "No, I came because I wanted to." And one of the best lines in the whole movie: "People will say we're in love." Funny, very funny movie. This shockingly funny movie, I would say. It says Anthrax Island. That was an especially nice touch, Clarice. And she admits that it was hers. And so that kind of wins him, it helps win back the trust because he's impressed with the lie because he was convinced. And I'm sure at first he was very upset to have been wheedled, as he puts it. But there is something that respects how clever they were about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because game respects game. um, and she says, do 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 do. Like that was good. Pity about poor Catherine though. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. And she says, your anagrams are showing, Doctor. Lewis Friend, iron sulfide, also known as fool's gold. Says, oh, Clarice, your problem is that you need to get more fun out of life. Because yeah, because that's like he's having fun playing games, being clever, showing how smart he is, showing how artistic he is, all these anagrams, sending people on fool's errands, sending people down the wrong path. He's having fun. He's playing with people. He's like, oh, come on, Clarice, have some fun.
Lighten up. Life ain't so bad.
You were telling me the truth back in Baltimore, sir. Please continue now. He says, I've read the case files. Have you? Everything you need to find him is in those pages. And she's like, tell me how. He's like, first principles, Clarice. Simplicity. Read Marcus Aurelius. Of each particular thing, ask what is it in itself? What is its nature? What does he do, this man you seek? And this is one of my favorite moments in the whole movie. She says, he kills women. He goes, no, that is incidental. What is the first thing he does? What need does he serve by killing? She's like, anger, social acceptance, sexual frustrations. No, he covets. I love the way he says that line. It's great. Perfect. That is his nature. How do we begin to covet, Clarice? Do we seek out things to covet? He says, make an effort to answer now. I love that because he's getting a little tired with her bad answers. Like, come on, you're better than that. Like, I don't want to hear, basically, it's like, I don't want to hear another stupid answer from you. Like, so come
Yeah.
on, make an effort now. And she says, no, we begin by coveting what we see every day. Don't you feel eyes moving over your body, Clarice? And don't your eyes seek out the things that you want? It's like, all right, yes. Now please tell me how. It's like, no, it is your turn to tell me, Clarice. Because he keeps doing it. And I love it. He always picks the perfect moment. He's like, you don't have any more vacations to sell. Why did you leave that ranch? Like, doctor, we don't have any more time for this. And he's like, but we don't reckon time the same way, do we? This is all the time you'll ever have later. Listen to me. We only got 5. He's like, no, I will listen now. Like, oh, he like starts cutting her off and shit. It's great. And like, and all these shots, like like these really punchy lines that he has in this sequence are all incredibly tight close-ups of his face looking straight down the barrel of the lens. So they're all so impactful, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like the way he's lit in this scene, because the light is in the ceilings above, right? So like his face it's not in shadow, but it's not lit very well. And he's kind of looking under his brow, almost in a Kubrick stare sort of way, looking directly into the lens, kind of tracking her with his eyes as she walks around. And the
The camera's, like
dollying
dollying
yeah.
around to the side. Yeah.
It's so good. I love the way this movie is filmed, but especially these scenes that they have together. It's incredible. He says, no, I will listen now. After your father's murder, you were orphaned. You went to live with cousins on a sheep and horse ranch in Montana. And so then one morning I just ran away. He says, no, not just, Clarice. What set you off? He's like, I love the way he plays it because you can tell that though he is obviously a monstrous killer, like he's a very competent psychiatrist. You know what I mean? He's like, no, you didn't just run away. What set you off? You started at what time? Early, still dark. Then something woke you, didn't it? What was it? Was it a dream? What was it? She said, I heard a strange noise. What was it? And she starts getting emotional here, and her performance is just incredible. She's like talking about the screaming, some kind of screaming like a child's voice, and she's getting kind of choked up. She's like, what did you do? I went downstairs, outside. I crept up into the barn. I was so scared to look inside, but I had to. What did you see, Clarice? What did you see? She says, lambs. They were screaming. They were slaughtering the spring lambs. And she doesn't say yes, she just says, and they were screaming, which is, just in terms of small details like that, she like can't bring herself to say it. Great. Like, and you ran away. No, first I tried to free them. I opened the gate to their pen, but they wouldn't run, and that's the part that seems to upset her the most. That's another great detail. God, it's
Yeah.
I love that and the way she plays it is smart too, because it's not just that they're slaughtering them. It's almost worse that they're not running away. And she's like, "Why won't you run away?" And like you can really see it in her expression when she's like revisiting this memory in her head, getting really worked up about it. They wouldn't run, and he said, "But you could, and you did, didn't you?" And she said, "Yes." And I took one lamb and I ran away as fast as I could. Where were you going, Clarice? I don't know, but I didn't have any food and any water, and it was very cold. very cold, and she adds, and like, God, Jodie Foster, such a talented actress. Like
So fucking
you can tell that she's like remembering the cold. Like you can see the shiver run through her. It's just and not in a sort of hacky way, where you're trying to play it for the people in the back of the theater. It's like very subtle. Like you can just see it running through her mind. It's great. Um, I thought if I could save just one, but he was so heavy. I didn't get more than a few miles when the sheriff's car picked me up. The rancher was so angry he sent me to live at the orphanage in Bozeman. I never saw the ranch again. What became of your lamb, Clarice? He killed him. You still wake up sometimes, don't you? Wake up in the dark and hear the screaming of the lambs. Yes. I want to pause to mention that I think I don't know if it's mentioned in the book word for word, but I really love the choice in the movie for him to never say the silence of the lambs. He only ever says the screaming of the lambs.
yes.
That's that's one of the best. Like, I love that choice so much. It's great because it stops it from being hokey is not the right word, but it stops it from being quite as on the nose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When like the only time you ever get close to it is when he asks, "Have the lambs stopped screaming?" Like that, which
Yeah,
is a great line. Great line. And
yeah,
in this same vein, as Mordaka points out, it should be mentioned that despite the meme, nobody ever says hello, Clarice. Hannibal never says. It's one of those oft misremembered lines, kind of like
yeah,
Luke, "I am your father."
yeah.
Uh,
It says good evening, Clarice. Is that right?
he says, "Good evening, Clarice." Yes.
Yes, exactly. Um, okay, and then he says, "Yeah, you still wake up sometimes, don't you? Wake up in the dark and hear the screaming of the lamb." She says, "Yes." And do you think if you save poor Catherine, if you could make them, you could make them stop, don't you? You think if Catherine lives, you won't wake up in the dark ever again to that awful screaming of the lambs. She says, "I don't know," which is another really interesting choice because she could have said yes, but it's almost like I don't know if that's what I'm thinking. It's just like such a deep thing. Like obviously, I've never thought about that consciously before.
Yeah.
And then she says, "I don't know, I don't know." And then he pauses. He says, "Thank you, Clarice. Thank you." And he kind of turns away finally. He turns his gaze away, and there's tears in his eyes, which I love that detail because it's so strange. It's so like, ah, yes, epiphany. We've gotten to the bottom of it. It wasn't that beautiful. What a beautiful story. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
something he finds kind of beautiful about that as a motivation. And then she says, "Tell me his name, doctor." And then before he can tell her, Dr. Chilton shows up. Like, "Dr. Chilton, I presume. I think you know each other." I said, "Okay, it's your turn. Like, let's go." He's like, "Tell me his name. Tell me his name." He's like, "Sorry, ma'am. I've got orders. I got to put you on a plane. Come on now." He says, "Brave Clarice, you will let me know when those lambs stop screaming, won't you?" He's like, "Tell me his name. Tell me his lead. Tell me his name." He says, "Your case file." And he gives her the case file right before she leaves. He says, "Goodbye, Clarice." It's great.
That's when they have the cut of two of their finger. He brushes his finger against hers. Yeah.
Yes. That's a great moment too, because he's finally experienced like human connection with someone, and he like wanted to touch her, which is a really interesting choice. It's almost affectionate. It's like he's trying to form an actual connection with her, and it's creepy in its own right, and like possibly threatening, but it's really good. Really, and I love that close up shot. It's good. It's a very effective use of
Yeah.
editing for one, but like knowing when to cut to what, knowing when to use over the shoulders, when to use close ups, when to use wide shots.
When to swing the
Very,
camera around and dolly,
oh
like
yeah,
how to use. Yeah.
very dynamic.
Yeah.
For scenes of just people talking to each other in a room, especially in this scene because she's kind of pacing around the cage for a bit. She stops eventually when it's time to tell the story, and then we just kind of lock into those close-ups. But earlier on, she's pacing like, "Come on, we don't have time." She's pacing, and the camera on Hannibal's pacing around with her because the movie is very much concerned with
And
putting
that's
you in
just
her
solid
shoes.
blocking, right? Like when
Oh
we
yeah,
lock in for this, like we stop all the motion is how that works. Now, like
Mardaka says, "Let's meet up." Yeah, like when this is all through, maybe we can go grab coffee sometime. Exactly. And then the oh God, I love this scene. There's so many great scenes, but like when they come in, it has been pointed out in the chat already, but it's a really nice detail. He gets a meal later, and I don't know if he's requested it
Oh no,
specifically.
it says yeah, he demanded an extra dinner, lamb
Yes, and
chops, extra
lamb.
rare.
Extra rare, of course. Yes, and then he's listening to the music. They come in, and they're like, "All right." And then they do the normal precautions. Now it's time to get to the nuts and bolts of the escape. So he was able to nab the pen from Chilton back in his cell. He's not in a straitjacket yet. He's in this weird cage thing where his arms are at his side, and it wouldn't have taken it's not impossible, is what I'm trying to say. It wouldn't have taken all that much for him to sort of grab it from the table or the bed that it was on as he's being wheeled out if he's close enough to it. It's, perhaps a little implausible, but not impossible, I would say. And so, as mentioned in the chat earlier, that like he's in a straitjacket. How exactly does he get all this? Well, he already had it before he was put in the straitjacket. And what he's using to ultimately get himself out of the handcuffs is just a smaller part of the pen, right?
Yeah, he took it
It's like
apart
a
and
pin.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So totally plausible, I would say.
Yeah, like we basically see him he grabs it off screen, right? We see him notice it. The guy forgets the pen. He says, "Get him cleaned up and get him ready, to get him ready to be transferred. Get him on a plane."
Yes.
And so like the presumption is then that he's taken off of the gurney and allowed to sort of make himself ready, right? That's when he
Oh,
kind
that's
of
true. That's
yeah,
true. So he would have had another opportunity too,
yeah.
especially if Sheldon was a dumbass who left the pen there because
Which,
he was so
because
focused
yeah,
on
because
like
he's so
lording
focused
over
on
him.
being like, ha ha ha, I did it. Which that's very, given his cartoonish egotisticalness. Like I think that's fair, right? Like that's
Oh
pretty
yeah.
solid.
Yeah. So that would have given even more time to yes.
Yeah.
And so before he's put into the straitjacket with the really cool mask we haven't talked about yet,
Ah,
but that like it's so good. I love it. And when he's in the straitjacket being wheeled in to talk to the senator from Tennessee, that mask he has on is fucking incredible. So he already has the pen at this point, either before or after getting to his cage in Tennessee. He has taken it apart to take a small like metal pin from inside of it to use that to undo the handcuffs. But before we get any further, one of the things that I thought when I was watching it, I'm like, why is he being held here? Why isn't he being held in like a proper jail? Or
or
this
yeah,
is an odd place. This is like some weird
it,
courthouse
it's like a
auditorium type
stage.
thing. Yeah, it's like a stage. Besides looking really cool and having a great vibe of a giant cage inside this big empty room, which is, I mean, from an aesthetic and vibes perspective, it's incredible. It's not really mentioned why he's being held in this like makeshift jail rather than an actual normal jail designed for such a purpose. Apparently, that's mentioned in the book. I think it was a small mistake not to include it in the movie. You could have just had a throwaway line, but the basic idea was something to the effect of they were. God, I can't remember it now.
What are
It
they
was something.
preparing a cell?
No, no, there was they didn't they worried about his safety in a state prison, and so they wanted him to be held. I can't remember exactly what the line is. My girlfriend mentioned it to me. She looked it up while we were watching the movie, and I can't remember what it is now. Damn it, I've forgotten it. But there is a specific line that gives more justification for why he's being held here instead of just a normal prison. And I remember hearing it and thinking, oh, that makes a bit more sense. But it wasn't specified in the movie. I wish I could remember what it is now, but it's escaping me. Anywho, I think yeah, that little detail, just explaining why he's here instead of any other normal place you would hold a prisoner, would make a bit more sense to me. But it's not the end of the world. Now, the guys are coming in.
Yeah,
He's got
it's that's why. It's because they did not want to expose him to the dangers of city jail. Their answer was the former courthouse and jail.
yes,
Gothic style structure built of granite.
yes. So yeah, they need to protect him because he's key to solving their case, and they don't want to throw him in a normal city jail here, but they needed to bring him here for the sake of solving the case. And yeah, so they built his own little personal makeshift jail here in this old courthouse, right? So that little detail, if you said that in a line or two, might have helped it
Yeah,
slightly.
we can't
Not a
we
huge,
can't keep him in city jail. We can't keep him there. Yeah, we got to put him. Got to. What are we
yeah,
gonna do? Oh, well, put him in here.
yes. So now the police officers are coming in. It's part of the normal routine where he has to sit down in the corner and then they handcuff him, right? And then they're gonna bring his food into him. And so as they're bringing it in, he uses the little pin to get out of the handcuffs. He grabs one of the guy and chains him up, and the other guy starts freaking out. He kicks the door to like smack that guy and keep him out of the room. And then he like what like the side of his
He
mouth and
bites off his
cheek.
cheek. Yeah, like
Oh god, it's fucking brutal, dude. It's so and it's such an odd place. You know what? It's like there's a number of things he could have done, but that he bit him right there is so strange that it makes it more horrific. I've mentioned this to you, Hugh, in the past. Like there's something about unexpected and unusual ways of getting hurt that make them more horrific than the
yeah.
ones we see all the time. I like my mind always goes to in Fight Club when they first start fighting each other. He punches him in the ear. Like there's something that like really hurts physically when you watch that.
Yeah.
'Cause you're imagining yourself getting punched really hard in the ear, and you're like, "Oh God, who goes for the ear?" He's like, "I don't know. I'm sorry." It's such a great moment, and there's something very oddly specific and strange about it that makes it hurt worse than seeing the sort of thing you've seen a million times in the movie, where like someone gets punched in the face or whatever. Um, and this is like one of those instances, like that he goes to bite him and bites him on the side of his mouth and his cheek. It's so weird. It's such a great choice because if like I don't know, it's more horrific that way. And then he just goes in just like an animal. It's great. And so then he I forget what he does to dispose of the other guy
Oh,
who's trying.
the guy who's chained up. He grabs one of the billy clubs and beats him to death.
Well, yeah, no, I was gonna get to that guy, but the other guy who's trying to get into the cell for the moment, who just got hit with
That's the guy he
the
bites.
no. He beats
No,
no
he
the guy
yeah.
he bites.
There's only two of them in the room,
Yeah, I know. The
and
guy
so he
he
bites
bites.
the guy. He bites the guy who's at the door because that's the guy whose face he's gonna cut up, and then he beats the guy who he chained to the thing death with the
No,
billy club.
oh, okay, you're right. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, that sounds right. Yes. So, um, yes, and I love the way we shoot him beating him to death with the billy club. Like there's blood all over his face from him biting his cheek, and the music, like it did a very movie thing where the music that was playing in the background disappears for the sake of the score coming in, and then the score fades away and the music comes back in, and like the classical music is playing while he's just beating this guy to death. And there's almost a sort of grace to his movements. You know,
Yeah.
we're almost from the perspective of the guy getting beaten to death. It's pretty horrific. It's great.
Yeah, and so he bites the guy, and like he doesn't kill him; he incapacitates him at that point, and because then he
Okay.
grabs the penknife, and he's because when he goes to do the handcuffs, he says, "Ready when you are, Sergeant Pembry," and then the guy handcuffs him, and then he picks the handcuffs, and then he grabs the penknife as because the guy who he bit is kind of crawling away, and he grabs the penknife and goes, "Ready when you are, Sergeant Pembry," and then he goes and slices his face off. So he's still alive when he does this,
Right.
which
He's
is
been
yeah,
incapacitated, and then he's like, and then he says, "Ready when you are," because that's what he said to him earlier.
yeah,
Great,
we'll
and
call
he's
back.
very, yeah. So, and then, I love this moment. This is one of a detail I like about this movie with some of these supporting characters is they don't feel like they're stupid for the sake of the plot. For example, these police officers that are coming to help him, they're doing the routine thing. They don't know he has something to get out of the handcuffs. Like he doesn't get out because they're stupid necessarily.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean
Open,
oh, that's right. He pepper sprays Pembry after he bites
right,
him.
right, right,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it's like they show him putting it in his pocket as like it's chemical mace. So yeah, he's like
yes.
fucked up. Like
It's
that's
real
just
stuff,
that.
and
Like yeah,
he's
he's
spraying it like very deliberately and for a prolonged period of time in his eyes. No, but like perhaps a bit incautious, sure, but they're not stupid. He doesn't get out because other characters are stupid. know what I mean? Chilton is like forgets his pen, but he's so wrapped up in his ego, like that totally follows for me. It's not like
Yeah.
he's made retarded just for the sake of him escaping. And
Well,
the other, and
so I was
I was
gonna.
just gonna,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna mention that the other police officers downstairs aren't especially stupid either. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's just he's actually clever in terms of how he gets out of here, but they don't need to be stupid. Like for example, um, like they see what's going on, like they see the elevator going up. They're like, "Is someone going up on 5?" And they're like, "No, nobody went up." It's like call Pembry, ask him to tell them. They hear the gunshots, and it's like shots fired on 5, shots fired on 5, and then it's coming back down again. Like what the hell? And people are like scrambling. Goes, everyone, shut up, Bobby, get the vest. And then like they're preparing, and then like it stops off at 3, and there's like seal off a 10 block radius. Get me the SWAT team in an ambulance, double quick. And I love the way he talks too. It's very Tennessee. Um, but like when they're going up to the 5th floor and everything, they're being smart about it. They're being competent. They're like competent local police. A lot of times in lesser works of fiction, like obviously there's something you can do narratively with incompetent officers and whatever. But I like that in this, they don't have to be stupid. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They can just be doing their job pretty well.
And so the officers who are maybe like the two who get whooped, yeah, the two who get like whooped
Yeah,
by
they get whooped
Hannibal.
real good. Yeah,
Um, I think what they do a really good job earlier in the scene where Clarice comes to visit him of showing that this guy is like not as severe as the others, and that maybe he's like a bit ill prepared to deal with a criminal of this type.
a bit
Because
naive.
yeah, a bit
Yeah,
naive, but like he's more trusting. Like they do a lot to show that he's very like a very trusting guy. They like he's got a similar air like he's to to Barney in a way. Like he's a very gentlemanly kind of person. But when Clarice comes in, he's like, "And you're familiar with the rules?" Well,
hmm,
okay, I guess it's fine. Like
yeah.
he's being very polite and
Well, he's
courteous
rather polite and courteous to what's his name too.
to Hannibal. Yeah.
He says like, if you treat us like gentlemen, we'll treat you like gentlemen. Like if you're nice to us, you're good to us. You'll get 3 hots and a cot. You
Yeah,
know?
well, and like he goes, and it's very nice of him to because he goes to put the food down, and Hannibal says, "Mind the drawings, please." And so he goes to
Mhm.
move the drawings for him, which gives Hannibal
Yeah.
very nice because it gives Hannibal more time to pick the lock, which is pretty cool. Nice shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think
Here's a minor problem I have with this whole escape thing, because he brutally kills these 2 police officers who are actually kind of nice and courteous to him. Now I know he's evil and he's trying to escape, but he makes a whole show of them, like he's as ruthless as he is to anyone to these two, in a way that
yeah that
does it kind of conflict with his whole idea that like people who are courteous to him he doesn't want to kill, like Barney, like Clarice.
uh,
How do you feel about that? Because
I
they
okay.
don't really do
It
anything to
conflicts a
him.
little bit. They don't do anything. They don't do anything in particular that like indicate that that's where where we would
They
like
he's punishing
yeah,
them.
that he would be okay with doing. But he is a like I don't mind the idea that he is doing it because he's like, well, I
Pent
want
up.
out. I want
Enough.
out of
Yeah.
here, and this is the only way that I'm going to be able to do it. Like he's not
Okay.
a
Well,
humanist, like he's not like it's not that anybody who is courteous doesn't get killed. It's that like some of them, I think, and that
yeah,
follows for me, right? Is like he's not
yeah.
a
I
not
would
a
just
like
add that.
exactly a
I would just, yeah, I was just gonna add that like he takes his time to be very dramatic in the way he kills and flays that one guy. Um,
wouldn't he view it really as like what an honor that you get such a beautiful work, for me? Like wouldn't he view it sort of like that?
Maybe. Yeah. I'm not saying it's necessarily a problem, but I did sort of wonder, like, because he's. I think you could also justify it as that, like, he hasn't really gotten a good kill in maybe years. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
it could be
He's a
that.
little pent up, if you will, and this is like he finally has a chance to escape, and he's going to be. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't think it's a major conflict, but it does seem like sometimes he's because he is not going to kill Barney. He's not going to kill Clarice. I like the way he says it to her at the end that like the world is more interesting with you in it.
Well, to be fair, in the movie version, he doesn't. We don't have any special release.
He does. He
So
thanks him
he
once.
thanks
He's like,
him
"Thank
once, but he thanks
Yeah,
these guys
okay.
too.
I know. But the vibes seem to be all around that Barney's good. We like Barney. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I
I
mean
like
the special relationship with Barney in the books doesn't quite play here, so you could believe that maybe if the opportunity had presented itself, he would have
yeah,
killed Barney.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, he is a horrific, brutal murderer. So I'm not. I wouldn't rule it out. It's just something I was thinking about. More Daka asks or says, "You can't make an omelet without ripping off a few faces." That's true. Sometimes it just has to be done. Um, Yeah, and obviously these are people holding him captive, and so obviously he doesn't like it them in that regard. So yes, he then our local police officers go running up there, and when they go in, they're like, Jesus fucking Christ, and like he's been like flayed open and like
Yeah,
hung
and hung like
from
a
the ceiling.
or something.
Something with the lights, very moody lights pointed at him, very theatrical. And meanwhile, the other guy is just lying on the floor, and his face is all cut up. And the guy comes up to him and is like, "Oh my God, he's alive! Like, stay calm. We're gonna get you out of here. We're gonna get you help. Where the hell's my ambulance?" Um,
I love too where
it's,
it's Jim Pembry, damn it! Now talk to him. Like
no,
really.
like all these little side characters, great. Like they got a lot of meat on the bones. Like they feel really fleshed out. It's like that's Jim Pembry, man. Talk to him. He's a person. Like, come on,
He's
help
our
him out.
friend. We've worked
He's
with
our
this guy for fucking
Yes,
30 years.
yes.
Jesus.
In lesser movies, the prop characters are treated like props, but here they're like feel like real people who actually have relationships outside of the main plot, even though we don't see them. You know,
Yeah.
great. Wouldn't he need to convince the other cops that this was a regular killing of his? So maybe it doesn't matter that he just has to be that brutal. I think that's something of it. Yeah, he's putting on a show because he needs to. First of all, he needs to convince them that he murdered them and that he escaped. Right. So I think that makes some sense. So they go in and we see quite the tableau. It's quite the scene. And so then the doctors eventually come in. They put what looks like Pembry on the gurney and they're taking him away. They're giving him oxygen. They're like, hang in there, buddy. Top 3 floors secured, main stairwell secured, all that sort of stuff. They're looking for him. They think maybe he's on 2. They get onto the elevator, and then blood is dripping from the ceiling of the elevator, and they're like, "Oh shit!" And I like that the way the cop plays it. He's pretty smart. He doesn't say anything on the radio. He's like, "Yeah, we're all good here. We'll let you know when we have anything else." And he goes when the elevator stops. He goes out and he whispers. He's like, "I think he's on the roof of the elevator." So then the people go up to the floor above and they open up the doors and they're looking down and they see someone laying there that appears to be Hannibal. He's dressed like Hannibal. And he's sitting there with a gun. He's lying still, and he's like, shoot him once, like give him one warning. And they're Hannibal. And he doesn't answer and so they shoot him in the leg, and then he appears to be dead. They open it up, and oh my God! Before we can tell who that was, we cut to the ambulance, and oh my God! It's Hannibal wearing someone else's face as a mask. And right up until this moment, like I said, I was a little like, I don't know how believable wearing someone's face on your face would look. But then when you see it, and they don't hide it in the cut or anything, like you see him take it off. So you see him with it on. It looks like someone who's
Yeah.
just been cut up real bad. So I was like, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah.
I believe it. I think it was mentioned that he was a medical doctor in the book. I don't remember if that's mentioned in the movie, but I believe he has these skills. And it's a convoluted plan, but it makes me laugh. And I like the attention to detail that, for example, when he's going to throw the body of Pembry dressed as himself in his white prison garb, like when they're watching the elevator go up to 5 and then go back down to 3, that's what's happening there. Like the elevator goes up
Yeah.
to 5, and as it's coming down, he throws it on the top of the elevator. So like it doesn't have to just play off screen. Like you see what's happening. You know what I mean? Like it's the logic is all there. His plan is at worst convoluted. I think it's totally plausible. It is a little over the top, but it's just so much fun, Jan. Get it?
Fucking man.
Get it? Yes. I like it a lot, especially when right before he gets to the ambulance driver, he takes off the mask and he's like, nah, it's great.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
love it.
good. It's
I
so
yeah,
fun.
well, and like they set it up too because there's loud banging when they're all looking at the elevator. They're like, "What the hell is that?" Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's great. I really like this scene. I think it works.
I think it works. I think the worst you could say about it is that he might have been able to get out of there in an easier, simpler way, but maybe not because they set up a 10 block perimeter, so maybe the only way he gets out of there is through the ambulance.
Yeah,
Actually, no, I actually think that this is probably as simple a plan as you could have. Like close to it. Like how else do you get out of there
yeah,
otherwise? Like they're fairly competent, all things considered. They do a lot of the smart things you would do. You know what I mean? He outfoxes them. Actually, I don't think I would call it convoluted at all anymore now that I think about it. I just think that it needed to be a pretty complex plan because, getting on the ambulance is an easy way to get out of a 10 block perimeter sort of thing.
yeah.
Because
I mean,
everyone thinks the dead cop is in that ambulance.
yeah, or the wound, but uh, says this kind of breaks if the face isn't defined by the skin, but most all. It would break maybe if I was confident that these cops knew that, and in a pressure situation. Like I think
Right.
that it makes sense to me that they come up, they see a body in a uniform, they think it's like they're
Well,
in a fight.
I mean that we see it and it looks like someone's face has just been cut up really bad. So I don't buy that the scene breaks. For example, like if you just cut all the skin off the face and put it on top of your face, it would still be defined by the shape of your face. It would look really weird and really cut up and lacerated, but that's what it looks like. He almost doesn't recognize him because he's been so badly cut up. I don't feel like that breaks.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I don't exactly know how easy it is, but like to cut the skin off of someone's face in a
yeah,
nice even
to
piece
flay
like
someone.
that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that breaks at all, personally.
Oh, and this is another really solid edit from the end of this transition. Next one is when it goes from Hannibal leering over the ambulance driver's shoulder to the phone dangling and Clarice's friend running away from it. Just
Yeah.
that's just such a great. It's such
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
such a good.
It is a great cut. I want to get back to the point. It would still be your face with an extra layer of skin on it. He doesn't recognize him at first. He looks really bad. Like it's so cut up that you're just like, "Oh my God, he really did a number on him." Like, what's the exact line? Hold on. Because let's see. He took Boyle's gun. Pembry got off one round. There's a chance Lecter was hit. Keep breathing in and out. That's it. You're doing a good job. Hold on. What does he say? Um, Boyle's gun is gone. Two officers down. Get a hold of him and feel his hand. Talk to him. What do I say? Got it. Can you hear me? There's a specific line. What does he say? Okay, I can't find the exact line right now, but he's looking at him and he just looks it looks like his face has been mutilated. So I don't think the idea that it would just be Lecter's face and he would be able to tell the difference really tracks because it just looks like his face has been cut up a bunch
Yeah.
because it has. So I still think that holds. Uh Dave L said, Hugh, you cut out a little bit there. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's
I don't know exactly what's going on with that, but I'm noticing. I'm noticing. I'm trying to do some fixes on the fly. I don't know why my microphone's acting up
gate
today.
thing. Maybe knock it down a little bit.
It might be. Yeah. I did some adjustments.
Exhumed legume. Yes, if you look at it, his face has been cut up a bunch to the point where it looks like that Lecter just stabbed him a bunch in the face. Cut him up a bunch. So it's enough. I mean, and you can see it pretty clearly that it doesn't look like Hannibal. Not that it necessarily looks really much like Pembry either. You know what I mean? It just looks like a mess. His face is a mess.
Yeah.
And I found it believable. So anyway, he escapes. And like you mentioned, we get that cut to holding the phone, and they say What does it
Real,
say?
real quick. I just want to also like because it does seem it does remind me a little bit of like the Clark Kent Superman problem, you know, like where everybody always says like, "Ooh, wow, yeah, there's no way this they would recognize or you'd not recognize that this guy just looks like Superman with glasses on," and then you see people like Zoe Deschanel change their bangs and wear glasses, and they look like a totally different person, like
Yeah.
almost unrecognizable. It's just like I don't know. I don't. It doesn't. It's not totally unbelievable. I do get the
Mhm.
point that Wing Flanagan is making that if they touched it at all, it might slip. Um,
It might.
it
Yeah.
might, but I don't know. I'm not
I
willing to
also
say that it's like
all they do is put the oxygen mask over top of it. They don't like push his face around, like, hey, is this
yeah.
a mask? It's no one's expecting that. Especially because if someone's been cut up in the face a bunch, I think they wouldn't touch it
They'd
also.
probably be very ginger about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that this is all in the heat of the moment where like the dangerous psychopathic criminal is on the loose and he just flayed a guy alive
Yeah,
and
and,
everyone's kind
and
of
I think that they do a really good job of giving exactly like enough gravity to the tension of the moment. You know,
yeah.
like these cops are freaking out, man. Like they are not
Yeah,
having a good
they're
day.
not incompetent, but also they've never really experienced anything like this. I think that's fair to say of most of the people in this story, actually. And Defrosted Robot said, "Good thing Hannibal fits into the uniform. They look about the same size, honestly. Like, if he was a big giant guy, you might be like, wait, that doesn't check. But like, we do see them next to each other, and they look about the same height. I actually don't find that all that, because like, police officer uniforms aren't necessarily tailored either,
Yeah,
right? They're just kind of generic, medium, large sizes, I'm sure. So like, I don't have a problem with that either. I suppose it's lucky, but like he's lying there all bloodied on the ground. I don't think anyone's going, "Hey, wait a minute, this uniform looks like slightly baggy on you." You know what I mean? I
yeah.
don't.
So anyway, he's
We
escaped. He's
also,
out.
in terms of completing the look for this ruse, he scalps him a bit too because when he takes off the mask, some of like the top of his head comes with it.
Yeah.
So it's not just Dwight Schrute from The Office with the CPR dummy. It's like it goes over the top of his head too, for the sake of the hair. Anyway, and when we see it right before he takes it off, it does look very convincing. So that's what made because I was
Yeah.
questioning it too, and then when I saw that, I'm like, oh shit, I would be fooled by that. Fucking hell. So, but also the going over the top of the head would also probably cause it to not slip off either, if that's a concern.
Yeah, that
I
makes
don't know.
sense.
I think it works.
Either way, I think it works. I think it holds up to a a detailed poking at the very least. You
Yeah,
have to like really work to
you
kind of
could say
make to kind of break it.
plausible, and that's fine.
Yeah,
But it
it's
it
a little melodramatic. It's a little silly, a
oh,
little
it's
over the
very
top.
dramatic. It's fun, Jan. Get it? Like it is like when he takes off the mask. That is such a like. I'm glad they included that because it's maybe slightly over the top, but it makes it. I don't know. It's a lot of fun. It feels like a movie.
Yeah,
It's good in a good way.
and so then we cut to Clarice's friend, running down the hallway from the phone to let her know that Lecter has escaped. He is
Yeah.
out.
And then they start talking about the case.
Well, they have
Whereas,
that moment where she says like he won't come after me. I can't explain it, but he'd consider it rude, you know.
yeah, that's what part I wanted to get to. Let's see. We got him on last lactated ringers. What is that? And the patient is on. Oh, that's okay. That's in the ambulance.
Yeah.
By now, he could be anywhere. He won't come after me. Oh, really? He says. She says he won't. I can't explain it. He would consider that rude, which is another great moment showing her improving psychological profile building that she has correctly assumed, deduced that he would consider that rude. And I think that's accurate. But like, no, he wouldn't come kill me because he likes me too much. He would consider it rude. It's over. She's dead. It's not your fault it worked out like this. The thing is that Lecter said everything we need to catch him is in these pages. Dr. Lecter said a lot of things, she responds. He's here, Ardelia, which is an interesting name. I was like, Ardelia, what kind of name is that? Is this Lecter's handwriting? And then on the map, it says, Clarice, doesn't this random scattering of sites seem desperately random, like the elaboration of a bad liar? And it's signed Hannibal Lecter, which is an interesting thing. I really like that detail. That he's like,
Yeah.
look at this pattern. Doesn't it look like deliberately he's trying to go to this corner and this corner and this corner? You know what I mean? Just to make it seem all over the place. They're like, deliberately random. What does he mean? Not random at all, maybe? Like there's some pattern, but there's no pattern. The computers would have nailed it. He says they were even found in random order. And then Ardelia says random because of the one girl. I like that Ardelia gets a little moment to be smart too, even though
Yeah.
she's such a minor character. That's nice that she gets to have a good idea too, you know? The one he weighed down, Frederica Bimmel from Belvedere, Ohio. First girl taken, third body found. Why? She didn't drift. He weighed her down. But what did Lecter say about the first principles? She says simplicity. What does this guy do? He covets. How do we first start to covet? We covet what we see every day.
He knew
She's
her.
like, hot damn, Clarice. He knew her. Yep.
Yep.
I love that too because that isn't necessarily something you would assume right away, especially you're getting all these bodies all over the place. You know, I like that detail because it makes sense to me that no one has thought that yet, and that it took Hannibal's psychological profile that like he's coveting what these women have, and this was the first one to be found. It's likely the first victim. He probably knew her.
This is
Is that
the third person found, and but like that he weighed her down so that she would be the third person, or like that she would be found later, so that it might obscure that like she
I
was the
don't
first.
know.
Right? Like,
I
isn't
don't
that?
know if that's the idea, but like this was the one that's most closely tied to him, so he took greatest pains to hide the evidence. I don't know.
Oh, maybe that. Yeah, yeah, that makes more sense.
I think that is stronger.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And that makes a lot of sense too. I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that when a killer kills someone they know, they take greater pains to like hide evidence and dispose of things like that because they suspect naturally and rightly so that if it's someone they know, it'll be easier to find them.
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's a great. I love that. That's a great because that's the big break in the case essentially. That's a break in the case for Clarice. There's a separate break in the case that happens with the profile that Hannibal makes, where about trying to get transsexual surgery and being rejected. That's kind of the second break in the case, and then we're building up to one of the greatest bait and switches in movie history. I'm so
Yes.
excited. We're almost there.
So
Um,
Clarice goes to visit the town in
Frederica,
Ohio where Frederica Bimmel
Frederica,
is from. Yeah.
yes. And the dad is like, I don't know, nothing new to tell you. Police been back here so many times already. Frederica went into the Chicago on the bus to see about a job. She left the interview okay, and she never come home. Her bedroom's how she left it, upstairs, door to the left.
Another thing
Um,
that like that this is one of those moments too that Longlegs tries to ape and does it incredibly poorly. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're going back to one of the one of the original murders. This place is exactly how it was left. But the way that we get here makes sense, right? Like it
yeah,
all tracks from the result of
yeah.
good investigation.
And the other interesting thing is that like when she comes here, um, he doesn't find anything in her room, right? That's the room everyone's been into, but she looks around there. She doesn't really find much. She
She
goes
finds
and
the photos.
yeah, she finds the photos, but like that's not the clue really.
No, that's not the clue. One of the things that I do like about that though is that like she finds those photos and like yeah that tells us a little about Frederica being like she's confident enough to like in herself and in her body image to take those photos or to have them and keep them and everything. But
Yeah,
like I one of the touches that I really like that I think does help with the female lead of the it helps put Lindsay Ellis's argument to bed here too is that she only finds them because she looks somewhere where a male officer probably wouldn't think to look, like where a
yeah.
woman would hide something, a woman of this type would hide something, like
Hmm.
that's I think that's something it's a nice subtle little touch, but I think it works really really well.
Yes, I agree. And then she finds that, which tells us a little bit more about Frederica, but doesn't give her any clues. Then she's like, "All right." what now? She wanders over to the other side of the house. She's in the parents' bedroom, sees some seamstress things, opens up the door and sees a dress with tape on it in a certain pattern, cut like those diamonds that she finds on the back of the last body they found. And this is the big aha moment for her. Next thing we know, hard cut to her on the phone with Dr. Crawford, and she's talking a mile a minute. Like, he's making himself a woman suit, Mr. Crawford, out of real women. He can sew this guy. He's very skilled. He's a tailor or a dressmaker. And he's like, Starling. And she's like, that's why they're so big. He has to keep them alive so we can starve them so that can loosen their skin. And they're like, Starling, we know who he is and where he is. We're on our way right now. I love the way this plays out because this is a big aha moment for her. And at first, it gets almost undercut because we're like, oh, we already know where he is, but they're actually on the wrong trail, as we'll see in a moment. I love that detail. I love the way she deduced, like, that pattern, that's obviously something a dressmaker or a seamstress would do. So he must like, and obviously if he's trying to transform himself, he's stealing their skin so he can make a suit, right? So he can
Yeah.
a dress essentially. And then I love how quickly she gets to, like, that must be why he's getting these bigger women and starving them so they can loosen their skin. And it's like, God, because that's a macabre thought. But she gets there pretty quickly, which is really interesting.
Yeah. And
That makes sense.
Crawford, yeah, it makes a lot. She's smart, man. She's a
Yeah.
smart person. She
Well,
puts it
the other
together immediately.
the other thing I like about it before you continue is because you might think, okay, well, holding them for 3 days and keeping them in a pit and forcing them to do humiliating things, that doesn't read like a product killer, which is what will eventually, when we get the full picture, that's definitely what Buffalo Bill is, right? He's after their skin, right? But then when you finally get the detail that the only reason he's keeping them for 3 days and keeping them in the pit is just to hold them there and starve them there, and the skin is for the health of the skin. I mean, sorry, the cream is for the health of the skin,
Yeah.
right? And so it still fits, like it still fits that he's a
A
product
product killer,
killer.
yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, you're about to say
Oh,
something.
I was just about to say, and so like where Crawford is going, they're chasing down a different lead that they got about the butterflies because these are rare, they're rare butterflies and they have to be imported specifically. And so they had there was a shipment that was stopped at customs in Los Angeles that was headed to Chicago or the outskirts of Chicago, like nearby Ohio, so not crazy far. Um, for a Mr. James Gum,
Yeah.
and they're going to the last known residence of James Gum. So that's
Yes.
what
And they first got that name from the Johns Hopkins, right?
yeah.
And then one of the reasons they thought maybe it was this guy of a few people that have been rejected was what you mentioned of the butterflies or the moths, that is. And they're like, that's a good lead. And so they're going to the last known residence of James Gum. And so what he says to her, what does he say? He says very specifically, he says, we're on our way to there right now. And she says, where? He says, Calumet City, edge of Chicago. Be on the ground and whatever. That's great news, sir, but how? And he explains the John Gum, Jamie Gum, John Grant. He's given a few different names. Lester's description was accurate. He just lied about the name. Customs had some paper on him, all that sort of stuff. And then he says, she says, like, Chicago's only so many miles from here. I'll be there. And she's like, no, Starling, that's not enough time. We want him for murder, not kidnapping. I need you to link him to the Bimmel girl. See what you can dredge up in Belvedere. She says, yes, sir, you bet. I'll do my best. And this sets up what is building up to probably one of the greatest twists and bait and switches in movie history. I love the way this is set up, and we'll talk about why as we keep going. Um, and she says, yes, sir, you bet. You can tell she's kind of disappointed that she won't be there to catch him, right? And he says, Starling, we wouldn't have found him without you. Nobody's going to forget that, least of all me. I love that moment because I like that he has a heart and that he knows that she's feeling a little disappointed, like she couldn't be there herself. And he's trying to reassure her. That's nice. I like him as a character. Um, and then and then we're back to Buffalo Bill with Catherine. And she's like, thanks for the scraps, asshole. I got a better idea. And then
Yeah,
she uses.
she's like, we see her like tying up the bones, of something to the bucket,
Yeah,
whatever
to try to
chicken thing.
trap Precious. Time for a little treat. And she's like, Precious, come on, girl. She's trying to, like, capture her in a bucket and pull her down into the well. And the first time it doesn't. This is another detail I like in terms of the editing and the storytelling. The first time we see her do it fails, and then it happens again, and she's successful off screen. I think that's a
Yeah.
nice choice, because I like the idea of, because it might have been too easy if we just show her do it and she's successful. Maybe not too easy, but I like that she's got to struggle for it. And while she's trying to capture the dog, we're doing the iconic, "Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard."
So hard.
Yeah, and then he does
His
he
little
does his little
tucking, his
dance.
little tucking dance. Yeah.
Yeah, that sure is something. I admire Ted Levine's commitment to this character, because he's got to do a lot of unpleasant things in this movie.
Yes.
But
Very
that's a
different
good,
from his role as Leland Stottlemyre in Monk.
yeah, that's true. That's true. So, oh yeah, it was mentioned that Defrosted Robot says Saw kind of did a version of this bait and switch, but way worse. Well, you didn't say way worse. I'm adding that myself. Yes, it's way worse. But in this, there's a few reasons why it's especially strong. Um, Next, we see Clarice just asking people around town, trying to get more evidence
She
about his
finds
connection.
her friend, right? She finds
Yeah, so she's
Frederica's
trying to get,
friend.
she's trying to chase down leads on Frederica, get more information so that they can charge him for murder, not just the kidnapping of Catherine, right? And so she's talking to the friend, and she's like, "Is that a good job, FBI agent? You get to travel around and stuff. I mean, better places than this." And she's like, "Sometimes you do." Freddie was so happy for me when I got this job at the bank. Toaster giveaways and Barry Manilow in the speakers all day. She thought it was such hot shit. What did she know, big dummy? This is probably the only actor in the movie who I thought was a little weak. This friend, but
Yeah.
that's all right. We'll give her a pass. Everyone else is so good. She was okay, but there's a couple ways she said things that I was like, oh, that's not great, but that's fine.
You know.
Stacey, did Frederica ever mention a man named Jamie Gum or a Jame Gum? What kind of name is Jame Gum, by the way? It's so weird and horrible to say. How about John Grant? No. Would she have had a friend that you didn't know about? If she had a guy I'd have known, believe me. Sewing was her life. Did you ever work together? Sure, me and Pam Malavezi used to help her do alterations for old Mrs. Lipman. And she's like, "Can you give me Mrs. Lipman's address? I need to talk to her." And then we cut to we cut back to the fuck, what's his name? Buffalo Bill with Catherine, and she's captured little Precious, little poodle dog. She's got him. She's down here, you sack of shit. She's like, "Put her in that bucket." And she's like, "Give me a telephone and lower her down." And he's like, the way he talks to Precious, she's like, "Poodly poo." It's so
She's
ridiculous.
hurt real bad, mister. She needs a vet. She's in a
Yeah.
lot of pain. That's when he hits her with the "you don't know what pain is" line, which is fucking.
Yeah.
That's such a good
That's a great
delivery,
line.
dude.
That's such a good delivery. It's like, oh god, this guy's scary. And then as that's happening, we're cutting to the police looking like they're about to get to his home, right? And they're doing all the stuff. They're setting up gunmen. They're hiding behind vans. They're approaching. They send the guy up to the door with a gun, and like it reminded me of the Terminator, Terminator 2, where he has like the gun in the flower box. You know what I mean? Like he goes up to the door to knock on the door, seemingly with flowers in his box.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah. Like the Godfather kind of thing. Like, the classic setup of like, oh, you got a delivery, get on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and it's like, oh, we're setting it up. Oh, he's gonna close in on them. Is he gonna do it?
When I love the chaos of it too, because like they
Yeah.
deliberately set up the chaotic and like the dog is yelping, Catherine
Yeah.
is screaming, Buffalo
Music
Bill
playing.
is screaming, the music's playing, and then all of a sudden we've got somebody with a flower box standing outside, and he hits the doorbell, and there's this incredibly obnoxious buzzing, right? Like this,
Yes.
like it's like a really bad industrial buzzing noise, right? And
Mhm.
it's perfectly set up to sort of like give you the you're just sort of
Oh
like,
shit.
oh
It's
shit,
coming,
it's here we go.
Here we go. And then boom, the door opens, and she says, "Good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Miss Lipman's family." That is such a great twist. And I'll tell you why it's so strong compared to a lot of the cheap imitators that have come since. You don't know that she's going up to a house right away. Like she mentioned that she's going to Miss Lippman's address, but there's no reason you would initially assume that Miss Lippman's house is where he's going to be. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So there's no reason to suspect it. In a lot of cheaper imitations, it's like there are two people going to a house, and so it becomes much more obvious that they would switch it up like that. Like it becomes very predictable in a way. Like the one in Saw is very predictable and convoluted as well. But in this one, like last we heard from her, we're so caught up in the chaos of this scene, we're not really thinking about Clarice. But last time we heard from her, she was just gonna go check in on Miss Lippman, and she comes here and like, holy shit, she's here. Like she doesn't think, and neither do we think that the house she's about to go to is where he's going to be, and that really helps sell it. Like that, it really makes it surprising because you don't expect her to show up there at all. You didn't even know she was like, and I think the logic is a little, it's vague that either he's living where the Lippmans used to live or he's actually the son of Mrs. Lippman. I'm not really sure
I
which.
think in the book, it because I was trying to figure that out. I think in the book he has killed the he's his real name is James Gumb, and
Okay,
that's because he's from like his mother was like an alcoholic actress. His mother was an alcoholic actress in L.A. or something like that. I think is what it said on Wikipedia. I didn't dive too deep into it because it's not organized very well in explaining
yeah,
all the backstory. I think in the book it sort of says that he has murdered her and he's living in that house. That Lecter didn't
interesting.
really lie about any of it. It is all true what happened. Like he was in a relationship with that one guy,
Yeah.
and he did kill a transient and flay the transient. Um, but yeah, it is like yeah, it's something like that. Either way, there's not in the movie. There's not really a good reason to assume
Yeah,
that
you
he's
can
going to be
believe
there.
that he killed the family that used to live there, or maybe that he was actually the
Actually, the son.
son of
Yeah,
Mrs. Lippman or something like that. It's unclear because he also has the same interest in like sewing and stuff like that that she had. So I wasn't really sure that
yeah. Either
connection there.
way, I think that works. And I
Hmm.
think it also works that nobody's ever questioned or investigated the Lipmans because by the
Yeah,
time she finally washed up, like she was the third victim, and they were like, "Shit, there's just another one. Like, what are we like? What are we gonna do?
yeah,
Chase down every person? Like this? We,
yeah,
as far as we know, this was a random thing that happened in Chicago. You know?
yeah. Someone from out of town kind of thing.
Yeah,
You wouldn't necessarily assume it was someone in town. Yeah, so then great bait and switch. Obviously, the people in Illinois are like, he's not here. And so now we're just stuck with Clarice. Clarice, oh my God, she's with the killer. I love the way this plays out. Um, he says, I really, good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Mrs. Lippman's family. No Lippman's. He's like, no, Lippman's don't live here anymore. Tries to close the door, and she kind of pushes the door back in and says, excuse me, I really need to speak with you. He's like, "What's the problem, officer?" He says, "I'm investigating the death of Frederica Bimmel. And your name is?" And he says, "Jack Gordon," which is similar enough to a lot of the other fake names
yeah,
he's throwing around, so that really tracks too. Mr. Gordon, good. Well, Frederica used to work for Mrs. Lippman. Did you know her? He's like, "No, uh-uh. Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?" It's so funny. I love it. I love it so much. And she's like, yeah, she was a big girl, sir." He's like, "Yeah, I may have." No, I read about her in the newspaper. Mrs. Lippman had a son. Maybe he could help you. I got his card here someplace. Come in while I look for it." And then she goes into the house. "Are you close to catching somebody, you think?" And she says, "Yes, we may
yeah,
be." I love that moment too, because like the gears are starting to turn as she's looking around this place and kind of realizing that this all fits,
yeah,
you know? It's great, like, because we're getting these great POV shots looking around the room of seeing this, like, the awful state of this house. I can't remember what the final clue was that she looks at and was like,
it's the moth. A moth float.
right, it's
Yeah,
the moth. Right, it's the moth. That. Thank you. Yes.
yeah,
Like, well, it's like, did you take over this place after Miss Lippman died? Is that right? And it's like, yeah, I bought this house 2 years ago. Did she leave any records, any business records, tax forms, lists of employees? No, nothing like that at all. Say, has the FBI learned something? The police around here don't seem to have the first clue. I mean, have you got like a description, fingerprints, anything like that? Well, that's the other thing I really like is that oftentimes serial killers can't help themselves, but ask questions that would make them suspicious because they're desperate to know how much the
Yeah.
investigators know. Like it was really dumb of him, all things considered, to ask questions like that. Like, hey, have you got like a description or fingerprints or anything like that? Like, it's a very suspicious question to ask, but he just can't help himself. And it's like, no, we don't. And he says, here's that number. Like, very good, Mr. Gordon. May I use your phone, please? And Hugh, you mentioned earlier, like the
I
way
really
he says it.
Yeah, well, he starts breaking character and like laughing, like he can't keep his shit
Yeah,
together, right? He's just like,
yeah,
like an actor, like because he's a bad actor, right? Like he's losing the ability to keep his self under wraps, and so he
yeah,
starts laughing and goes like, "Sure, you can use my phone." And then when she like she pulls the gun on him, freeze. He raises his hands up and drops all the cards, but he starts giggling. He starts laughing,
yeah,
which is just so
yeah,
fucking good. Like what a
yeah,
great performance note from him to just start like he's elated at the fact of being found out here. Like he's like, "Ooh, boy." It's like he's a bad liar, which is
yeah.
it's great.
It's a great detail. A couple things in the chat that I found funny. Daily Dose. Wow, so we had to sit through an hour or so of quote investigation just for Clarice to find the killer when they could have just given her psychic powers and she would have found him in the first 5 minutes.
Or he
Yes.
could have just
Yeah.
snuck into her apartment and given her
And
the
left her a clue
left
and
her a
said,
clue
"Hey,
and said,
here's
"Hey,
how to
here's how
solve
you
my
find
cipher."
me."
Yeah. Um, Dave L says, first time I saw Jodie Foster when he opened the door, I was so stunned I had to pause and rewind. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful twist. I remember the first time I saw it, I think I had rented it from Blockbuster or something like that back in the day. And I was watching it. Like, it was an audible gasp, which I don't usually do
Yeah.
watching a movie. I was like, oh, fuck, no, Clarice, no. Um, Dave L said I had the same thought. Dave L. He says I didn't like that her boss immediately realized Clarice was with the killer. That was a bit of a jump. I totally agree.
Yes, I agree with.
That
He
makes no sense
he
because
just
when he
has a
realizes they're at the wrong house, he goes Clarice, and it's like you don't know that she's like no.
You don't know that.
No, like all you could ascertain is that like maybe he actually is from the town that she's currently in, and that maybe she's in some sort of general danger. But there's no reason to assume that she's currently at his house. Because she didn't tell him that, hey, by the way, I'm also going to. That didn't happen. So that line is kind of dumb, and it's a simple fix. You just cut it. That's all
Yeah.
you do.
I do wonder if that is a production note to keep it in, to be like, oh, but what if people are confused about what if people are confused about what we're going to show them? But who knows? I think you cut it and it becomes a little stronger.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know what we know. That just seems like a mistake of the character not knowing what the audience knows. It's a small one, but it is a little like, wait a minute, why would he? No, he wouldn't know. um, let's see. Yeah, Dave says Clarice. Meanwhile, Clarice is just eating a piece of pie at a diner somewhere. Like,
Oh shit, I'm late.
that,
I gotta make this meeting.
that would be equally as likely, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So now she's in the house, and like I said, she notices the moth flying around. And she says, "Freeze! Put your hands over her head." And I like the way that he kind of throws the cards, the business cards, up in the air and runs away, kind of giggling. It's great.
Yeah.
He just runs around the corner. He's like, "Tee hee!" And he runs away. And then the long sort of chase scene where she follows him, and I love the attention to detail with like how scared she is for one, and how worked up she is, how cautiously she's taking every corner, that she's looking around every door. But you get down there, and this place is just a labyrinth, man. There's so many doors. It's terrifying. It's great. I love it. So she eventually finds her way down to the pit, the well where Catherine is being held, and she's like, she does some interesting things. She kind of lies to her. Um, she's like Catherine Martin. She says yes, and she says FBI, you're safe. I'm like, no, she's not.
She's
And
not.
Catherine's like, safe, shit, get me out of here. Like, you're all right. Where is he? And she's like, how the fuck should I know?
Yeah.
Which is another funny line. It's like, just get me out of here. And she's like, all right, you got to be quiet. Shut that dog up. She just keeps yelling. She's like, just get me out of here. She's like, oh my God, Catherine, I'm going to get you out of here, but right now you need to listen to me. I'm going to leave this room. I'll be right back. And
Yeah,
she's like, no, don't
I
leave me here,
fucking
you
love that.
fucking
It's
bitch.
so
Yeah.
funny. It's so funny how quickly she's like, "All right, Catherine, I'm gonna get you out of there. Right now, I need you to listen to me. I'm gonna leave this room. I'll be right back." And then she starts moving. It's like it's so funny the way she
Yeah.
delivers it.
hmm Yeah, because she knows what she's about to say.
Yeah.
She's like, wait, don't go. And
Don't
she
leave
says,
me, you bitch.
yeah. And she says, Catherine, the other officers will be here any minute now, which is another lie, but she's just
Yeah.
trying to reassure her. She doesn't have any backup coming. Um, which is interesting because it all happened. She didn't expect any of this. So she says, oh, it's interesting because I'm just looking at a transcript of dialogue. There's no other dialogue until she kills him.
Yeah.
Um, so the rest of it is okay. She's wandering through, and she's seeing all sorts of weird shit. She sees the all the moths and these flying around and flapping around that adds to the tension. Place is disgusting to say the least. She goes into one bathroom, and like I said, there, like I mentioned earlier, there's some sort of decomposing mess of a body in there. Maybe Mrs. Lippman, who's to say for sure? She's like, "What the fuck is that?" And then he cuts the power, right?
Yeah.
And this is when the the night vision goggles come back into play, which have been nicely set up earlier in the movie. And so now she's in this horrible hellhole labyrinth alone, and now she can't see it all. And we cut to his POV night vision goggles, which is a great touch. And I like the way that she's like wandering around and falling and like clasping in the dark, and he's like trying to get closer to her, but like he's kind of playing with her because this is something kind of fun and exciting for him, right? Like that was clear from when he was kind of smirking and laughing when she asked to use the phone, and the way he kind of giggled when like when she was about to shoot him and he ran away, all that sort of stuff. And I think it fits psychologically that he's kind of like following her and kind of going ooh silently, you know. The one detail about this scene that I don't like is when we cut from the POV to him wearing the goggles. It's dimly lit, but you'd be able to see him if you were
Yeah.
Clarice.
Yeah.
That bothers me a little bit. It would almost be better to cut to like almost near darkness or not cut at all. I know they probably want to cut to something, but that bothered me slightly. I'm like, if we can see him, then she can see him, guys. I know this is like a little bit of movie logic with how dark it is in here, but I feel like you could just cut this shot. Gotta be a way to make it work without it. But anyway, she's wandering. She actually looks like they're filming this in the darkness. I don't know if they
I
actually
think they
are.
did. I'm pretty sure
They did too.
I'm pretty sure they actually did, and I can't remember if this is true or not, but I heard I can't remember if I got this from the documentary or if I got this from the like just from a story, but I swear I heard that the scene where he sticks his hand out to like almost touch her hair is improvised. That it had like it wasn't in the script to
Hmm,
do that to like for him to do that, but
interesting.
the reason that he did I think this might have been from the behind the scenes thing because the reason that he did it is because he has a final line in the book. His final line in the book, as he's lying there dying with the bullet wounds in him, is to ask Clarice, "How does it feel to be so beautiful?" And I think that by replacing that with just this like little extension of his hand, like
Yeah.
as if he's like admiring her at
Yeah.
first, is like that is such a perfect way to adapt that to a
I
film.
like it. I like
Yeah,
it better. I think it's better the less he says here.
yeah,
I think we already get an idea of who he is, and so like when he's kind of reaching for her hair, but he doesn't touch her because he doesn't want to give away where he is. That's really nice. And obviously, it's been mentioned that like he feels kind of overconfident here.
oh
You
yeah,
know, he has the upper hand. And I kind of like the way this last little moment plays out where he goes to cock the gun and she hears that and then turns around and shoots him really quickly because she's, you know, she's had more gun training, let's say, and she's quick. She's quick. And that ultimately that's how she defeats him. It's just by drawing and shooting really quickly. That's kind of nice too.
big iron on his hip.
Yeah. I like it. And then like it's a fantastic sequence aside from that shot that I mentioned earlier because when the gunshots go off, the way the flashes light up the room is really cool. I
Yeah,
really like it. and then I think one of the bullets like goes through the
It
I don't
it,
know,
it hits like it goes through him and hits
the
the window
glass.
or something. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And then the light starts pouring in. The light pours into the darkness because we got him. We got him, guys. He's lying there on the floor, and she's still worked. And I like that after she shoots him, she like is desperate to put more bullets in the gun, even
yeah.
though he's dead there, lying, spasming on the ground, blood coming out of his mouth. She's still trying to get more bullets so she can be ready in case
She
he
still
moves.
kicks the gun away from him because she's
Yes,
not.
and she's still really scared. That's another great. It's so good. It's so good. Man, the way her performance
Yeah,
incredible in this movie. She's such an incredible actress, but you really feel the tension, right? And so these sequences of her like walking through this nightmare basement are just perfect because you really see it on her face, you know. And I love when she gets the shot off, and then she's lying on the ground and she's still shaking up, the gun shaking in her hand, but then he dies. We got him. We killed the bad guy. Go team. And then I think what's the was it
I
what
think
does
it
it cut
just.
to next?
Oh, it cuts to the rotating little bamboo wind chime thing. It's not a wind chime, but it's like one of those things that like flips
The wind
around and it's a
sail
new
thing.
yeah, a new picture every time and it's butterflies, you know.
Yeah,
And which is like that's a good shot to end that sequence on. It's a good shot to
yeah,
give us some time to breathe before the falling action. Because right
yeah,
after that is when like they're pulling Catherine out. Another funny moment too. Catherine refuses to let go of Precious. So she's just got Precious in her
yeah,
arms, and they try to take her, and she's like, "No, no!" She holds onto the dog, which is just like this really fun, like funny, but like it's funny and then it's understandable too, right? Because like it's just like this is the way that this was her bargaining chip, like this
yeah.
was her safety, and so now she's like she's not willing to give that shit up just yet, you know?
No, she's still in the moment. She's still it hasn't sunk in that she's safe now. And
Yeah,
then we see her graduating from the FBI Academy or whatever it's called. So that's a nice moment. Jack Crawford's there to watch her graduate. It's a good moment. She's Special Agent Starling now. And then she's at a gather like a celebratory thing for the
the
grad
little
for
banquet or the reception or
yeah, for
whatever.
people graduating, and they have the little FBI seal cake. That's fun.
Yeah,
Um, and everyone's there, everyone's happy. It's a nice little happy ending that I feel like we actually earned because, like I said, we really put the
she
character
really
through
went
hell.
through some shit. Yeah, they all
Yeah,
did.
exactly. So they take a picture. Jack Crawford comes up to her and says, "Look, I just wanted to say congratulations. I'm not much good at this kind of thing, so I'm going to duck out of here." And she's like, "Okay, sure." Like, "Thank you, Mr. Crawford." And he says to her, "Your father would have been proud today." That's such a great moment.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great. And she
Oh,
so
she
good.
gets a phone call before this, and
Yeah.
he says, "Don't forget about your phone call." And then
Yes.
she walks over to the phone, and this is like, yeah, again, one of the best lines of the fucking movie.
Yeah. She says, "Starling." He says, "Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming?" Dr. Lecter. And it's like, "Don't bother with the trace. I won't be on long enough." Which is great. I love
Yeah.
that he cuts to that right away. Like, don't bother. Like, just, now we're not doing that. We're just going to have a little chat. She asks, "Where are you, Dr. Lecter?" And he says, "I have no plans to call on you, Clarice. The world's more interesting with you in it. So you take care now to extend me the same courtesy." I love that.
Yeah.
And she says, I can't make that promise. It's great.
Yeah,
It's like, "I
then
respect you. I'm not going to kill you. Like, why don't you just let me go free, Clarice?" Why don't you just let me go free? Come on. Be
just let me
nice.
go.
Be a
Come
gal.
on, Clarice. Don't be a faggot, Clarice. Come on.
Don't be lame. Don't be a narc. He says, "I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner."
Yep.
Because he
Because then he
uh,
sees Doctor
Chilton.
Chilton.
There he is. I know they filmed this in the Bahamas. They don't specify where it is in the movie, but sort of some Caribbean island where Dr. Chilton has shown up for, I don't know, some sort of vacation or something. He says, "I'm having an old friend for dinner," which obviously great line, incredible line. Love it. He's so cheeky. No pun intended there either. Um, so he says bye, and she says, "Dr. Lecter, Dr. Lecter," and that's it.
Yeah, walks off.
And then they walk off, and I love this because this is something that not a lot of movies do anymore. Um, is like they walk off the crane, pulls the camera upward, and we get this wide shot, and they're walking away into the crowd somewhere in the Bahamas or whatever. You got the moody Howard Shore music playing, and then the credits just play over that shot that just hangs there for a while. And I really like that. You don't see that a lot anymore. I think there's something really strong about it, especially the way they do it in this movie, where the credits just play over that shot, where you get to see him wander off and slink away into the crowd. And like, oh God, what is he gonna be up to next? You know, it's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
It's a great movie,
It's
and that's
a
the end.
fucking great movie.
It's so good. I would happily call this movie a masterpiece. I
Me
think it's
too.
incredible. Thank you for listening to us go through the movie in the finest of detail,
With the
reading it
finest of
almost
combs.
word for word. But one of the reasons I wanted to read a lot of the dialogue word for word, which I don't do for most movies, is just that I think the dialogue writing is incredible. Like
Yeah,
it's so good. Every word is chosen so deliberately, so strategically. And we learn so much about the characters and their dynamics and the way they shift and evolve over the movie through the dialogue especially. And a big part of this movie is just two people talking in a room.
yeah,
And I think it's one of the better movies to do that. I think the real high points in the movie are anytime it's Hannibal and Clarice in a room talking to each other. And that's really saying something. As fantastic as the final set piece of the movie is, where she's moving through the house and like we get a bit more action, I guess you could say. Uh, a lot of the real meat and potatoes of this movie is just the dialogue, and it's fantastic. A
yeah,
tier, S tier, I should say, dialogue.
yeah.
Great stuff.
It understands its film grammar so well. Like one of the best shot movies, one of the best edited movies. Very well written, very incredibly acted. Yeah, like you just don't get much better than this, really. Like
No,
it's really
all
hard to
around
do
it.
better.
Well rounded.
Yeah, for everything to be clicking like this, just really, really crushed it. A couple people have been mentioning a TV show, and I did look this up in the middle while we were streaming. I forgot there was a very short-lived television series called Clarice that served as a sequel to this.
Oh, back in the 90s?
No, this was recent.
Oh, okay. I mentioned that earlier. I did not see it. It looks terrible.
It was from
I don't know.
2021. It lasted all of, let's see. It lasted all of from February to July, or no, February to June of 2021.
I'm watching the trailer on mute right now, and it looks very much like, hey, remember the Silence of the Lambs? Doesn't look or feel anything like it, really. It looks like generic modern drama show.
Yep.
No bueno. No, thank
It
you.
was a CBS release. It was not a streaming service. It was a
I think
network TV CBS.
yeah, I think it was very smart of Jodie Foster to be like, no, I'm not doing anymore. I'm done. Because I think she nailed it in this movie, and I wouldn't want her to have to get to play this character in anything lesser beyond it. You know what I mean? I think she nailed it, and she's like, nope, I'm done. That's it. And good on her, because it's one of the best performances of all time. Certainly one of my favorites of her career. Um, as strong as Anthony Hopkins is in this movie, I think he's really strong in Red Dragon as well. Not as masterful a performance, but still very, very good. I like Red Dragon. I wouldn't mind rewatching that. It doesn't compare to this. It's not a masterpiece, but there's a lot of good stuff in it, especially in the sort of psychological realm. A lot of good character actors in that, like Ray Fiennes and Philip Seymour Hoffman and Ed Norton, all that sort of fun stuff. But man, yeah, this movie, it's hard to find anything bad to say about it. There's a
Yeah.
couple little scenes where I go, I don't know why he says this line, but that's really it. I think
Yeah.
it's just incredibly well executed.
So my mom did not send this in the chat, but she texted me, why would Gene Hackman be offered the role of director for this movie? The reason that he was offered the role of director is he was trying to get into directing, and he was also going to play Jack Crawford originally.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was and he was going to help finance it. So it was going to be like the negotiations were made to split the $500,000 cost of rights between Gene Hackman and the studio. That was so he was basically going to pay for the adaptation, get a star vehicle, get his first directed movie. You know, that
Well, I'm
was
glad
that.
it didn't
Yeah, I'm
happen that
glad
way.
it didn't happen. I'm glad he pussied out.
I have a hard time imagining Gene Hackman as Jack Crawford. It would be very different. He would yell a lot more.
Yeah.
Like this past year, I watched the Poseidon Adventure for the first time, and half of that movie is just Gene Hackman yelling at people. He just yells the whole movie essentially, and even the conversation's not like that, but the French Connection's got a little bit of that vibe too. I like Gene Hackman enough, but I just can't imagine anyone else other than Scott Glenn as Jack Crawford. He's got a sort of warmth to him I think is really important for this movie. He seems like a good guy, and like especially that final moment where he says like your father would be proud today. He really nails that moment. I like it.
Oh, that's interesting. So this is another thing. The producers also had to negotiate to reacquire the rights to Hannibal Lecter as a character because the producer of Manhunter owned that outright at the time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Donald's angry, doesn't like that I praised his performance in Red Dragon. He hams it up, but it's fun. I mean, I like Anthony Hopkins in everything. I like Anthony Hopkins in Mission Impossible too. That movie sucked, but when he shows up for one scene, it gets pretty fun. He makes some funny sexist comments, and you're like, Anthony Hopkins, what are you doing in this movie? And then he leaves, and then it goes back to being a piece of
A
shit.
piece of shit movie.
Yeah.
Yes, Red. Yeah, so that was something else I was going to mention. Thank you, Wing Flanagan, for bringing that up. Red Dragon, also directed by somebody who I think is far more comfortable, it seems, in the role of a comedy director, Brett Ratner. Rush Hour and Rush Hour 2. And of Rush Hour and Rush Hour 2 fame comes to direct Red Dragon. He also then goes on to absolutely devastate the X-Men franchise with X-Men 3. So, he had a couple of
Isn't he a sex pest as well?
He is also a degenerate sex pest, yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't confusing him with someone else.
Yeah, he completely he completely fucked up the course of the X-Men franchise with that Last Stand movie.
Great, thanks for that.
Yeah, but he delivered Rush Hour 1 and 2 and Red Dragon.
That's something.
It's interesting.
Anyway, that's The Silence of the Lambs. It's a damn good movie.
Bryan Singer also pretty sus. Yeah, Bryan Singer also pretty sus, but he did 2 good X-Men movies, so I'll give him a pass on that one.
Wait, did it get passed from one sex pest to another?
It did. It did. Yeah, the X-Men franchise went from sex pest to sex pest.
Oh man.
Bryan Singer made 1 and 2, and then Brett Ratner made 3, and then I think,
Exemplium appears in bad movie, delivers sexist lines, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Yeah, that's about the gist.
That's about the gist of it. Yeah, he is pretty. That is a pretty stunningly bad movie. Mission Impossible 2.
Oh, it's a pile of crap.
John Woo, man, John Woo had a moment in the 90s or early 2000s. I don't know why. I don't know why we did it. Who let that man have doves?
I wish I could remember what he says in Mission Impossible 2. I remember it being pretty funny because it came out of nowhere. And I was like, oh, damn, Anthony. All right, tell us how you really feel. Yeah,
Yep.
so...
But yeah, Silence of the
what else
Lambs,
is there to
absolute
say about
masterpiece.
Silence of the Lambs?
Not much else to say.
I agree. Great music, great cinematography, great directing, great acting, great editing, great writing.
All around.
Great set design and production design. Often underappreciated as a craft or as a part of the art form.
Yeah.
So many of the sets, like his basement, the prison sets and everything, they're all so well designed. Like I love that the prison set in Baltimore is all made out of stone. I love that you have to descend so far to get down there. Like we already talked about his glass prison cell that he's in. Everything about it, man. They were cooking on this one. They're cooking with gas.
They sure were.
All right,
It's
well,
nice to talk about something that we like occasionally, and we're gonna do
yeah.
it again. We're gonna do it again pretty soon, I think.
All right, we do have one lined up for next time. Is that right?
We do, yeah. We are gonna be
Go ahead.
launching off a little sub series where we revisit the Disney theatrical animated releases in chronological order. We're gonna start with Snow
Yeah.
White, and move down from that every now and then, every couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, not all in one go, but yeah, every once in a while, we'll pepper them in. Yeah, so next week we'll be talking about the original 1930, is it 34, 32 Snow White? When did
Uh,
that come out?
is it 36? It's sometime in the 1930s.
37, 37. Yeah, we're going to talk about.
Disney's first foray into animated theatrical releases. We're gonna have a good time with that. I think that's gonna be
I'm
fun.
excited to rewatch that movie. I haven't seen it in a long time. Um, It'll be
Yeah.
fun. Yes, someone asked, I hope you guys cover Eggers' movies. Yes, that is the plan. Nosferatu comes out in December, so in the at least 3 weeks leading up to when that movie comes out, we will be watching The Lighthouse, The
The
Witch,
Witch,
The
the
Lighthouse,
Lighthouse, the
and The
Northman.
Northman. Yeah, but yes, so that is what we'll be talking about next week. I still have plans. I'm hoping I can get two esteemed guests to join us to talk about how good Gone Girl is. That's something that I would like to talk about soon. Just a matter of getting schedules to align there. Also, we'll, of course, be covering new movies as they come out and they interest us. I don't really have any particular interest in watching or discussing what's it called? Deadpool and Wolverine. We'll leave that to our
Yeah,
other
we'll leave that
comments.
to the comrades on the other channels.
Yes,
Braver than
exactly.
I. I really don't feel like trying to get to a theater to watch whatever
No.
miserable, mediocre slop that's going to end up being.
Someone asked, is Wally going to be part of this arc? No, we'll probably just focus on the 2D animated
Yeah, the
movies.
2D
Oh,
animated Disney
he said
ones.
Kappa. Okay, so he was being sarcastic. Yes, 2D animated ones. We'll focus on those for now as a place to stop. Anyway,
Yeah.
The Witch was all right. No, The Witch is good. You silly goose. Don't you say The Witch is just all right. That's a good movie.
Girl with dragon tattoo versus girl with dragon tattoo. That could be a fun one. Have you seen the Swedish? Have you
That
seen the
could be
Swedish
fun.
one?
I have not. I have seen a
Oh,
video essay comparing the filmmaking of both, and I gotta say, I vastly prefer the American
oh, I've seen
feature
both,
one.
and I vastly prefer the American one as well. I really
Interesting.
one of the things that disappoints me the most about the fact that Fincher didn't finish them is that I'm never gonna get to see a better version of
Later too.
the later
Yeah,
two.
yeah, it's a shame. Apparently, they crapped all over Deadpool and Wolverine on Metal's stream. Yeah, I've
I'll
heard that at
probably turn that on at some point.
some point. Yeah.
Yeah, check that out. I'm seeing a couple people too who are saying they either did not like or just hated the lighthouse. I think
I
I look
I'll tell you.
forward to the opportunity to
Yeah,
changing your guys' mind.
'cause I
I
love
love
the
that movie.
Lighthouse. It's so that's a movie, man. I like it. It's so weird. It's so weird. So simple. It scratches a similar itch to The Shining for me. And
Yeah,
so
me too.
very very impressed with that whole film. Interesting little
Princess and the
movie.
Frog, I think, is currently the plan
The
to
end.
end. That would be the
Yeah.
end.
The end of the 2D Disney
Yeah,
theatrical era. Oh, and Devs Dono?
Devs Dono donation.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. It's in progress. You can expect it before you're dead, assuming you die don't die very soon. Well, thank you very much for joining us on this uh
Yeah, guys, appreciate it
little
as
detour
always.
into a good classic film. It's been fun. A lot of great messages in the chat, commentary, and all that sort of fun stuff. We will see you next Sunday for a little little Snow White action. It'd be a good time. Until then, have a good week and
Toodles.
all that sort of fun stuff. Goodbye. Goodbye. God be with ye.
Oh, and we have not seen Margin Call yet.